might crumble under pressure, but now
Pat,
they're
hello.
seeing that they can actually
Hello,
take it
how are you
head-on.
doing?
I mean, in Champions 2023, that was a big talking point about all of that pressure. But now this PRX shows that perhaps they're a bit more stable. And of course, you have new additions to the roster. You have Patman on the side of PRX, and you have Crazy Guy on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, we'll touch on Crazy Guy a little bit more in a second, but Patman I particularly want to highlight. I mean, it is his rookie season here in Pacific. He's already qualified for an international event. He is topping the APR in this competition, and the reason why that's important is even before adopting the Viper, a lot of players will farm APR assists per round on the controller role without really having much impact.
How much coal have we got left?
Are impactful
I don't know, man.
flash units. He's setting up
I feel like we got a lot of momentum
on
now.
his team for kills, but he's also topping
A lot of
the clutch
momentum
statistics, so
going
you're
on right
seeing
now.
him be able to set up
The
his
Jar
team
Dax,
for
thank you so much for the
success
Prime.
with utility, and when he's alive in the late round, he's able to win these
It's gonna be
huge
interesting because
impact
PRX
clutches to keep PRX
have
in the game.
like 4 players that shouldn't really take their foot off the gas. They've been here before, which means that Patman should probably keep going heavy as well. Again, what normally happens is like teams that were struggling when they get to this point, they'll normally like, this was the goal, so not on purpose, but it just happens. You just take your foot off the pedal a little bit. It's like that relief.
And even Australia on DRX has been one of the weaker fraggers, so I don't think he's really contributed as much to the fragging.
On the front row C next to the conductor. For sure. For sure, for sure. We'll make it happen.
He can definitely deliver some fragging impact on the IGL role for RRQ.
Yeah, and something to bring up, Alex mentioned earlier about how Patman is
Drama? There's a lot of stuff going on. So, I mean, FNS retired.
So it's nice to see how he's fitting in, especially
We spoke about that a little bit
in the local PH
yesterday.
He was known as Mr. Consistency.
I mean, he always, maybe not always, but he's at least a top 5 IGL in the game. Kind of wherever you want to put him within the top 5, but he's definitely in the top 5. So, man, dude, he's gonna be doing great at streaming. And then we had the Trex, the Trex tweet, which then,
But over on the side of RRQ, their respect
I don't know.
actually hasn't been too bad for them, honestly.
I think Darka had a lot of frustration from the game and tweeted back at Trex.
So I feel like
So I think you gotta leave the. I think you gotta leave Trex. I think you gotta give him that tweet.
Which is equally kind of confusing for me.
I wonder if the Gen G game is
RRQ get rid of Lotus, dude. RRQ are good at Lotus. That's a respect ban.
Against a lot of teams, but as you mentioned, Fracture will be the first map picked by RRQ here. In the past, in kickoff, it's been picked by PRX.
Are you scared that FNS is going to steal your views? Mate, I literally get about 10 times more views than I ever thought I was going to get. Like, if he wants to steal half or 80%, that's so fine, dude. I get so fine. Again, I get so many more views than I thought I would ever get. I really don't mind that stuff at all. And dude, he's very entertaining. Like, if people want to go watch him, it's the viewer's choice. I'm happy that they get to watch something and they're having like a lot of fun doing it.
RRQ will kind of feel like they have the counter there with their composition, but I'm very curious. If I'm PRX right now,
I'm not a very numbers-oriented person when it comes to streaming. I feel like my streams are very similar to where I was 100 when I had like 100 views. Hello Weber, how we doing, mate? Weber, big day today. No, it's Saturday. Yeah, big day tomorrow. Dude, why do I keep thinking the upper bracket's getting played today? And no, it is today. Weber, Weber, I'm way too tired for you to be owning me like this. Come on now. Please be nice to me. Snakey, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Thank you so much for that, Snakey. I appreciate you. Thank you, man. Appreciate the 10 gifted. Chat, you know what to do? Get the slug oiler going. Make sure you at Snakey GG. Say thank you as well. Do I drink coffee? No, I don't like coffee, man.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1.
What time is it here? 8 AM. Early.
Rise Pacific.
Who takes Fracture? I don't think PRX should be winning Fracture with this comp, but again, it's like they got so much momentum, and they cover up the fact they don't have a drone with a boom bot and Jing being crazy. So if you miss, then you're done basically.
It's the battle of the very best from Southeast Asia, RRQ and PRX. And
Time zones are crazy. Time zones are crazy, man. The world's crazy in general.
Persistence has paid
You're not wrong.
finally in qualifying to Masters Toronto, but has all the hard work steal them against the likes of PRX. Does the power of friendship pull through this specific stage?
We want to see them have a good game here. They cannot afford to get knocked out in the lower bracket here and not.
Why doesn't Mini tell them this comp doesn't work? I mean, Mini's just like advising them.
Against Gen G, but they're still one of the most
Mini has limited time as well, remember?
Definitely, but they have to prepare for an
Mini was mostly focused on like sorting out a lot of their defense
and
stuff.
this is a team that has been a regular on the final stage, both in Pacific and internationally. We know they had a rough start in the beginning of the stage 1, but they are back.
It's not like you're gonna. They still gotta lean into comfort of the team.
If it stops at all.
Yeah, as you say, it was a rough start for this PRX team, but they've been picking up so much momentum.
Insider trading. Chat. I get what you guys are saying. I wasn't allowed to say anything. I was trying to be as vocal as possible. I don't know what else you guys want from me. I was selling tickets. Cheap. Really cheap.
That crown is up for grabs, of course.
It's not my fault that certain board analysts decided to be insanely stubborn.
And for our lower final, RRQ and PRX again, the very best from Southeast Asia here. And as we're seeing, we have players also that know each other so well. So that's going to be very exciting to see on the
There's so much speed, guys.
Dude, Ewok every time is doing stuff like this.
What happened backstage?
Actually, as they walked away, I did see them exchange some heated words. I'm joking.
I heard a scuffle in the hallway.
I do. I still need to watch the Frost thing. I was watching a little bit of it yesterday. I'm like halfway there.
It would be very telling for this series.
Yeah, I think this is RRQ. I mean, they're backing themselves. It's been a map that's been a solid pick for them in the past. They did play DRX, who backs them.
I'm up to the point where Frost is basically saying that he doesn't want to show the proof publicly because he thinks it will ruin a lot of careers. Which I get, but I think I'm the person that would just ruin their careers. And I think it's better to make an example of the Mali so it never happens again in the game. But I also get his POV.
I'm laughing at this just because I think I would be happy with any income, any income.
Dude, that's a lot of believers, man.
Output rather of this results. It's getting too real on my end, right? But I think this really doesn't.
The map's not picked live now. They do it a little bit early.
Just how close the series can be, especially with the side of RRQ that is known for like such incredible comebacks.
Yeah, PRX has got full momentum, and that's undeniable. And
even Achilles, yeah, even Achilles is there.
At least 2 maps in this series. RRQ takes it. I think it'll be a 3-2. I think this should be a pretty tight game. It's up to RRQ to show up to it because PRX is definitely.
Yeah, maybe there's more saying. I haven't finished it again, so I'm not sure that's like 100% the full stance. But I'm up to that point.
Yeah, I've just been a little bit more convinced by PRX. I feel like they have that momentum and they beat DRX pretty handily.
Is it the hero thing again? Is it the protagonist thing again?
That's what I mean.
It's the plot armor.
They have the plot armor. They have the storyline.
Look at that! Look at that!
Wow.
See, that's such an anime-ish kind of handshake.
They know they're the protagonists of Pacific. They know what they're doing.
Here's the thing, though. If we're talking about storylines, I think RRQ were pretty crushed with their performance against Gen G yesterday. I do not think they're just going to rock up to the server today.
Do you get Mini at Toronto? No, it's not that deep, man.
That was just an off day. They are here to play in the lower final. They really want to make it to the final. You could tell when they lost to Gen G how much it meant to them. Looking at the agent comps here though, RRQ going to be playing that Vice into the double duelist. This is a comp that T1 played very well against PRX. I think the formula to beat PRX is quite well defined. At the same time though, PRX going to be aware of what went wrong.
Okay, well, they do the comp. They do the comp. This is their drone.
You learn a lot more from your losses than your wins. So that first game where we saw
This is their drone.
So
So they kind of have two drones. We got two drones and a boom bot, so maybe they got three drones.
I think Kushi's going to have a little bit of an easier time breaking the KJ utility, but it is worth mentioning Buzz on the op was quite key over on the side of T1 against the way that PRX were playing. They want to play that contact pop style.
Who do you think is the best, that's worst matchup for PRX among the qualified teams? Probably G2, man.
But I don't know if Monyet's necessarily got
I think it's very hard for PRX to beat G2. This is probably their better chance at it though, just because of how they're playing a lot smarter. But G2 will always punish this kind of playstyle. Like G2 would never lose against this comp.
And of course with RQ and PRX, it's exactly that. So let's get started and move over to Fracture and send it over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Actually saying that it is Fracture. Maybe I take that back. Maybe I give him an 80%. Because I hate G2's Fracture, man.
And they are absolutely right. In Southeast Asia, every road,
But on paper, that would never
up to
happen.
PRX.
Yeah, it does, but are we going to see some derailment come in towards today's games from RRQ? If you do think about it as well, it is technically still a battle of the Rexes in this one. PRX, Rex, Rigum, Keon will follow on with that one. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see RRQ fall over like they did it yesterday. I think this series definitely has a lot more going in towards this one. But you also do just have to remember, the pressure is kind of off for these teams now. They've made it in towards Masters Toronto, and this is the game to see who is going to get a battle
these are different
against
beast
JG
games, to
potentially
be
take
fair.
the Pacific Trophy.
He's not wrong there. It becomes a lot different now.
Go on.
So we'll see. How
Let me
things
turn
are going
the
to
casters
start
up
here
a little
on
bit. That should be
map one
better.
In this best of 5, PRX opting to start on the attackers'
What is
side
this?
here. And it is good to see as well.
4 on
A bit of
defense,
bounce
retake
back
over
for
towards
somebody
B.
like Something as well, having a bit of a
So
shotgun
RRQ
versus
still do the
Storm on
comp that I
bridge
don't
back
think
wing.
is
Something
great
like
as
7 now
well.
versus
It's
Odd
very
Ripple
nice
Red.
on defense.
Just to
It
get an
struggles a
idea.
little bit on attack.
Pistol round to shake off a couple of nerves. A
especially if
big
you
amount of
can't
players, though, here
B
for
spam.
RRQ. Challenging.
Straight
Dude,
up, sliding
everyone
out, though,
dodged
but
that stun.
Gets the first shot.
Yeah, stalled out by the smoke a little bit right now. A lot of damage delivered though.
Devi, you hear so many of them.
Crazy guy gone.
Oh my
Devi as
god.
well. Look at this, he's just already out
No
of the gate. He's
way.
up for the ace here.
That's nuts, man.
Just a bit of
He
temperament
had so
coming through
many
as
of
well,
them.
but Xpero up from the back will be
Dude,
able to land at
this
least
guy
the
just
first shot
becomes a
still, though.
different beast
With
when
a full fire
FNS
team in
watch
front
parties.
inside of A main, it's not
What
gonna be
happens?
easy, certainly
What
as soon as he
happens
peeks out,
here?
it's the ace for
Dude, that
Devi,
confidence is
just to kick things
unbelievable,
off.
by the way.
Well,
No
if
joke,
you
he
wanna
hears
get a
like
good
2
start coming
spamming.
in
Obviously, he
towards
hits
a
2
map like
reload
this
at the
way,
same
it's not
times.
really
I'm pretty
a
sure he knows
bunch
3
of
are here
fumbles,
from the amount of
right?
bullets that are
To
getting
highlight
spammed.
the old
He times it well with the
Arcros,
reloads.
slash that we've
But it's
seen
still
be a bit of a
insanely
problem,
confident.
But switching things up, Divide
Look at him.
out for the Sheriff, ace in the pistol rounds, coming out with confidence.
Dude, he's fast one through.
Definitely agree with
Maybe they got
what
another
the
drone
disc
as well. Maybe
is
they got 4 drones.
where RRQ are most
Devi's a
likely
drone,
playing quite
Jing's a
differently
drone,
to the likes of T1
Forsaken's a
that
drone, and they got the
absolutely
Boombot.
smashed
Maybe they got 4
PRX
drones in this comp.
on this map.
They actually
You
don't need
imagine
any other
hopefully
initiator
trying
other
to
than
study
Batman.
things up from that one before, but currently off just meeting each other with huge clash outside of A main does not really inspire you with much confidence. But at the same time, though, PRX with the buys up now into the B site.
4
That's
drones
definitely
in a
gonna establish
train.
plan here.
It's incredible.
You're just going to want to see what damage the pistols can
Ah,
come out
dude,
with.
go on. Get another one.
Carrying
Let him have
on
it.
with a pistol, though.
We might as well just go for the record at this point.
Positions as well. You got tower control as well.
Sheriff only
Tree.
speed run.
A little trade over with Patman kind of losing his life, but not too much loss. They have a really good idea of where RRQ are.
Dude, look at him just face him.
Thanks to these smokes from
Yeah, he's allowed to. If he gets this all early, it's nice. He should be hunting at
Big
one
jet
point.
players
He'll probably just
are on
wait
the
5
front
more
zones as
seconds.
well. When you pull out your iPad, you drop your smokes, then you can just hopefully have some yeehaw action, get your shots out.
Ooh, it was a nice shot.
PRX already spotting out kind of what they need in this game here, Quack.
Divide, get in there.
Just trying to make it as clean as possible. Not losing this
Jesus.
Guardian at all. Not missing a single beat. First round started with an ace.
Dude, this team once they get confidence is crazy.
Yeah,
I
everybody
swear.
kind of, you know,
Nice shots.
we want to see them all firing on all cylinders, right? We want to make sure that there's no slacking. We want to make sure that everyone's shots are ready to connect. So it is good to see already for the train side of things, right, on PRX, that they've got a couple of their key members out the gates already, but this is the time where we'll flip it on over towards RRQ.
Do you think EDG should give up on Yoru Teo comps? I mean, I think everyone should give up on Teo comps with Nerf coming in. I don't know, EDG is in a weird spot, man. I don't know
Possibly this round,
what role or agent I like Jenny on, to be honest.
Especially when you're starting on a defense as
I haven't seen enough of him.
Though, it's just Xpharaoh on the B site.
Yeah, they've read this one quite nicely, PRX. An idea that when you're in towards tower, you're not seeing...
Okay, instant 4-person. So they kind of go for this similar pistol setup of a 4-1 retake over towards B, and we are just spamming B at the moment. And there was a smoke here, but Forsaken's just spamming through it. Again, they don't know about the numbers, but they at least get the early info from the alarm bot. Dude, this pause right here should win the round for something. Like, he should be winning this round.
Something's already spent all of his smokes. RRQ just waiting for him to pop off, but now something's still marking.
Yeah, he doesn't want to use his molly because he has the molly lineup for here. And this was something that I was questioning earlier. Does something have the molly lineups? But the fact I'm seeing him heavy go over towards here once we get over towards the site, I think so. Okay, I mean it's good damage, but still 3 people that aren't gonna have the best guns.
That said, with all those kills getting picked up as well, Komodo, you've got Jemkin now 3 points away from the orbital strike. Crazy guy with 2 away from Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, again though, they might just be a bit of an answer towards the lockdown at the moment. I do like the initiative from Something taking this bench space too. You got to feel for Cushy in that moment in time. Bailed out by the boombot coming his way. Jing's little piece of utility there, working a treat. Had that not happened, maybe you see a world where he dispatches of Something and they can actually start to formulate a bit of a retake, but the fact that the 1-4 split doesn't go their way, gonna have to have a little bit more awareness.
Did he put away? I was gonna say, put away the Bucky.
He wants to go for any engagement.
Get that Bucky out here.
Okay. Well, just back in with the round-to-round adjustments. Currently, it's Monyet. This is a play that Jing is very familiar with, though. So Forsaken as well as marked it.
Yeah, generally you'll see a raise satchel up on top
I mean,
of that.
every single fast kill right now is for PRX.
Players already having some success, some non-success of that
And
as well. This
pretty much every round, apart from the pistol, we've ended over towards B.
We'll see what damage RRQ want to go for. It's not the worst decision for
Empty site, yeah. RRQ are going to have to do some kind of timeout and actually fight this site at one point.
So at least kind of position themselves around spawn, around Canteen, look for whatever frags and picks they might be able to find. If he does get a little bit more, maybe some slight opportunity in the retake, but otherwise, it's pretty much written off. And at the same time, you consider how this round started off, Komodo. Monyet used to play with PRX. Monyet is the guy who kind of came in place of Jing. Still though, it's going to be the fights that pop off straight through Canteen. There will be a nice sheriff shot being found by Cushy, but that will be it. Just Crazy Guy left with the classic, possibly to die with a spike.
I wouldn't have minded him getting in.
Hey, very, very nice.
With the team and getting a bit dirty,
OLED,
right?
thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the bits, mate. Thank you so much.
To get a kill, or maybe he can get one himself and then potentially die in the last little stages of the round to, you know, somebody on PRX getting his ult.
Nicely done. FNS has made more money from this singular game than his NRG contract. Mate,
Maybe not going to be used,
trust me, you're wrong.
Keep that for when
We'll just leave it at that.
Bit of a investment or so, but the way things are going at the
I don't know where this whole thing that NRG don't pay heavy comes from. Mate, you gotta... Artist is out here telling you the truth. I know you guys think he's lying when he's saying about some of these numbers, but I'm telling you the truth. You gotta start listening to what Artist is saying. And that's probably the first and last time I'll ever say that.
Ultimately losing it out, and then ultimately losing against PRX as well, right? They bow out, not able to get through towards the international stage. Marco had a phenomenal map in that one. The rest of RRQ, though, you know, everyone kind of delivering what they needed to. A bit of a slower start for Monyet on that one. This time, though, ultimately, Quack, it's a very slow start for all of RRQ at the moment. Some great little fast ideas to come through.
That's sick. Dude, this is... If they get to the final, Sideshow said that he would get a train in his back and paint it for his stream. That, honestly, I think we need to model it on that. Like I want like a wooden train, and then he has to paint it on stream. That's the kind of thing that I want.
I think it might even be a little bit before that for PRX, right? The fact that they're changing up their agents midway through the season, Genji and Boom.
Did you see Comeback is potentially going to Gentamates? That's a giant pickup for them. It really is. That guy's really talented.
We've got the answer towards Pilski's question earlier. Don't think the Monyet's going to be bringing out the operator. Well, it's in play. See if he can do his best Buzz impression.
Yeah, not too aggressive though currently, right? Really different scorelines from that previous game. Right now, just
get a train. Fury, keep saying this, man. I'm not sure we have train conductor hats in Iceland. Like, I get it's a good idea, I just don't get how I get it. No trains out here, but there's not any real ones that we have.
And that's going to be now Forsaken popping
like, I think I need like 2 weeks notice if I'm going to do stuff like that, yeah.
Instead, just a bit of pressure though, and still enough information for RQ to solve the problems around the B site.
Something 6 HP. Keep an eye on that one.
Oh, and at the same
time, it's another retake over towards B. Feels like I've seen the same round already 3 times in a row, but this one's looking a little bit better because we have a bit of pressure over towards here, but we still have alarm bot. Yeah, a lot of this is on Devaya, I would say, and how much everyone...
Monyet then pops off, finds another shot, Jemkin takes down another player, and all of a sudden, it's just Jing inside of tower. Can he clutch this up? It's a 1v3. He dives straight into it, but the forces prove too overwhelming.
It's a good amount of damage, though. You got 3 people, so this is an important round.
But when you start to get in, kills start to be collected from RRQ. Quite patient on the retake as
that might work, Bacon. That might work. For like for Toronto, that would work.
Right, so we'll have to see if they're going to be able to find their footing here. Already some adjustments though.
Yeah, I think that might be the best idea, Bacon.
A little bit of this early utility, having a really late flank where you've still got a good amount of bodies on the site, looking to get the crossfires as well.
Alright guys, let's go.
You kind of reckon it works out well. You know, taking the slower approach, saving the utility, letting that lockdown just burn through.
And in this sort of scenario too, you can rely on these ultimates.
Okay, this is the round. 1, 2, 3 combine next. It's a lot about the ults. Don't go dish. Okay, you can go dish. Do you know what? You can go dish with this. Just a raise double satchel. They know they got some kind of trap play here, I'm pretty sure. As long as Divide doesn't commit too heavy to this. Guys, please. You're up against a tail ult. You can't all be doing this. There's a wall here. Think about it. You've fallen trapped for this before. Yeah, here we go. Done. Ult. Does he get out? Damn. Look at this team. Look at the growth of this team.
And that's now been completely baited out.
Yeah.
Look at the growth of this team, man. It's crazy.
The orbital strike and maybe the rolling thunder from Crazy Guy.
And the initiative right now from RRQ realizing that they have to get a little bit of information around the map, right? They're going together as a team in towards main. There's the showstopper that I talk about. They're going to see that no one's home. They can set up for the post plant, and they still have a bunch of utility to play for at the post.
Which would mean that PRX does need to find a little bit more, an extra kill or 2 before the retake begins. Jing, that's why he's holding up into this position. The paint shells as well, just to buy a bit more time and space.
Forces him out into the open. It's a really good nade.
Flushed out of position, that said. And it's going to hurt them somewhat. The firefight going through. Monyet finding a frag with the op, but at this range, it just does not
Forsaken's fragging so heavy.
Slithers through.
Another 4K
dude, what a nice round, man. What a nice round. They know that most teams at the moment, Teo over towards Dish with some kind of trap play, you got a Vice, they spot the wall, they know exactly what's happening. The duelists are taking the risk, they can get out of there fast, everyone else is chilling. They make sure that they trigger the wall, get out of there. Over towards the site, and dude, every single time RRQ at the moment are having to retake.
Highlighted the utility early on in the round that they get through, and then taking the further space in towards main.
Bunny by my feet.
If they played patient, if they played on the side itself and gave RRQ an opportunity to go in for a proper retake, might have been a little bit different when you consider the orbital strikers in play too. So they had to get a little bit hungry to go elsewhere to find the information. And this time another similar scenario for RRQ where they're just a hero rifle in towards the round.
Hero gun. Hero gun. It's the worst round for RRQ to lose. Got a eco.
Overdrive coupled with Steel Garden could be catastrophic.
Potentially. Kind of feels like the onus is on RRQ though to have a individual moment, right, to propel the team a little bit more forward. Time and time again, we have seen some teams really turn on that switch after you get one crazy round come through.
You really need a catalyst of a round for RRQ. Things have not been going their way, and right now Forsaken just toying with them.
The bunny, dude, I'm telling you, the bunnies are going crazy.
All the spots that the sheer could be with these little jump spots right now. Specifically that one.
They're like exploring new parts of the house, right?
Not being seen just yet. The team,
so they're like really on edge, and then they'll both go together, and the other one at the back will accidentally like touch the one at the front, and then they will flip out.
Which wouldn't be a bad thing. However, still not enough space, not enough defenses being held up on the A site itself. You got the fast lane going through. Jin already diving up towards the top of heaven, and it's some kills being exchanged.
Always trying to read it though.
Oh my god, what is that wild spray?
Just get a loose bullet towards the head of Monyet. 30 seconds to go though.
Oh, and the spike getting planted soon enough.
Oh, that's a lovely ult combo.
Well,
Yeah, not much you can do on that one. Spike isn't planted, so Monyet doesn't need to do this, but here he goes.
It kind of keeps him out of dodge for it now until the kills continue to domino through. Forsaken once again.
I get it. Like, I do get it. They don't have good guns. They're trying to get over towards the site and block him in the choke, but
you get a little bit worried that RRQ might be able to steal a round away, but they do weather it in the end. Overlooking an angle, some crossfire sprays coming on out from the bottom of drop from Forsaken. Again, another multi-frag round. Yeah, the investment of the
how many?
At the end, but you just want to make sure that you are
how many? Is he not on 3 4Ks? 1 3K? Maybe 2 3Ks?
As well. You would expect from RRQ, things are...
It's a best of 5 as well. I don't want to say the kill record's on here, but I think the kill record's on.
3 rounds after
the not start.
Tactical timeout being called. It just makes you think that maybe something might be in the water. You know, everything that was prepped.
Chocks with the tier 1. Thank you for the 6 months, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Think about this best of 5 veto. The Lotus respect ban makes sense. Haven being banned by PRX, sorry. Yeah, that also makes sense. They've been permaing that for quite a little bit. So you consider what map do they think that they can trip up PRX on, right? What have they been practicing in the last week, sitting back, getting ready, last night as well?
Ran a similar comp to T1.
Yeah, for sure. To see what weaknesses PRX would have. And so far, any anti-stratting on this defensive side with the A main skirmishes is not worked out.
Yeah, and this is also just because PRX has kind of returned to that top form. They're still going in with that momentum. Forsaken was citing, you know, assistance from Mini, some slight like sort of assistant coaching going on, and performance coaches as well, giving them such a psychological boost.
This is the right read though from RRQ.
Couple of ults.
Towards Arcade, silence behind the sky smoke.
PRX though. Not backing down from it. A couple of shots going through, and they've spotted out Jenkin.
Jesus. Dude, we got a lot of reads. How predictable are RRQ on this map? Dude, we got some nice reads. Every single time, I'm looking at PRX, and it feels like they know roughly what's going on.
Monyet and Cushy able to fire back until the exchange comes through.
Yeah, the battle is essentially won by PRX.
Like, as soon as this smoke goes down, seeing spam here, everyone's ready for the heavy. And it's, do you know what? It's not like everyone's ready for this as well. They're spamming for this guy, but as soon as they killed the heaven guy, it looked like it was like confirmation of a setup, and he is going underpass, because then like 3 people started spamming behind the smoke.
They start to pivot towards this A side as well, which by the radar is going to be the wrong call.
So it's like it looked like they were like, hold up, this is the smoke that they do this, and then when they got that kill in heaven, they were like, oh yeah, 100%.
You really might.
And they pick another side that's empty. I mean, this was like one of the first times where RRQ actually managed to find them in a choke. They just lost.
They found a trap.
Nano's now on the spike. You've got an incendiary.
And you got Raid Boss Forsaken still up.
That operator as well. There's no smokes for RRQ to come in with a retake here. You got to consider the investment of the ult as well, but they're already starting to rotate back. Seems like the call to the save is there. So this is going to be a non-conversion after the timeout.
Precisely. I mean, even if you tried to go for it, just every angle would leave you so exposed. Steel Garden would only buy you so much space.
Yeah, it feels like for RRQ, that ability is going to have to be something used in the next round, perhaps with 2 guns being salvaged over. Monyet with the overdrive. If you can cut PRX's guns in half, may very well be able to have a round. Just really liking the adjustments of PRX at the moment.
Do you feel like PRX have fixed their fracture issues? Nah, their fracture still has it. Their fracture still has like a flaw.
They were so
Like it, once you get an op out on defense, and you're actually playing over towards the sites, like the op should be farming you. But RRQ's money hasn't been good. They've been playing off site as well, which has helped a lot. And they just haven't had an op, to be honest. I'm not even sure I've seen them get an op.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I mean, the guy has been putting up the clutch statistics.
I mean, we saw the op against PRX when it was Boom, but Famous was just missing as well.
Well, here we go in towards the B side at the moment. Try and see what you can get here. Look at the angles. Jemkin, well stunned, finds Forsaken. That's the shutdown that you need.
They had one.
RRQ. Unbelievable. And with that, the engine is completely halted around.
Yeah, they just haven't had good money, right? I mean, this might be the change-up, right? Though they might be able to get this one.
Got some good awareness going on. Checks out his 6.
Okay, 3v5 into 3v4. They have to win this round RRQ to stay alive here. Because their attack is really going to struggle against the aggro.
It kind of stops things once again.
And Cushy pushing through main as well. Seeing nobody home in the right spot for the flank. Now the 3 versus 1. And you play this together if you are RRQ. You don't give Patman an opportunity to find so many 1v1s, though the navigation that he's going at the moment. Right. Might find the right route on a Crazy Guy.
Spike not yet
planted. Crazy Guy, let's see what he's got. He hasn't had to do this yet.
Headshot to his face.
Salvo is available for Cushy.
Might be able to
flush him out.
Afford some positioning. But Patman has a full kill.
He's going to swing into 2. Oh, stun's good.
Goes in for the fault line and
damn, bro. he's really good at them, though.
Yeah,
he is really good at them.
You know where Cushy's coming from the direction of the salvos.
He's been a great addition to this team.
May very well be with him. Just can't get the second one, but importantly, the fact that Jemkin immediately swings for the trade, that's what you need in that scenario. That's why I'm talking about. Don't give opportunities for the one.
Okay, it's another one of those rounds.
Very doable.
RRQ win, but
not checking the corners, kind of understand.
Last time they won, they had 3 people die. This time they have 4 people die, so their money's really low again.
So far.
There's a lot of trust in the stuns. But sometimes, you've said it lots of times before, Komodo.
My favorite thing, man. Stuns in this game are cosmetic. New round, fresh round though.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. This is the first potential round where PRX might not have any money. Damn, what a kill that is. Is Divine not stunned here? I'm pretty sure he's stunned up to hit that.
Allowing them to escape from the aftershock, and they can reset here, right? 5 versus 4 advantage. You've removed Monyet.
Mexi10, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 3. Thank you for the 3 mums.
So just call a mid-round here for the team. You know that RRQ are going to have to go looking somewhere. You've conceded all of the top north side of the map control. Expect that they might have a bit of a how do you do over there, but more importantly, just go together as a team.
But that's why
drop your sky smokes and execute into the site.
Here's another free site.
Decent positioning out from RRQ now, trying to hold up towards drop. They've kind of elected to go possibly through south side instead. More angles would favor them in the retake.
Yeah, Forsaken getting in front of the Thorns too, so he can scope out the site. Meanwhile, PRX going to be held at bay for a little bit of time before getting into the site for the plant, wherever they want.
Yeah, Sphero trying to get lucky with the spams, but unfortunately not able to fish up anything.
I mean, the most important person is Cushy and the jewels that he's going to have. Yeah, we'll see what the stun timing's like. Crazy Guy's going to have a good stun for him. But if he doesn't get to the fast line before the stun, it's pointless. And they should be so fine in the afterplan now. They've got mollies on the spike as well. Dude, this is the first fracture where I've seen something have the mollies. And they might have had them before, but it's definitely like a good sign. We've seen afterplant here, molly. Afterplant here, molly. Well, he's at least in the position for the molly. It's something that they definitely needed on this map, and I don't know if they could have had it the whole time. It's just that we never saw convincing rounds like this. So.
You really feel for RRQ in this moment as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, no resources, no time, no numbers, no reads.
Just no confidence.
Fracture's going out, yeah, but it's still good that you see it.
The reads that they're trying to get, they're getting shut down. They're losing a number, a body or two here
It's
and
still
there.
kind of like
Those early engagements, they're not winning. Just the
adding small details.
And thinking down to the fact that
I say small details is pretty important in this comp.
As well. I mean, PRX has always been standing at the top of Southeast Asia. RRQ finally make it to an international.
PRX Sunset was sick. It's like their best map back in the day.
Shaken up by Gen.G yesterday, right? The performance of them leaves to be desired. This is some main control though that RRQ.
Okay, B wall to create a little bit of pressure, like they're heading over towards the site. They clear this fast, so these two should be ready. Still see the breach leaning over towards B though, even though they cleared this info, cleared site.
Jacket would poke out. Oh wait, but now Monyet is going to be stuck. He's got a stinger. He can slide out.
It's an angle that EDG has held before back in Bangkok, but now back into it.
Dude, the double stun there should be still nice from RRQ though, right?
Guys, you gotta go for it.
And that's just
I think you
another
gotta stun before you.
advantage for PRX, where they're just going to stampede in towards the A site you might expect. But this is a new look to PRX. Once again, they're very level-headed in their comps.
Damn, we're going back. Holy.
One away from an ultimate 2. They can pay
the progression from this team is so funny. They don't have many smokes for this though, so it might actually fall apart a little bit. We'll see. Because the no smoke means they're constantly have to be aware of this angle, and they don't have heaven control.
It's gonna have to come up huge with the goods though. A single kill might not be enough, but he's good for the first until the stampede just doesn't stop. Now it's Jemkin to try to hold down the angle. A 2v4 turned into a 2v3. Fault line coming back up.
Rolling Thunder if you need from Patman. Stuck at default.
And PRX.
Dude, look at them.
Positions, noting every resource that they have are just comfortably sitting down in
They're
the
just
pool.
wrecking them.
RRQ
Where's the energy? Mate, this is like watching Mini fight against MMA fighter or something. They're getting annihilated. At one point, it's just, I can't bring that much energy. You just end up feeling bad for him. Getting beat down.
The BO5, you want to get a challenge against Gen.G. You want to get a Pacific trophy on your downward spiral of 2024's performances. You know, pretty shocking start to the year as well. Definitely a change of look for PRX.
Yeah, poor MMA fighter.
Coming into the fold too.
That's funny.
Having his moments of brilliance to shine. This time, though, it's a slow creep up in towards the main for PRX. Last round of the half, and a split on the cards.
And they'll just dive straight in for it. RRQ.
Did you have a free sight?
Trying to play for a retake instead. They do have some ults going on for themselves as well.
Yeah,
how many retakes have we seen? I'm not sure I've seen RRQ actually gamble right and hold over towards the site. There's only that arcade duel rounds. Everything else they've had to gamble wrong.
Still the trades being found by PRX. Jing coming out on top of that one.
The trades again for PRX, always on top of it. You missed that the spike was planted, and now it's Crazy Guy.
And he's still got Patman with a possible Rolling Thunder if needed. Might not even be necessary at this point unless Crazy Guy can isolate the duels, but Patman just sends it through anyway. It's not gonna be found. He's stuck into
look
a
at him go, dude. Look at him go. It's a masterclass. I do think that RRQ got a little unlucky, but for like some of the rounds. But I also feel like PRX had
I mean, you really can't even
either some solid reads, which I really think there are solid reads when you look at the table rounds, or they got a little bit lucky. But I'm pretty sure a good amount of this was reads, and someone's just retained a lot of the anti-info.
A lot of these times in the duels to get these quick trades.
And the confidence.
Because they never
truly just blast peck themselves.
They never got stopped at chokes. They just went over towards a free site every time.
Lots of these rounds in the first half have begun with the 5v4 Komodo.
Yeah.
And it's tough luck for RRQ. Patman as well. I mean, finding the clutches, finding the right moments to send off that ult. This guy, you know, he's talked about facing a bit of imposter syndrome like the desk interview went through with, but at the same time,
who picked Fracture? RRQ picked Fracture. I guarantee they didn't think it would go down like this.
He's playing with the best right now. He's definitely standing tall as one of the best.
I mean, if you want to think about this question at the moment, the prediction for today, the way that this map is going, a lot of people might be considering the 3-0, the way that the percentages were going for the community as well. everybody on the train hype at the moment. A lot of us here on the PaperX train as well, except
you don't need a drone if you pick the right side every time. That's actually true.
Bearded man. You can definitely, you know, bet that there are so many PaperX fans always, any single time. But at the same time, you've got to be honest. This current scoreline, 10-2, it's just not a great look for RRQ.
The thing is, though, it's a best of 5, right? So if you have a bad map,
this current scoreline is not a good look for RRQ. He's not wrong though. They are getting wrecked. And the problem with this comp as well is it's really, it's not great at getting info or holding if someone goes super aggro. Obviously, if you do this, it is. Right? If you 5-person stack, you're good. But a lot of the times you do a little 3-2 or something, you're always weak to some kind of push. You can't get that early info like a Cypher or Killjoy does.
And what does it look like?
So you will see PaperX go aggro at one point, but not on the pistol. But they still go for their 4-1. They always go for a 4-1.
Playing 1-4, more heavily defended towards the B site where RRQ are not currently going towards. A turret will spot some early information, but no real bodies here to reciprocate anything for PaperX means that it most likely will just be a full retake.
Which could be good. Devi reading the situation correctly, opts to play for an ultra safe angle.
Only go early though, that's the thing.
Ooh.
Well, David versus David.
He's
the PaperX one comes out on top.
He's on for another one for a pistol here.
She-up is null and void.
Which means RRQ has to watch out for this back position,
Oh.
where Petman then can continue to line things up out from spawn. Forsaken with the dive through, something with the assistance, and down to it at the end. Manya trying his best to get a little bit more space, but
he's 22-5, bro. He's 22-5.
On this map right now, PaperX picking up another pistol rounds. That's both of them going their way on this map. And
Like if this was closer, then I would say he's on for the kill record, but I just don't think RRQ are going to get enough rounds.
I'm seeing Crazy Guy toy with the idea of getting his salvos.
How's he allowed to stay alive there?
From Jemkin, but just caught in transition, switching between the utility and the weapon.
Dude, every game, PaperX just gets so much confidence.
I mean, it's had some really good percentages so far, but
love that from you, Bacon. Have a little look, see what we got. Okay, RRQ with the plant, go for the force buy. Let's see what the Apex Stingers are like.
See if they can steal a cheeky round where, again, you've got a different look to the forces of PaperX in this round. Just slow and steady creep ups from RRQ.
Not a lot of information for PaperX until that turret goes off. Rotation's coming over.
Yeah, the Stinger as well. So you get an idea, and now cemented, I guess, that the force is possible.
And you just know that RRQ are trying to go in with a lot of mobility as well. Forsaken slows that down just in the nick of time. Ghost shots
Nah. Dude, give him some more rounds. He's about to. He would smash the kill record right now. 25-5. We're 15 rounds in.
They were looking for some kind of a high gear play into the site.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a map from Forsaken, hasn't it? He is angry today, getting involved in all of these duels. 25 kills already in a map of 15 rounds, Quack. Going into the 15th, he's got 25
No,
kills.
it's insane. It's insane. He's on a 5 KD. 5 KD with 15 rounds.
On his face from the player cam before into what could be the final round.
They all have heavy armor here though, so.
From Jing.
No, you're KD. That's nuts. 26-5. He ended on 26-5.
As the final scoreline from the first map.
Yeah, that is absolute destruction.
My goodness, bro, they wrecked them.
Feels like they've just got better and better ever since that game against DFM. They are just
the momentum's insane here, I'm telling you.
Coming in towards VCT Pacific 2025, and it doesn't look like with this form that they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Hey.
Yeah, this engine is just chugging all the way forward. The next map is going to be PaperX's map pick of Split as well. It's tough, but you need to see more from this RRQ core.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll highlight it again, right? Best of 5, you can't forget about.
Okay, we got to chat. We got to look at these stats. Let me get the VOD up real fast.
Of it, but right now we're just seeing confidence from PRX, taking duels together as a team, multi-fragging up a storm. Everybody
just how it's singing as well.
On PRX on this map, right? Every read that they're having, every play that they're doing, no one's falling behind. You know, they're holding each other's hands essentially to get the trades out. It's just a kind of a masterclass play from PRX here to counter what RRQ are trying to do when they're gathering space, when they're playing patient, when their rotations are trying to come out.
And that's when you have PRX at their very best. Just kind of like what Alex was talking about, when everyone's holding
look at
their
this.
own leash, right? They don't need to be reined
307 ADR,
You know, we talk about
448 ACS. Nuts, man. 3 fast kills as well. Dude, look at the fast kill diff. They got 1 fast kill.
And now we cast our minds towards the next map.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Sometimes it feels like you do need a bit of beef. You do need a bit of anger, and we'll see if RRQ has that dog in them just as we toss it back over onto the desk.
Ooh, I definitely think RRQ has that dog in them, but it's just that you're dealing with a bunch of dinosaurs here on the side of PRX. So, especially with, you know, this map on Fracture,
Jesus.
I mean, they
Yeah, there it
thrive in
is.
this
My
kind of
goodness,
map,
man.
Which is why the map veto was such
But
a big
this
plus
is
point.
nuts.
And
On
this is,
Fracture as
I
well,
would say
12.
You would kind of expect a result like this.
Like,
That dog is looking like a chihuahua.
they maybe
That's
play.
the only way I can describe it.
They
I
kind of
mean, it is
played.
tiny,
RRQ kind of played their
yappy and
Vice
Where is it? 'Cause, I
like
mean,
a
this was
Cypher.
absolute
But then they didn't
domination from
have
PRX, 13-2,
the
with
good things that a
14
Cypher
of the
give you
first
in terms
points.
of like kill
where
trips
do we
through a
even
smoke.
begin in this map? This was absolute
So
utter
I think that's something that they have to
carnage
look
for
at.
RRQ. And I mean, I
But
feel
honestly,
like
if they
RRQ's
lose this,
map
then they
pick,
don't have to look at it
they weren't
because
prepared
Fracture's not here.
Where were they?
But
They didn't show up to the game.
Toronto.
It was the same thing as yesterday. Like,
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
RRQ here. I thought that they were going to be able to have some vigor coming into
Why did
the
RRQ
game
pick this
today.
map? They thought they could
4
exploit
people
the
didn't
fact that
show
there's
up to
no
the game.
drone.
We got to shoot back.
Because we covered pretty early.
This is
Kinda have 3 drones and a
Make no
boombot.
mistake, like Forsaken, outstanding game on the Neon. 450 ACS, that is ridiculous. Device aced in the pistol to start things off. Not much else was
Okay,
really
I'll be
needed.
back in a
Like,
little
this was Forsaken just running them down, and PRX with an improved approach in on Fracture, which we'll dive into a little bit more detail on a little bit later on. But I mean, RRQ just was not present in this map of Fracture.
No, unfortunately not. And the numbers don't lie as well, right? You do have a gem cam on the MVP side of RRQ, but as
There
we're
were
talking about,
exits though.
Yeah,
Like, there were
exactly.
exit kills.
Like 6
The
of those
whole
at
team
least.
got rolled, and then he was sitting outside of the site waiting for them to avoid dying to the spike. Like, there was no impact from anyone on RRQ.
Yeah.
and you contrast that with how Forsaken was playing the Neon, right? Definitely in their faces, running and gunning. It's just a specialty of Forsakens, and we don't really know what to say at this point because 13-2 on Fracture in this manner is really, really tough for the side of RRQ. But for PRX, hey, it's just another day in the PRX office.
Yeah, I mean, they are really going from strength to strength, and we've seen some improvements already from them. So we'll dive into the replays here. I want to cast our mind back to what we saw versus T1 on Fracture. This was round 11 on their attacking side, and this is where they had so much trouble on that attacking side, attacking into the Vice, getting disrupted. They could not get these executes off, and you'll see it here. The pacing is all off. Forsaken is ahead of the rest of the pack. People are not able to scale up effectively on the attacking side here, and it's T1 doing a really good job. They're fantastic at this map, even though they're out of the tournament now, but also PRX not really pacing things super well and getting disrupted quite a lot by both people on the Prim, as well as you have the nice reactive utility on the Teo Breach. Stax is playing in front of the Sky Smoke, so you can see it's very hard for PRX to get these executes off, but that was not the case today. Not only because I feel like they fine-tuned a lot of their attacking side here, Morgan, but also I feel like RRQ did not play around what they were doing very well.
Yeah, it's the polar opposite. We just saw there, this is a clear and hard read, so we see kind of the same thing we saw in that T1 game. We're looking at a heavy arcade hit, and they're doing that because they know that that Vice wall is on A main. But just look at how they move into the site. The spacing, it's much more consistent. We saw them run this tight 4-1 the whole map, and it's just a massive improvement from when we first saw their Fracture. They look more drilled, they look more together, and their read looked very good that game. But like you say, RRQ weren't even really there. I feel like one thing T1 did very well is they played forward. They played in front of the smokes. They disrupted PaperX. We just saw in that round how RRQ was stacking 4 on A, and you know, they just give up the sites for these retakes. So I want to see RRQ take the fight to them a little bit more. Don't be so afraid. That's what they need to do.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's like when you're playing into T1's defense, first, you got to deal with Buzz on the op. You got to use a lot of utility and spend a lot of time pushing him off the angle. And then it's the reactive utility. You're getting harassed as you come into the site. Either you got to trigger the Vice Wall, you got to try to navigate your way through some reactive smokes. You've got counter utility from the Teo and the Breach. I didn't really get the sense that RRQ was pushing back when PaperX was going into these sites almost ever, number one. But also number two, I feel like PRX is just in free flow right now. They are moving as a unit so well. There's no hesitation. There's no doubt at all. And when you got Forsaken being the tip of the spear, being the sharpest player in the server, and just running an absolute masterclass on the Neon, that's his signature duelist right now, there's just no stopping them, unfortunately.
Absolutely. We have so many highlights here of Forsaken that we're going to pull up right now. You look at the opposite side, right? Monyet, nowhere to be found. And you look at Forsaken, the complete opposite of what you need to be on this map.
For Monyet, like, we saw it previously as well, where he was just really sending it the last time I saw RRQ on Fracture, and it had very mixed success. And like I said before, I wanted to see him, I wanted to see a Neon on the op, but it was not really something that Monyet's had a lot of success with, and there was just no one able to stop Forsaken in the server this game.
I think there's no doubt. It's a hard diff. That's the only way we can really describe it. And I think this is one thing that I do love about PaperX is, you know, they don't use the Neon everywhere, but on the maps it's well suited. They put Forsaken on it. They don't try and force anyone to play these kind of like duelists that they're not comfortable on, because they have 3 different experts on the 3 different duelists. So it's great when Forsaken gets a chance to really shine like this, and I felt like he was set up so well. He was traded out so well if he did ever die, and I just think he was a monster.
Those numbers are disgusting. He's killing 2 people a round worth of damage, 1.7 kills a round. He's good for 2 every round.
Every single round.
Like, I'm not sure how you're even supposed to deal with it.
You can't. I mean, you just lose. We just go next.
Yeah, pretty much. And you look at, you know, almost half. You have the Vi up next on PaperX with 14 kills. Yeah. So that just shows you.
I feel like he won the game, though, when he just aced on the pistol. Like, the mental damage that he inflicted to RRQ with that pistol round was unrecoverable.
Yeah, it was just the blast radius of that just echoed throughout the entire
I feel like you're getting that a lot from PaperX. Like, you have different players that are stepping up and having these impact rounds, and they're a team that thrives off of momentum, but also RRQ, I feel like there's some degree of doubt in their camp after that Gen G game, and you saw it just continue to affect them all throughout Fracture. Like, when are these guys going to wake up?
Yeah. I have to agree with you. I feel like that they need to get their heads back in the game if they want to come back into this series. But we're moving on to Split, which is, of course, PaperX's pick. And we've seen some differences in these comps. PaperX in the past played this double duelist. We've seen Raze and Yoru come out from them. On the side of RRQ, it's that Breach Teo.
Yeah. It is. I mean, we need to see them execute that much better than they did on Fracture. Jemkin is usually a disruptive force on the Yoru. We love his Yoru. But Split is just not a map that has really been repped by either of these teams very much at all. Over on the side of RRQ, we've seen them lose to Nongshim and that is back in the group stage. Over on the side of PRX, the only team that they played in this stage was GE, and then outside of that, the opening game of Kickoff, or very early on in Kickoff, they played T1, but that was a completely different era with different comps entirely. So I want to see why PRX picked this map.
Imagine this, Valorant after Teo nerfs, but without Icebox.
We've seen them play a lot of different styles. They played the Yoru Raze there, so
good agent
double
balance.
Duelist, similar to what you've seen T1
run
before.
We might get there.
We'll see if they kind of stick to that going into this.
Yeah, and I do
wonder see what the new map is.
Jemkin back on the
what the new map replaces.
Does that inspire a bit more confidence, right? Because of RRQ, you were looking at
Skinap, thank you so much for the 5 months, mate.
Power on, you know, for
appreciate the prime.
Forsaken.
Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit.
Nowhere to be found, right? Cushy,
I think
even Xpharaoh. Unfortunately,
I see. I got nothing wrong with. I got nothing against what Trex did, to be honest. I think that was kind of funny.
You know, we're good for 3 maps. That is for
I think Darker
all the way to a 5. So going over
I don't
into
know.
this next map,
I get that he's. I think Darker kind of just
this
tweeted in
that we don't
anger.
Really see a lot from
It's also the first time that Darker's like
not
had success in Split in Valorant.
On the second map of the series.
I mean, this is one of the things.
So he's pretty much just annoyed.
Am I seeing that? Right?
Yeah. Look, we'll discuss the RRQ
who
one.
is that? Who is that? She's from your country, is she not?
Secondary with the tier 1. Thanks so much for the 2 months.
I haven't
Thank you,
seen this
thank
one in
you.
a while. I'll talk about RRQ first, though. You do have the double duelist coming
Trax
out.
rage rate, yeah, pretty much was that.
Not playing Breach, Teo. It will be
Wait,
a single init fade
they got a
so
Sky.
very similar to what you'd see something from T1 running, or even similar to a comp that
They changed
PRX
their
run
comp.
Too long ago.
Yeah, for PaperX.
Patman goes over towards the Sky. I mean, the comp, yeah, the comp makes sense. This is old school what people used to do. The problem with this comp now is, let's just highlight defense. So if you're on defense and you got like the Viper Wall smoke over towards A, and you're creating pressure, like as soon as this Viper Wall smoke goes up, normally you would send a flash to get info, right? And then you would send a flash again. And you would send a flash again. But now you only have 2 flashes, so it's like you can probably send 1 flash for this to clear if they are actually going over towards A default, but once that flash is gone and that wall goes up again, you still don't know. So RRQ, if they play like slow on attack, that's pretty much what you want to see from them. Because this guy will primarily play in like this box and just flash and get info on A. So RRQ needs to play slow, really. RRQ on attack, PaperX on defense.
Maybe.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Sky for a while.
A resurgence of Sky as well. It's the only pick in Pacific currently. I should mention that
PaperX. Last time they go for a 5-person pistol, it's a 5-person punch over towards mid.
On the attack, then being able to smoke
and I mean,
straight into the A site.
If they manage to keep 2 here in the afterplant, it's gonna be hard for PaperX.
Gather in the information department. This time, however, 5 versus 5 pistol for a retake.
And every single PaperX member has opted to go out from the ropes. And with perfect crosshair placement as well, Jing eliminates Monyet straight out from the roster. Then
Big dash across to get info.
Dashes straight into the smokes. Jemkin then to deal with him.
A great flash from Jenkin.
To be able to stave off the PaperX aggression as well.
He did great, man.
However, and PaperX once again with numbers, looking for an opportunity in this retake. Cushy though, able to hold down the ground, and Crazy Guy.
Yeah, this is nice. Good off the pump positions. Jemkin did everything.
This pistol round so far.
The retake from PaperX was pretty nice though.
Good round to come out from RRQ.
Like their Yuto was good.
Shake off any worries from the previous map as well that you know Ewok has probably already mentioned to them in the break. Best of 5, you've got depth. Losing a map here or there, you can have some recovery as well for a map like Split, where we've not seen stability actually from RRQ on this one either, right? Both times we've seen them play it throughout the course of this stage. They've changed up their agents, albeit small, right? An Astro and an Omen switch up this time, a little bit more drastic. But picking up the pistol round on PaperX's option to just stay together as a team in mid first.
Oh my god.
You want to see a battle against
the entry boombot's done so much damage.
Unfortunately, he's going to find Zilch. PaperX then to try to hover around the sites, but everything's been smoked off, of course.
Yeah, and just running on this double duelist comp as well for RRQ. You really want to see them get down and dirty in the battles, right? You really want to see them go for the good old fights, which is what PaperX could potentially do at the moment.
Yeah, the double duelist, well, not in this round currently.
It's more so that you've got the pistols on PaperX's side. You can just throw caution to the wind a little bit and see what you can find.
Scrappy. But that said, RRQ recognizing the situation as well. They've got these guns.
I think this version of PaperX is better than Champs 2023. Yeah, I mean, they have way more chance of being consistent. That's like the thing at the moment. They play a lot smarter now.
Their time currently, which might mean down to the last few seconds of the round.
Yeah, exit kills the name of the game at the moment for PaperX.
They probably the highs of that team are pretty high, but I think you have to feel more confident about them like being more consistent, because their way of playing just makes way more sense.
For the showstopper, but in the grand scheme of things, this was the expectation of the round with RRQ finding the
Could ISO be good on Split? I think ISO's good on every map, man. I think ISO's really strong.
Some slight ideas as well. RRQ having opted to go for the garage space, garage fights instead. PaperX, they've been doing a decent job of picking up the ult over around A main.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be back to the learning curve as well for PRX on a map like Split, right?
With a comp like this as well.
Only seeing them play it once against Global Esports in this stage. You throw it on further back as well to kick off once against T1, where they get a close loss, 13-11. A more similar style of play, you would say, just having the Sky and a double duelist there.
That's a heavy shutdown of the A strat.
And a change of look
I also think we've seen 2 fast rounds from RRQ. They don't have to do that. Oh, we've seen 3 fast rounds, but this is, it's still pistol bonus and stuff. Like, I'm not too bothered yet, but I do think as it gets into like these buy rounds, I would like to see them. I would like to see them slow play this a lot. Over towards A, you had a flash over towards the top where the wall wasn't down, so they can keep this 3-person strong and obviously hold the spike.
10 players, very, very sharp in this little game we call Valorant. But right now, the spike is in firm control of PRX. It's the controllers of RRQ to see what damage they can get back in return here.
I guess 2v5 going in for the dry peaked
Very nice. And Forsaken is really on one.
Let them find any breathing room whatsoever.
Yep, flawless round to come through from PRX in that one. This is the big old battle, though, that we do wait for, right? RRQ to get the guns back in possession, getting closer to a couple of these ultimate orbs. It does feel like at the moment, you know,
I interact with chat sometimes. Depends what you guys are talking about.
In the previous map. So it feels like little by little RRQ need to just get one foot in front of the other, right? Find an opening duel, recollect together, go in with a good game plan. Currently, it's a more stacking side of PRX towards B and mid, you could say as well.
Yeah, I like this from RRQ though.
Lone soldier at
the heavy A Heaven got punished, and so they go for it again. Like when it's basically the same fault of like you do a strat and it got antied, or you got wrecked so heavy that you just do it again because they won't have a heavy stack here. This is like the classic Sentinels. Go over towards Heaven, use the boombot to clear Heaven, create pressure so they kind of 2-person hold Heaven, and then you just hit over towards an empty site.
As well, does flush the plant in towards the corner of the site, where then PRX has a really good idea of where RRQ are positioned, except for Xfero, who might be able to find a couple more kills, but chooses to stay undetected instead.
Oh my god.
Numbers all down around him. It's just crazy guy
That's
left.
nuts, man. Okay, well, they made that look so easy. It wasn't even a bad round from RRQ. I still think they don't need to go this fast, personally. I think you can pretty much just wait out Patman's flashes, but like they got over towards site. It was a 5v5 retake, but
from the heavens as well, just choosing to send it on the raise, right? Not being scared.
yeah, Monya maybe oversteps.
Even being seized, but it doesn't matter because
Omen flash was good for the double satchel. Molly was good.
You know, when we consider the Joman or the Foeman from Jing and Forsaken, they are certainly adapting. I think that's a really good word to use here for PRX throughout this stage. Adaptation.
Okay, low buy Stingers. Dude, RRQ have not won many buy rounds in this. They've won, I guess the 2 rounds they won were buy rounds, so they've won 2 buy rounds. That's it.
Of PRX, they should be able to dodge the ultimate. Unfortunately, though, for Forsaken, you can't dodge.
Dude, 4-passing here for PRX, so they want to do a heavy punish over towards middle. They can definitely fast flood in. Oh, that's the kill though.
And in a 3v5, you might not be able to find that opportunity. However, Divine just straight down from hell, he finds 4 kills! Being able to rip all those numbers away from RQ, it's just
dude, that was nice though. Monya did good on this. Dude, how's Divide getting 4 here? I gotta see this POV. Like everyone was here, and I imagine it's like trades, and everyone's aiming for someone else, but
trying to dig his team out of an awkward situation, but in this one, right, a 5 versus 3 scenario for RRQ, bring a little bit of stability on.
I mean, not even, dude. Everyone's aiming at him. That's sick. A good ult from Monya. That ult's harder to hit than people would think. There's a lot of people that would like aim a lot higher up than he did when you have to gotta go for the wall.
This battle, right, in this matchup, duels going both ways. This time,
yeah, I like this though. Fake over towards A, big duel over towards B. Forsaken, spike is here. That's the spike.
Yeah, that one's a bit rough.
Fortunate
That's
kills,
funny.
however, that will
The
be
Pharaoh
the
really
spike
waited
then, a little
though.
bit closer
He waited to make it
towards
look
the
like it
B
was
side.
only
We're
one.
looking to fight.
That's the
a
spike now
problem at
though.
the moment. Spike is down. Imagine a world in which he just decided to rip the pit, but he's going to fall back, play to the numbers with the team.
Dude, PRX didn't really budge for this Euro ult fake.
Jemkin is able to craft anything out. That said, though, straight in with Cushy, and he's been robbed.
And you're not in the scenario.
Man, this team wins so many duels.
To get the spike with Jemkin
This is what it used to feel like watching them when they,
like
back when they had confidence. Like, I think they got confidence again now, but they lacked a little bit of confidence in the beginning, and they were switching a lot of stuff up. Like, they just win so many game duels.
40 long seconds.
Although, if Patman gives him a duel, he wins that one. Start to cook a little bit.
Turn around, get a spray transfer onto Defy. It's possible. It's taking his time though, and PRX,
the full decay.
Yeah, holding on to their leashes. They wait for this. They're playing as a team. Crazy Guy being able to.
I can't believe he is able to get a plant.
He technically only has one angle he needs to spray, but pit down, vision on him.
The hood's been spotted. Tries to play around the smokes. Being able to read the situation that PRX are looking to play as a team, but of course when you have something on the Jets,
he missed the shot, gets the shorty out, and he's just like, well, I know you guys can trade me. Yeah, I still have Steam open.
And win. So PRX doing it together, right? Nobody going too far forward to give an opportunity to Crazy Guy to come out with that one. 3 versus 3.
Dude, that's an old school one.
Now as well.
People don't know Frank? Prankster? 1.6 player?
On, right?
Anyone?
In the last
No?
map, when you consider at this point in time, it was 5-1 by round number 6. So a little bit more from RRQ here. No coach intervention.
Dangerous game. Dude, what's this doing?
That, you know, they're gonna potentially have something to do in this round anyways, right? Light investments for RRQ. Make sure you're holding off for the next rounds. Go all together.
No one knows Frank's a UK player. 1.6. CSGO.
Went in for the
No one?
well.
Okay.
He crashed in towards a corner.
Oh, Patman spotted.
Angles marked, but yes, he's got the pop flash to try to attempt at a duel.
We got a Mangia Capra. Yeah, dude, it's the same kind of timeline.
Tries to go in for the flick though. Ooh, narrowly dodging until Monyet denies that opportunity. 3v5 at this point.
Pit, good time to use it actually.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Maybe. We'll see. There is a showstopper for Jing.
Straight into the pit.
Yeah, be risky for sure. This is what I'm talking about though, right? You have a bit of a light investment as RRQ.
Bro, we are
You
12.
can try and get something to work. You've passed correctly into Patman on the site. Good.
You can't all be 12.
Jemkin to get in there. Devi's looking for some bit of damage at the moment, but you just feel like the spike is ticked away too far already.
Oh, second kill going through. You got RQ members up by Heaven as well.
Yeah, just trying to make sure we do some damage here. It's a nice round for them though. They managed to pick up the double gun.
Of course, ultimately goes over to RQ.
I still think RRQ are going kind of fast, but they got 4 rounds on attack, so I can't even be mad.
That have a buy in the next round is just better that they've got another round on at the tally to back this one up. Single duel against Patman, a awkward encounter for something as well, just falling out of the rafters. Tries to updraft back into it, doesn't work out. Bit of a rough one for PRX, though they themselves should have a bit of an investment coming in towards this next round as well to see if they can challenge back.
Should be. But it is a fair and very tense fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I think everybody should have been expecting coming in towards this series, right? Really great duels, a lot of backwards and forwards action. Bit of a mid-prowl from PRX at the moment, though.
Dude, another site here. Another free A site. Bit of a changer from PRX. They got aggro over towards middle, so now they can actually push behind, but I'm already starting to look at the afterplant positions, and it's still looking nice for RRQ. Does feel like PRX might have to do some kind of timeout and go more aggro A, or hold the site itself. Ado hits 3.
Bit more timing and space to then push in alongside his teammate Cushy. PRX
Nice
though
shot.
avoids the angles until Jing tries to fight back in. He gets denied, and it's just PRX with 2 left. Something he's noted at least 1 position, but he cannot go in for the chase. And meanwhile, the spike just continues to beep off.
Boy.
Crazy Guy springs back up, and it's just Patman left. Peeked out once again. A decent dink.
But that's it, isn't it? Another successful A encounter for RRQ. Blades going awkward for something. Feels like PaperX's game plan to relinquish control of this A site is starting to get the better of them. So maybe we do see a bit of an adjustment for them on the back of that round there. Have a bit more numbers, but this is where we talk about conditioning your opponents as well, right? If you're going A successfully, start to change up your own approach for a mid-B split potentially for RRQ. Though feels like in this sort of time, Alex is gonna have to come out with a timeout.
He's gonna be speaking about he's gonna be speaking about aggro A.
PaperX's timeout, as expected though, to come into.
They got a whole day.
I mean, you're gonna have to plot something truly cerebral to be able to get a read for that. I mean, an execute with Monette flying up over to the top of heaven, and also for Jemkin to be able to sneak all the way back into screens.
If you were a fruit, which fruit would you be? Mate, there's no way people just have this as an answer ready to go. Surely.
Going together as a team, having a more layered approach with the beginning utilities.
Is this what you guys think about?
But for not a single member of the PaperX squad to be able to anticipate this play, I guess that's why Alex feels a little bit perturbed.
You gotta remember as well, Split is not generally a map that PaperX opts to play.
Which is why this is a bit of a question mark pick, Moto.
Best of 5, you made it to Toronto.
You gotta feel it out, and why not leave your best maps for the last?
I hate how many of you have answers for that. Okay. Chat, lock in, because lose this round, eco.
Be gone.
I say that, I laugh with tears in my eyes. That's it though, RRQ of course, a much better showing right now.
This is what I'm talking about earlier though, PaperX having to change things up, get some more bodies towards the A side. The conditioning factor of RRQ, where they can have a bit of
He says he's late for the coal shoveling. Fine, honestly, we can relax a little bit on the coal, we did great.
The showstopper just doesn't
Unless we're going for that first seed.
And then again, spin down in a corner for Forsaken to try to hold up by Raptors. RQ though, they still have their options, and it's going to be the current TP into back site. Forsaken's attention being pulled away.
Oh, they have no idea.
The angle. He spotted out Jemkin. He finds the first duel. However, a flash gets sent over.
No,
he tries to
could you imagine it?
The smoke, but gets denied.
I actually thought he was going to get it. Sorry, something to say very early.
Sneaking his way up, skulking his way forward.
Damn, it's nice from him, bro. Nice shots on this. 2v3. Dude, they got 2 kills from people not understanding or not being aware of where they might be.
Well, nobody's home. We're seeing some duels in mid. We're seeing a whiffage of the showstopper. Let's get a quick flank happening, and he was there super early to come out with the
Mini, what fruit would you be if you were a fruit?
That's just quick reaction from the entire
Do you have an instant answer for this? I feel like Mini's the kind of person that would have an instant answer for this.
Completely south for some reason with that showstopper, but hey.
Yeah, it was a 2 versus 4 as well, so they've really managed to pull that one back by isolating a couple of great angles in the end.
Something and Forsaken putting up those performances.
Why did so many of you say that Mini's a raisin or a grape? You all went for the same answer. Raisin because everyone hates raisins. That's messed up.
Come out on top of the duels. Devias well eliminating Jemkin, but RQ does not let up. Forsaken then trying to play around the pillars, but yes, completely exposed thanks to that haunt.
Bit of utility for a retake here. No smokes for PaperX though.
Wait, he's the one that said it? That's funny. Wait, how do you guys all have an answer so fast for that? I think my brain's programmed way different.
2 kills around the pillar. He prompts the tailwind, but Cushy
lovely trades over towards site. Chat, we got to stop talking about this. I have no idea what went on to this round. Honestly, that one was my fault, though. I asked the question.
Have a great haunt at the end there. Makes Forsaken sweat a little. There's Devi caught in the open as well. These are the moments where you just need to see these players have some really good self-adjustments in the round as well. How are you going to be able to win a couple of these duels? How are you going to be able to favor things for your team? Sometimes it is out of your hand, though, and you just need to hit your shots with your crosshair.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. But that would be RRQ playing things extremely well.
Dude, RRQ are going so fast, so many side hands.
It completely
I build up at the beginning being like, yeah, they're against the Sky, they're going to play it slow, they're going to make sure that they bleed all the flashes out of them for info, but they've actually just rushed sides every round.
Yeah, numbers are here. Spike not yet needing to be established. Spike dropped on the floor. PaperX looking to flood towards the side. The shots from Jemkin though, superb.
Taps forward again and again, and he knows that
Boom was spotted. It's nice shots from Jemkin. Might have to do more.
Something though. Still looking for the fights
Oh.
against the counterpart Russian across the other side. He finds yet another kill.
And how do you play this as Jemkin? You've got every single piece of your ability right now.
Has to go for the spike plant. Something then taking elevation. Looks for the best possible angle. Jemkin has to be aware of this. He has to work around the pillars. Spots it.
Damn, dude. It's a great round from Jemkin. Something really did his best there.
And he still comes out on
Dude,
top
7 on attack is lovely though.
He gets the better of him in this one, but at what cost, right? It's an anti-eco. They came into it with pistols and a Guardian. So the fact that they stack towards the A site,
dude, it's lovely shots, man.
Coming towards B, let's just
this guy's aim.
rotate on over, and something comes out.
Dude, look at everyone's aim.
Sinister shots of the Guardian. I mean, it's a winnable scenario at the end. Jemkin 20 HP, something 30, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure the shots sting a little bit, but considering how the entire half has played out, Komodo, RRQ are happy to take that little bit of damage. They're able to buy back up again.
Okay, insta ult, and they managed to get 2 past the ult. Yeah, this is nice though. Dude, it's another instant sight hit. I feel like I've seen 10 retakes at the moment. Or 10 attempts at a retake.
Fight and then meet up with the team. This is going swimmingly for RRQ.
Yeah, Xfero just blocking every single letter up by mailroom. Something though. Able to sneak up from stairs, so possibly another round with elevation going forward. The blades have been drawn, but Jing has been silenced.
I mean, it's definitely like a 2023 comp, but a lot of it was more down to the actual positionings of everyone. Like, it felt like the whole defense half, they were waiting to punish over towards middle, and then they never went middle. And so they ended up just having to retake all the time.
To come through, it just feels like the game plan of RRQ on this attacking side. You know, you're really forcing out a lot of information needed from PaperX to get an idea where you want it to go, right? If it's a quick one out from RRQ on that attacking side, well, they're almost playing retake 9 times out of 10. You're seeing duels go each way. You're seeing scrap battles be won by RRQ this time as opposed to last map. Oh, this is a tough one.
Greatest entry fragger.
Currently, you go.
I don't think this is a tough one.
Yeah,
I think Jemkin's playing too good.
Kind of sent himself into oblivion a couple of years too. So,
especially from that previous map. Come on, you can't really fault him. Sometimes he's on the smokes.
Yeah, this is true. Got a lot of players
that
love our.
Who came up with this? Who is the real man? Oh my God, production sometimes cracks me up. You got a guy, you got a man, but it's Patrick Mendoza.
Yeah, unlike Patrick.
It's forsaken the best player to have not won an international.
Not even his name.
Problem is there's loads, dude. I think most people would say Forsaken or Mako.
Icebox. That one's a little bit interesting to come out in towards this veto as well.
But certainly RRQ keeping things interesting with a strong first half showing. Now swapping over onto the defense, where you get to see, you know, Crazy Guy maybe show off his chops a little bit.
Well, you get to
1-0 on the map, 2-1.
At the moment in PaperX, leading very handsomely with those. RRQ already gathering a lot of information at the A site with the Prowler. That no one's going to be at least in close proximity. As PaperX play a little bit more silently towards the B side of things, seeing no over-investments.
What are my thoughts on the NRG changes?
Going by themselves.
I mean, I think they're pretty good, to be honest.
Omen utility as well.
I think it'd be nice to see what Bonkar can do.
However, it does bring out the Trailblazer.
And you know it's going to be like all his stuff now as well, like he'll fully be in charge.
Position.
Who's the IGL though?
Pretty close towards a B pop.
Right. As soon as that Trailblazer goes through, clears out backside, the rest of the team pushing up from
Beef and IGL.
You do have Crazy Guy who's kind of given up the side.
Yeah, you recognize
it might work because of Bonkar, to be honest.
Yeah, that's why he's saving up that paranoia as well. Props it up right now in this moment. The entire team surrounding him.
Zero utility for PaperX here.
Yeah, it's going to be just a full gunfight.
Problem is their start's so bad that they have to get top 2, right? They can't win off champ points.
Position around for it currently.
My
Inside
goodness.
the smoke, though, and it's just
Wait.
PRX finding first contact.
How'd he get that kill mid-air?
As well, and the only one left then is Cushy. Sort of not yet spotted, but
Not enough points, they have to get top 2.
as soon as you make
I mean, never say never, but
you're
giving him like a 3% chance or something.
The pistol picked up by PRX.
Nuts shots to come out of Crazy Guy with the classic as well. CT jumping around, right clicking, taking some heads. PRX, they will take the second pistol of this map. I do like the forward play that they opted to go for as well. Yeah, that right click jump is a little bit crazy. Pistol round will keep things in good contest here for PRX, struggling a little bit at the tail end of their defensive side.
Guys, you gotta buy more into this one, surely.
This is a bit of a lighter buy coming into for this map. Couple of pistols. Couple of
it is this classic, so maybe they'll be alright.
Not a single rifle except for.
Always feel a little bit better when I see a Marshall at least.
RRQ currently.
Mo_G with the prime. Thank you so much for the 2 months, dude. Appreciate that. Pistols, chat. 3-1.
Little by little, let's follow the leader of the Trailblazer into the B site.
Yeah, they picked the right site. Can Crazy Guy get anything?
Here himself yet again.
And if he plays close, he might be able to find some right clicks, but with the angles exposed, Jing will quickly deal with him.
And now you know that no one else.
Some might be switching to Sentinel.
Pistol retake, see if RRQ even just do what PRX did and go up with the spike eventually. Makes sense.
I guess that percentage goes down a little bit.
I get why you need to play to every advantage that you can possibly find. So not wanting
Hasn't
to give
Scuba
too much up to
played
PRX,
Smokes
but
and
that
Sentinel?
said,
Or am I just fully wrong?
It's a little bit quiet right now.
You get the idea of what RRQ are doing. You just want to figure out where they're sitting, which is in spawn.
Come on, give us a kill. Give us a corpse.
Something will happen.
It was playing Senti. Yeah, I don't see why they would do that.
Not too bad in terms of economical damage.
Well,
a little bit more going through, and it's just Forsaken left. He's up by heaven. I know the spike is still going to go off.
The good news is the PRX didn't put that much into this.
By RRQ.
And the fact
And they
that
get
it's
the orbs.
Forsaken surviving at the end here as well, one of the players that went in with the pistol, means you're only taking a ghost in towards your
He's the highest rated
rounds.
Sentinel in tier 2. Yeah, they'll just leave him with Sentinel.
On the other side, you did save a lot more coming into that second round, right? So you do afford yourselves some rifles now going into this.
Maybe on a couple of maps they want to play double Sentinel or something. I don't know.
A
Who
true
knows?
Red Bull clutch.
Yeah. It's one of those weird ones. But here we go. This is a bonus round, by the way, when you've got an operator in the hand for something.
Bonus round, but I don't think we can call it that. They've just bought. This is the full buy rounds, the NA buy.
And it's unexpected. Brilliant shot out from something. Xfero, that's going to cause a headache.
Man, that's
Never expected.
that's pretty brutal. It's a nice shot, man.
Something with a punish.
Fast.
And that means you got to play.
The timing of it was incredible as well. As they peaked.
The judge as well, so that's gone down. Can't play close with that one.
A lot of pressure over towards middle. Instant reaction to push over towards B main.
Dirty. Don't touch that orb and give them the info. Now you're stuck. Shroud step out.
Has to go in for it a little bit more.
It's a shame. They probably should have dogged like once the smoke had gone.
Thankfully able to get crash away.
Like they couldn't get too much because the smoke was here. Oh, this is not a good smoke in B main though. Crazy Guy was really panicked from the mid pressure. Dude, look at this B smoke. Please show me it for one of their POVs. It's so bad.
Scenario where RQ left without resources.
Left.
A plan
Devastating.
in the 5 versus 4.
Safer plant for PRX, so not leaving themselves exposed towards spawn. You do have
Oh, nice shot. Nice shot again.
Well, something then peeking out from garage. All of
Little jump spot to spot him as well, so Forsaken can swing. Oh man, that was lovely though.
Yeah, that's
That was a great round from something.
It's the bonus technically in the grand scheme of things, but I don't want to put the tag on it because it's not really a bonus round. It's a idea from PRX that they go lesser equipped into the second round of this half to then
they
get
get
out
rewarded for the buy.
FBX style, and they do. The operator was very pivotal in this round from something to catch Xfero off guard, to find Cushy.
And he didn't overheat. Something here, once he gets that kill in heaven, normally
plants down.
would peek this guy on the floor.
I mean, it's a little bit risky, but
But
now
he
you have
jump
them with an
peeks.
op, and that's something that
Gets the
RRQ's
info,
gonna have to
Forsaken knows where to
continually
pre-aim.
respect. That's why you got more players up around mid this time.
Or try and disrespect if you want to play close line with a judge, for example, as Xfero, but it doesn't feel like there's going to be any jewels that'll come
Okay,
his
definitely
way at
something
the
that needs to happen
moment.
for RRQ is all the time they're throwing this
Crazy
smoke,
guy.
so they do need to prioritize over towards A heaven. No doubt about it.
This weakness. Monyet, though, quick on the
Damn, nice kill.
But then still, for PRX to find the shots with the rifles.
Again, in these big battles where you've just got many bodies flooding, PRX are coming out on top.
Spike planted.
Sight controlled. Trailblazer into the kill as well, and it's just.
I think this, if you add up all of these
the
rounds
score has been tied up.
Yeah,
that we've watched out of these 2 maps, probably the match that has the most plants we've ever seen.
As well, or do they need some coach investment, right? Do we need to have a bit of a discussion?
It feels like every single round we're retaking on both halves, and on Fracture. They got a plant every single round right as well.
Waiting to see if that was
Like it's just non-stop. No one actually fights the Saints
Started off
ever.
8-4, and now PRX have found 4 straight rounds in a row. That op still proving to be a menace, even though it's only been online for 2 rounds.
Yeah, how are you going to remove that one, right? You need a little bit more of an investment of utility real early on when you consider that RRQ, you know, they've got the fade for the info, they can rumor as well. Otherwise, you're trying to see what Jemkin can do on this Yoru. Maybe you are trying to get a little bit aggressive, right? We haven't really seen the deep paranoia play come out from them to send it with the duelists. There's a couple of options that you can come out here and there to try and catch PRX off guard.
Did you see Mixwell and Zeke replies to the Trex thing? Nah. Honestly, I don't think I have Zeke followed on Twitter.
The rest of the sites a little bit more open for PRX to possibly.
I didn't say anything from Mixwell. I definitely follow him.
Around. That said, though, keeping my eyes on the minimap right now, Komodo, it's back towards more of a default-ish setup. And it's also something in with an operator of his own. He is playing around to the A side as well, so we might have
guys, I don't use the app much. Not beef.
Just have a really cool off battle in the round, which
barrel.
Get him in the hand.
Mate,
wow.
Please take the shot.
I can't believe that hitbox works.
Yeah, sometimes it be
took a long time for it.
just a little
wasn't even a slight tag.
Blown off the body. You'll take that as a kill. We needed an advantage for RRQ, right? They needed to find a good opener here on this defensive side. Now a challenge towards this A site where, again, it's Jemkin with the operator.
Sniper Overwatch just works wonders for RRQ, but not for the third time. Third time's a charm for PRX.
Seekers goes out. 2v3. Monyet must use his ult in this one. They need to make sure they win this round. Patman taps the spike.
Poison orb as well as a snake spy, but he's finding some timing.
He now has a smoke to play around a little bit. Because they cut sound, they're scared of a lock from middle. No one spot Devi yet.
Their movements, making things as silent as possible. RQ thinking to play safe.
I mean, Devi just gets wrecked from Monyet, right?
Found it perfectly against Devi.
Beautiful movement, just at the right time. Devi would have no idea. Even though the spike is down now, how do you isolate every single
dude, nice run from Monyet.
The first swing from Monyet.
Didn't have to use his ult as well, it's a big win.
Petman off guard.
Conversion after the timeout for RRQ, regaining the lead, more importantly getting the first round on their defensive side. Courtesy of some heavy lifting of the operator for Jemkin, so you'll take that as a prize in the next round as well. You really want to make sure
Holy, that Teva.
Have that in his hands as much as possible, it feels like, when it comes onto this map.
Spike planted.
Difference that the round could have came out with as well. If he potentially found him when he was going down the vent instead of Devi trying to just sneak in towards
They've got the op out. A lot of ults here.
But you throw that round away.
Money's not too bad though. PRX straight up back towards A, just all overwhelmed.
May very well go Jemkin's way with the operator.
Yeah, different.
Yeah, he might get another one here with the op.
PRX would be none the wiser. However, something might have an inkling. Dashes right forward.
Free sight and the fact that no one managed to. Oops.
Oops. Will collapse
Chill.
onto Xfero. This allows him to then continue holding heaven.
Yeah, they had no idea that he was resatcheling up in towards the rafters.
Yeah, they didn't even consider it.
About attack side on split, RQ. They're gonna have to go in.
Dude, look at Forsaken.
Jemkin, though,
Forsaken is going for the round the world, and he just flashed Heaven to make sure they can take the space. Nice shots, dude, as well. Dude, Forsaken's just running a little marathon. Going all the way around the world. While the rest of his team win the round. It's the classic, man. We're back to the first map. Win a round, lose the next. Everyone can buy from RRQ apart from one they take the hit. But they gotta win this.
And then you've got so many angles just being held by PRX at the end there. Flawless round to come through from them.
Yeah,
really not allowing
it's sick
any
damage.
further round accumulation to come through
Ooh.
from RRQ. You know, that's something that got the better of them extremely so on Fracture too, right? Just one isolated round here and there. This time
2-9, 3-4-3. I mean, they could have bought. There was only one person that was 2k that I thought was going to take a hit again, like a judge or something.
Yeah, it's not going to do too much.
Decent info, though. You got 2 smokes all being baited out right now.
But not finding anything further towards A main to see if anyone had started to scale up either.
Yeah, still someone needing to play safe, and that flash will just confirm that there's a possible
A reclear over towards B, pretty early for RRQ.
Around Mail.
Definitely an angle for
I do think they're starting to like prioritize Heaven a little bit, because again, Vi isn't always throwing a smoke here, so it's nice.
Is just PRX continuing to
Like, this is the spot they should be playing all the time. Good shot.
Across their T's until Jemkin will just scratch that one right off the margin.
Yeah, something down for the count. There was the one from Jemkin that I was talking about. Now you're looking for a bit of a plant as PRX.
And possibly for RQ to find close range with the right clicks as well.
Comms are a little bit off on this one. They smoke Heaven and Omen smoke Heaven at the same time. We had no smoke for spawn. We're flanking, but we have a shorty, nothing else.
Still could be good. Jing might not have an idea. He will dispatch off the first, though. And looks for
yeah, he picked up that gun from earlier.
That's where Monyet picks up the Vandal. Into the site they go. RRQ has a great chance because Patman's been fully blinded. Still good for 1, but it's just a 5 left. Tries to go for
nice down from RRQ.
Xpero with the classic up close.
Got to potentially even use the judge at the end there.
Yeah, it's one of the only times they actually won the retakens, purely just because of the push behind as well, I feel like.
Flank eventually coming out from Monyet, picking up the
Dude, what was this? Judge?
Judge,
Shorty, couple of ghosts.
Even with the pistols, you know, if you're
one sheriff, I think.
Getting out, giving your team an opportunity to play by the numbers, play by the angles, can certainly work a treat, but you really feel like Jemkin just had to hit the shots in there, had to buy some time, give the team the opportunity, with op or not. Rest of the team following in pursuit as well, backwards and forwards.
It's Monyet going crazy.
See if he'll have another opening duel.
Yeah, they got to stop throwing the smoke over towards Heaven. Jemkin's getting too much here. Getting way too much. They got to throw the smoke here. They're getting wrecked.
PRX, though, not backing down. It's something straight in with the shorty once again. Just quickly dispatched of. Then, of course, you got the rest of the team trying to work around elbow. Jemkin still in position, cushy up from the backside, but suddenly silence. Forsaken and Patman marking these angles. Monyet, though, surely you don't expect another. Tries to blast back them away, but doesn't quite work out. Off to the judge, out from ropes, and you have some slight resets.
Seekers from Patman off the plant, gonna choose to invest them here.
That gives some further information. You know that one is up by ramp. Where could the other be? It's a little bit obvious as well. But with the smokes coming up,
this is nice from them. But one of those where they wanted to be the first to make a plan here. Forsaken again. Another multi-kill, of course. I feel like this is his fourth 4K in the series.
For consecutive rounds, but maybe we'll change things up here. Unless we get another Thrifty coming on through. Because there's going to be some light investments from RRQ. Around the elbow there as well. A lot of bullying with the utility to try and stay alive, to try and foster an advantage.
Yeah, Seekers was good as well in the 2v2.
No trade ability either to come through from the controllers of RRQ at the end there. A little bit disconnected, trying to
poor RRQ, man.
Find the duel. Trying to isolate the angle.
It keeps happening to them on defense. They're going to look at this and look at their defense stats and be like, guys, why are we averaging 2 rounds on defense?
You've got the Nightfall, you've got the Pit. PRX take things real slow, you could choose to use them. But if PRX decide to just go into
a good time for PRX, they throw the smoke over towards Heaven, right? And they were doing warning signs like someone could be over towards Heaven. So it took them a couple of rounds to kind of realize they were getting punished from here, but now the smoke's going in.
Where Jemkin likes to lie in wait.
Yeah, blocking everything off. So Jemkin's Sheriff not able to sing right now.
Potentially plant open as well. Give your
Maybe
team
too many people on
as
site.
much options as
Want
you
to have
can.
someone else here.
Screen's
There we
being
go.
locked off. Elbow as well with this pit now coming up.
Cheeky one too.
Just to secure a possible 11th round.
Yeah, you could see, you know, a Prowler Investor or a Boombot from Monyet. Get some paint shells in there as well to clear out the close angles.
I mean, the double satchel into the ult might be something. When it's going for it.
Maybe the ult's coming through
1,
as well.
2.
Then just diving straight in. He's got that judge, and he's just hammering every single player down until Jemkin goes in for a trade of his own. It's just something left, and now he's back up from heaven. But he's got so many targets to contend with. All of them body blocking, a full fire.
What a molly that is.
Down to 5 HP.
Damn, nice rounds. That's a Monyet special, that is. The double satchel with the judge into the ult. It's like the best thing ever.
And it happens. 4 alive as well.
Judge against
steal those guns.
another round where a judge against the Viper always just sick. Dude, what a play from him.
Well, this one specifically sending it nicely as well. Got the Nightfall invested. Yeah, thank you for the gun. Xvero was the one that invested it, right? He was the one that bought it up, recognizing the situation that, well, I've got some satchels. I can send them. I can have a quick little kiss at the back of the side as well and really just remove you from the situation. The fact that he finds the second onto the pit player as well, right? Awkward that Devire loses that and there's no more pit available.
Did you see the Angel tweet about the criticism? Yeah, dude, Angel always has good takes, but it's like it's a massive experience diff. Like all the people that are going for, like that are fighting like outside a team publicly, and they're all relatively inexperienced. And Angel's just been in teams for so long that he just knows that.
Yeah, for sure.
He's like been there and done that and just been like, well,
this happens. Quite a long time. It looks significantly different as well with the roster of RRQ, for example.
Especially with the new members coming in. That said,
he's old is what you're saying? I mean, yeah, but it has its benefits. Trust me, it has its downsides, but it has its benefits.
Could be scary.
He knows how to like squash all of the things that can get pretty big in teams. Like normally he's making sure that those seeds don't get laid. Like if his seed gets laid in a team and it's about players, it can be a nightmare.
You might want to just be situating yourself as RRQ.
He's just making sure no one's plotting any seeds.
Where PaperX might look to end things, not give them an advantage in a 1vx duel.
Precisely. Not too eager as well. I mean, look at that tight angle from Monyet. And now in position to possibly send a showstopper.
I was going to say, I want to see what Devi is trying to do over at this pit. But if this is a call for PaperX to go through vents and start to sneak in
fake B, split over towards A. We can see on the minimap, it's pretty good. The nade might actually force him to just go over towards A now. Is it a free side still? It all kind of depends on if Xvero can get one.
Feels like Xvero might just have to be a statue here to make sure that nobody of PaperX can hold a potential retake from main.
Silent, strong statue into the corner around rep right now. The judge not yet sounding off.
Drift out though from Jemkin, wants to find all the information. The showstopper not going to work, but Jemkin
initiates the fight. That's 3 kills now. And then for Crazy Guy to chime in as well from screens. The trade protocols just to push through and get more space into the site.
Okay, well.
Xvero,
Couple of nice retakes in a row here. Dude, ever since RRQ picked up the judge, started winning some rounds. They do throw it away though, so it might be their downfall. 2 chances for them to close this one out.
Another avenue to potentially hold a retake from.
Is PaperX paying Mini now? I mean, you'd have to ask him. The thing is, he said he would work anywhere on the train. Just remember that.
It's now Matt Point though for PaperX.
He said he would push the cart, sell the snacks, shovel the coal. He just wanted a job on the train. Just remember that one.
But will they get any early advantages here?
Be the coal. Yeah, at one point he was the coal.
Those blades are going to have to be swift and precise, if anything.
Yeah.
Might have a judge to aid as well, but how much is it really going to work out?
Like that's the difference between you got 2 kinds of people in the world. You got Mini, he'll take any job on the train, and then you got Sideshow trying to avoid the train at any cost. And Look who's reaping the rewards.
Took a little bit longer than he expected. And out for Prowlers from Cushy as
And
well.
look who's
Further
living in
information
misery.
being found by RRQ. Just to mark the angles out for Garage.
That flash is
Ooh,
crazy.
awkward on the spray. Allows for PRX some tiny opportunity to get into sight. Forsaken with the double kill. Jing
Bro
with another.
dropped in with his
Just
own
Xfero
flash.
left, and he doesn't have enough.
He's pulled him out of this one potentially, hasn't he? 1 versus 3 for Xfero.
He's got to pick up a weapon at the very least.
Yeah, he will be able to, but is this the one that you want? It's the one that you've been favoring in this map.
At this situation, though,
Got the Vandal.
I don't think so. Comes back in,
Oh.
deals with the first, looks for further heads, but Jing just
Okay,
dulls
one
him
last go at
instead.
it.
12-11. Will PRX push us into overtime, or will RRQ be able to close it here? And now, for the last round of regulation, something, again, just not able to find value in the beginning engagements. Well, for each round, space was found for the team, for sure, but it already feels like, you know, RRQ kind of did give that to them, recognizing they don't have the numbers in the top tower, so you fall on back. But here we go, last round of regulation. Operator out.
Okay, they want to head over towards A again. It hasn't been giving them too much success. 3-person stack over towards it, all the way over towards Heaven, because every single time there's no Viper smoke here.
Yeah,
it's a great trade on this one.
That will be then more space for
Dude, PRX lost so many rounds because of this.
Speaking of losing your life, being robbed of it, something again, first casualty in this round. Silence for PRX. Seekers would
That's nice though, the Seekers. We'll reveal that there's 2 over towards site. 2 of them went site. There's no way they want to follow it up and go site. They're following them up and going site.
Off to the site though, the sudden peek out from Monyet around elbow. Just
Damn, they
brings
actually
things
built
apart.
different.
Defy, the second kill. And it's just
The fair play,
RRQ
man, they're
left.
built different.
We might go
Prowl,
into overtime, folks,
Seekers
because
reveals
Jing
1 here,
has the
2 on
sight
site.
lines up by
And they
ramp.
2-person
Check it
walk
down.
site.
They're all low. They're all half HP.
Good chance. Jemkin with the flashes. Does he have the vision? Does he have the sight lines? Looks for the duel,
Ooh.
in for the transfer.
Overtime or the
Forsaken.
banger?
Swings
I mean,
out,
PRX still have those
provides the
PRX rounds.
assistance
You gotta give them that.
necessary to bring us to overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That's so funny, man. Seekers. Guys, there's 3 here. Should we go back? No. We know there's 2 site.
Well, I say yet again,
Let's
first
take them
installment of it is the
down.
Vision
Let's just
series.
go
I love
from...
that you cleared your
Do we have a
throat
smoke for
round.
spawn?
You gotta
Nope.
get it ready. You gotta get
Okay.
it ripe and ready.
We know the site.
Valiant attempt from Jemkin at the end there. He's been having a banger on this map so far. 27 kills that he's coming out with. So far,
Tell you
we've
what,
had
every
some
round where they've had
phenomenal
Seekers on
moments
attack
from
though,
our
they've won, I'm
duelists
pretty
across
sure.
these two maps.
Like, they're
well,
good
you
with the
might
info.
have
They
one
just need to know where they are.
27 kills up on RQ. You've got 2 duelists or 2 players from PRX who've got 21 kills apiece.
Yeah, Brothers in Arms, Forsaken and Jing.
Overtime win rate,
Seeing what they can do here. We'll switch
100%.
things back up.
Damn,
PRX
dude.
to the defensive side.
Only 1 stat, but
See if they can
you take
continue
it.
with where they were able to find some little bits of greatness. Starting things off though, removing Crazy Guy. Not too bad.
really?
Forward space information into paint shells. Then another crossfire just to deny RQ A ramp control. They will elect to just sprint into the site though, and that's something, once again, finding first death.
Oh, the angle. Xfero wins that one.
And the Trailblazer might be able to
Yeah,
get a
they
kill
can't get
until
too
that
much of
Snake
the
by
dog.
Burns had to wait. Off to the site though. PRX, some urgency up from Heaven, as well as screens possibly.
Missed their Omen
Jemkin
flash.
reads that, holds down elbow. Ramp as well as additional angles being found by RRQ. PRX will have to find kills in order to get a clearer picture into sight. But so far, not good. Drops down, shot fire to mask sound. But RQ not peeking, still holding. Decent trade, and it's just Divine a 1v2. The spike still beeping away. Xfero alongside Cushy. They could go in for a double peek, and
Yeah,
that
very,
will be
very
that.
nice on this
A
one.
singular tap to bring them the first victory in OT1.
I mean, there was a couple
They
of
feel a little
jewels on
bit
site
stuck
there that
running
were
into
very,
the
very
elbow
important.
there as something. You got to do something as Jing
Yeah, and I
there
think
as
they're
well to
maybe
try and
speaking
bring
about
it
the
back.
fact that the,
Saxon
oh,
again,
okay, it was
shots on
mid-smoke.
out.
And they were
Relative
talking about the
trap
fact
play
that
at the
the
very beginning, but RRQ, once
flash
they're in
missed
the
there.
site, they have the
Yeah.
right angles that they need to hold. Bit of a crossfire allowed at the back of the site. Great haunt to come out, by the way. Definitely loving to see good initiator utility always work for a kill. And now RRQ will find themselves on the map.
The
point,
attack
lead
op.
going back onto their now defensive
He's going for that
side.
mid pick though, but honestly, we might see a repeat.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one. He's kind of fallen off a little bit, right? in the tail end of this map too. Just getting shut down time and time again at the very beginning. You're bringing an operator onto the attacking side. You need to be very aware and having a teammate next to you, you feel like, in case you miss the shot.
Are they going to push all the way? Oh my. It's a big change up. It's bold. Forsaken's looking for it. God, that's a nut. That is a crazy shot. What does he just hit here? Like a hand.
Taken down the heavy hitter in Forsaken though. So you definitely take that as RRQ for what it's worth. Something.
Wait,
He wins
what?
the duel against Crazy
My guy's
Guy. Advantage.
incredible.
PRX into the B side, dash across, dodging the flashes. Jemkin, he wants to do the party, he wants to do the damage.
And he's holding the angles with assistance from the team.
Whoa.
By the right side.
Bro
Jemkin
hit
then
so
to
many
find the
nut shots this
triple.
round.
Just a 1v1 left, and Jemkin has an ult.
Where does he think the Devi is coming from though? He's got the ult, the time right now for Devi to get in his head.
Devi slowly sculking forward.
Damn, Jemkin is a beast. Jemkin is a beast. Sick map though. Sick map.
Final scoreline of
Dude, we get the replay of that shot? I'm telling you, that shot from something was crazy in heaven.
Yeah, he's dug him out of a rough situation time and time again on this map, hasn't he? Multi-frags on multi-frags, couple of great early openers. Feels again that the shutdown on towards something hurts a little bit more for them, right? These disadvantaged scenarios as PRX throwing
Train crash isn't a train crash, there's a small bump.
And you are just getting smacked a little bit. Really good adjustments of
Just
RRQ.
another rock on the track.
And how they're navigating and
We've been
conditioning
it before.
PRX on that attacking side, making them really guess where things are going to end, making them really fight these scrappy battles that usually PRX are good for, right? How many of them were they winning in map number 1? This time, though, a little bit more awareness as RRQ and how they want to kind of push PRX into the palm of their hands.
Some leaves on the line, exactly.
OT needed at the end of this one to get it done, which means we are guaranteed a 4th map in this lower best of 5 right now. Icebox will be here soonish.
Soon-ish. The first one we got to go through with is Pearl. But that said, it is an RRQ that is howling forward. You love to see it when they are finding all of these moments. Just such great situational awareness. And
Viral, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for that. Thank you, thank you. And Ploop as well. Thank you, the Prime also, mate.
An advantage for RRQ.
Yeah, for sure. I am kind of excited to see which way this is going to go in the next map, of course.
Yeah, I think I got to get that shot up.
5, baby.
This could go the
I think I got to watch that shot in slow-mo.
We're going to have to toss it back over onto our desk.
Maybe, perhaps. I mean, I'm expecting it to go the full distance, but for now...
Attacking side, you need to be very aware and having a teammate.
I'm telling you, this shot is crazy.
Missed the shot.
Could be something that RRQ doesn't expect, but they're pushing out a garage.
Yeah, this is so risky, but so rewarding.
I'm telling you, it's nuts.
Oh, Forsaken is
That's kind of crazy. That one's kind of crazy. Doesn't see much of him. Told you it was a nuts one. Dude, there's no wallbang there as well, so he's literally hitting the elbow.
I think it was. No, honestly, like this was exactly what you expect from an SCA derby. You had messiness, you had some sloppy, thrifty rounds won, you had some clutches won, you had some man disadvantaged situations thrown in the bin, but you also had some amazing individual plays.
Right,
and
chat.
honestly, some really,
what
really
was it?
nice
Pearl
game
next?
planning from both of
Okay.
these teams. It was so interesting
a
to
little
watch these two comps go head-to-head stylistically. PRX playing that kind of bursty, old-style duelist, throwing it back to what they always used to play on Split. And I feel like RRQ kind of playing the new meta version of that with the raised Yoru that you've seen from a lot of teams, T1 included. But you have to say, Jemkin definitely the standout there, dragging them kicking and screaming through this game of Split. It was a very, very tight one that could have gone either way, but RRQ will breathe a sigh of relief because we've seen both of these teams exchange each other's map picks, and now we play a BO3 from here.
Evening up the scoreline here is so massive. Going down 0-2 is a huge mental burden, but they've leveled that playing field again as we move forward to map 3. So mood in the RRQ camp will have just shot up after that overtime one.
Oh, definitely. You could hear them screaming down there, right?
Bro,
Especially...
Crazy Guy gets loud.
Yeah.
Like when he died for that raise nade, he's like, I heard him screaming the call. Like he's like, Jet solo on site, go, 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 go. He's like pushing the boys to scale out. It's something
you felt pressured to push on site, right?
Yeah,
with how he's calling that. And of course, Monyen as well. You can hear his roars from all the way up here. And you can just tell RRQ are fired up. And this is very, very encouraging going into this series because as you mentioned earlier on the first map, they were absent They were absent on that first map, but now they're back, and we have a series. It is confirmed. And now, of course, we are, you know, going into Pearl much later, but this is so encouraging, as we mentioned, for RRQ, because there's so many good individual plays that really came out. We're going to go through some highlights here and particular things that we wanted to point out on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to point out was actually from PRX, which is about how they like to play on their attacker side. So when you play this double duelist, you have to not be afraid to contact and take risks. We just see something walk through a smoke into B main. There could be anything behind that, but he doesn't care. They get smoked off again, but they have all this space. They're so close, and now they can burst. We even saw him do exactly the same play in the very last round of the game, where he just walks through with the op. This is why double duelist is so good for PRX. It really suits their style, and contact burst is great.
This was a stroke of brilliance. We saw 3 Thrifties won by RRQ, and in this round, it's a split-second decision that they're able to put the pieces. You see Xfero juggle the Judge over to Monyet as they see the pit on spawn side. Double satchel over to Elbow, and Monyet's able to catch PRX completely pants down. They have no idea that RRQ's even going to attempt that retake. And that must have been a bit of a bitter moment, maybe, because Monyet used to do that on PRX on the Raze.
That's why they hired him.
It's a very PRX thing to do.
Yeah, they've just been PRX, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that blood still runs strong through him, right? What do you think the comms were like? In that situation?
I honestly think that was just a stroke of brilliance from Monyet. He's literally, they initially, as we saw multiple times that game, have the Judge on Viper to be able to play that disruptive role in mid, throw out the orb and put it down, but they're able to juggle it over to the Raze and be able to put the retake together on the fly. I really think he just said, I'm going to satchel Elbow, and then they put the rest of the pieces together after the fact, and they were able to, the rest of the team kind of play off of what Monyet wanted to put together there and understand reactively based on what the Raze was doing and the entry pathing, how they needed to put the rest of that together.
And this is great also because we were wondering where he was on the first map, well, here he is, coming and swinging on split, and this is brilliant from RRQ, but it wasn't that far off. I mean, PRX, this was an overtime, and of course, PRX, each round, were not that far behind.
Without this man, like, they would not have gotten as deep into the game as they did, Morgan.
Yeah, we have to run back these Jemkin highlights. I mean, he woke up so much in this game. We see him landing these sheriff shots. You know, he got them these thrifties, shot them in the wrist, and Quack lost his mind.
Yo, the wrist shot, he's breaking his opponent's wrist. Usually it's the other way around. For Jemkin, though, you can see the mechanics, the crosshair placement. He's anticipating every peek. You cannot catch this man off guard. Even in the last round where Devi's trying to flank him in through Heaven side, he's sitting on that off angle, waiting for you to peek him. This is why Jemkin, for me, is the best Yoru in the VCT.
Yeah, very much.
Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I think he just does such a great job. It's such a great fit for him on this age, and you know, I think if RRQ want to have a chance in this best of 5, they need this man. This man almost always leads from the front, and he's at his best when he's getting set up from his team, and he's allowed to express his own individual brilliance, and he took over this map. 7 first bloods, 32 kills, 2.2 KDA. I mean, what else do we want to see from this guy?
He's seen what Forsaken did on Fracture. He said, I can do you one better.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me your... I mean, there are things, there are agents and players that really just make sense together, and I feel like Jemkin on Yoru makes perfect sense with the way he plays and just how he's able to utilize his agent. And, you know, it works so well, especially on maps like Split. But now we are about to go into our next map, which will be Pearl. I feel like for RRQ, you know, with that renewed kind of confidence going into Pearl, they may be able to do this one better. But of course, PRX, they have some very memorable matches here in Pearl.
For RRQ, I mean, this has been a map that's been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool at times. They've been kind of deciding whether they want to play double duelist or not. They used to play Phoenix Jet in kickoff and play some different styles, recently going over to the Neon and the Yoru, as well as mixing in some slower comps. So they've really been kind of deciding what kind of comp they'd want to be running on Pearl, but they haven't had a lot of success on this map. The last time we saw PRX play Pearl, though, I mean, you cast your mind back to that DFN game.
Yeah, I mean, they only just got over the line in that game, but I'd like to think that a big problem in that game was the mental. It was how they were feeling, and the game got so scrappy. I do feel like they're a lot sharper since then, so they should be able to execute. execute it better, but I am curious if they're going to change away from this Phoenix. This is a comp that RRQ know very well.
Yes.
You know, as you said, we saw them run it in kickoff, so it's going to be hard to be able to surprise with that Phoenix like they've been able to catch a lot of people off. Because the reason this works is you don't scrim against that Phoenix. You don't see it a lot. You're not used to having to control the mains in the same way, but RRQ, in theory, should have the answers if the Phoenix does come out.
Yeah, I feel like for Pearl, I don't know, PRX just look very comfortable with that kind of composition, right? I feel like they might go with it again and just maybe change up some things in their play. Perhaps it's not the Phoenix that we need to direct our attention to.
Yeah, I think Pearl has been a bit of a sore spot in the map pool for both of these teams at times. So RRQ being the team that will pick it as the third map in this series for PRX. They definitely struggled against TFM. It was quite a messy game. So it's really a redemption chance for both of these teams to show that their Pearl is a little bit better than you'd be expecting, because at times you've seen brilliant games of Pearl for both of these teams, but the last couple of games maybe leaving a little bit of a sour taste in their mouth. But you can't have gaps in your map pool in a whole best of 5, guys. You've got to be playing your way through the entire pool. So this is going to be a true test of who has figured out some of their mistakes in the map pool, and Pearl is going to be the perfect example of which team's going to be able to adapt and actually improve on what didn't work for them in the last couple of games.
Yeah, it's all about a lot of prep, right, for these best of 5s. You definitely have to prepare differently. In a best of 3, you can steer it away, so you often have maps
PRX,
that you can play,
what did PRX use on this map last time?
One of those maps for both.
You can play double duelist,
now
right?
I think this becomes a really crucial swing map, because I suppose if you're looking at that map pool as a whole, I think both these teams might write off Pearl and go, okay, yeah, we might not get
that's
that
a second phase ban most of the time.
For sure. But someone has to win, so somebody
TFM game.
snowballs a lot of
Oh yeah, they have Jing on
from this
Phoenix,
map
you're right.
as we move towards what could potentially be a final map.
Yeah,
They had
especially
Phoenix.
since, you know, we have,
They used to use a Euro at
both
one point,
teams
right? But they
did
used the
win their maps, so they do have
they were
1-1.
using the
So
Euro like
you mentioning Pearl as a swing map, that's
anyway,
very, very
so they
likely.
switched to the
and I
jet.
do love it when teams are really just like, it's more like a pick your poison, especially in a best of 5, right? And you have Pearl coming up and it's like, no, you know what, we're really gonna push this. We believe that we have a solid game plan on this. It just didn't work out the few times, but let's bring it out now.
Okay, and they keep with it. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, look, RRQ, I mean, they are going to be playing that double duelist yet again with the Neon Yoru. It's something that they've been going to in this stage. A lot of teams playing something similar to this in combination with the Teo. You can have
Picking their combos in Will right now. I mean, a lot of their comps make sense. A lot of their comps make sense, and it has comfort. Like, they don't like Teo, but
yeah, PaperX only making that
I think that's okay because they've qualified for a tournament where Teo's not going to be a thing.
Well, let's see if that one change is enough to take
Like, they managed to survive. They managed to survive the meta. It didn't really suit them. That's the main thing here.
Map number 3, and yeah, they're absolutely right. You know, we do see a lot of Killjoy. RQ also swapping back to it.
Back to where the train left the station, though, for PaperX. The game against DFM going to that stretch of overtime.
And that Prodigy, you're just prepping for the...
trying to deliver
You're just prepping for this. The thing is, you don't know who you're playing in Toronto. It's pointless.
Get it over the line.
That was that one win that PaperX had on Pearl. Meanwhile, for
You just be full prepping for this. Especially as first seed means that you get an extra 2 weeks.
Both teams are opting to go for the Killjoy instead of the Vice as well. See...
Pistols at the moment got 3-1.
Impression. I always think Margaret on this map is stellar.
Right, they both want
Nothing mental for the buys.
Will
Will I be at Champs Paris? I have no idea. Again, if Riot want me there, I'll go.
Yeah, I was going to say, how much is that going to force...
If they don't ask me, I'm so fine to sit at home.
But you got to remember, it is where the Sentinel is the Guardian, so we'll see.
Hello, Milan. Hello, mate. Best of luck today.
Meanwhile, B is kind of free reign, free territory.
Milan, what are the maps today?
There is RRQ. Start to pivot on back. Not
Give us the map 6 hours early.
Is okay with that.
Oh, now they start to get a eager.
Going in for a possible retake play. PaperX, yes, down to 50 seconds. You don't see anything yet. Let's begin to traverse forward.
But where do they want to go, right? Generally, when you're running on the Vice,
Sunset Breeze in Abyss. Okay, well, thank you for that.
Through top of mid towards A main. In running the Killjoy, you're expecting to hear a turret or something, right? So if you hear nothing at the moment, now the utility all comes towards this B site. You know what's happening. It's going to have to be a retake.
Yeah. Retake where Crazy Guy
is in another...
Dude, it's a weird one. It's so weird. Look at the minimap right now. You got 2 people that are waiting for each other, looking like their PCs have crashed, and then everyone else fighting on site.
Begins to watch their flanks somewhat. That's when Forsaken alongside Divide begin to peek forward from spawn. Small chunk of damage, but
This
the
turret
watch the
reveals one behind, so now they got to speed up on site.
So not too bad. PRX, this is a 5v4 in clarity. PRX are just happy to take the numbers fights head on. Off towards
Dude,
lane,
time
though,
was
and
so
it's
low on
Jemkin
this.
along from Hall.
This is nice from RRQ.
Completely crunched up into sight because not much was cleared out.
I mean, that's going to be the problem for PRX, where they just had
I do
zero
think teams
idea
are starting to
of where
work
they're
out that
gonna get, right?
they
They don't know
4-1
if it's
every
A, they don't know if
pistol.
it's B. They call for the mid push a little bit too late, and then they have to double back a little bit when the site is just given. You know, you've got a couple of protocols there as well to have the turret watching the flank, but you're not having enough time to just clear a lot of the angles in these 5 versus 5s. These are gonna need to be some scenarios
There's
where
a clip
PRX
to
have
Jim.
adjust real early on
Yeah.
the defender's side, and probably RRQ
You have the
too,
power.
right? If they're given those sort of scenarios, well, they're gonna be happy as Larry. So if they don't have to adjust too much, that's really gonna work favor for them. Just coming into this second round though, lots of rifles, deep lanes on this map, of course. And for something bringing out the Marshal, need to see him connect with some shots. Maybe not fall first.
Just hold on to it for now. RRQ though, ooh, if we're talking about something falling first, this might be where that happens.
I mean, it is the second round though, right?
Fair enough. Goes in for the re-peek. He spots numbers.
He
in
spots
space,
two.
And he calls out for the team.
But what can you do here?
Can they
You've
break
got
the drone
team
before it
here,
sees
so
too
you have
much?
shots.
Yeah, maybe play inside of the smokes. They're looking for the right click. Jing does find the first one, but RRQ, they've got the flashes. They've
Bro
got the
just wrecked his
forces, and
teammate with that
continuing
flash.
to overwhelm Jing. Another kill though, and he
Oh,
gets
hold
a
up,
third.
hold up, hold up.
Brilliant
Oh
flash, but
my,
Jemkin
imagine
will
that kill
snuff
went
him
down.
out. Just Forsaken left, who does have the Marshal.
Imagine it.
Jemkin on an absolute
That was so
tear.
close, 17 HP. The Classic almost did it. Dude, Jemkin wrecked someone on his team then. I think it was the Astra. I'm not entirely sure.
As well with the Classic, that would be an absolute monstrous performance to come out from him on the agent that you don't generally see played in the game of Valorant no more. A Jing special. but
That
Jemkin
wasn't the
better.
Astra.
Looking to see who's going to be the top duelist in this one, right? Something falling a little bit. Jemkin stepping up.
It might have been Cushy, maybe. I'm not sure.
Over
Okay,
towards this one. Now
big
the bonus
important
round
round.
for
You got
PRX.
Jing on defense with
Where
you.
you would love to see something get his head back into the game, especially in a crucial round like this one. But Jemkin out from the back.
Ah, dude, something
Dimensional
is
drift.
in trouble,
The
huh?
salvos
Ah,
as
dude, he
well,
got
and the
one though,
concept
and he got the
being so
Astra, and they got no
uncomfortable,
smokes
something
down, so
silenced by the Sheriff. Jemkin back
does that actually mean that
Got a
getting
lot
the
of
plant
back to
down should
Half the
become
best
pretty
in
hard.
this round that you feel like you've already lost the control of the site. You need your team to come on over.
Just waiting for the right time. Star is being propped up as well. We begin with the hot hands to block out position, but it's been quickly shot down. Still though, the rest of the team with numbers are able to find
Okay,
trades.
PRX don't need to
Cushy trying
overpush.
hold out by Pillar.
Yeah, I
Silences
definitely
the
need to
first
give him these
duel,
duels.
up to the next.
Hey.
Batman out from heaven.
It's close. It's really close. I feel like they did a really good job trying to fast go once the tap of the spike happened, and then they just started giving them duels when they probably needed to chill out a little bit, wait for them to tap the spike again. Dude, they both hit some lovely shots there though.
That round makes things really awkward for PRX too. Jemkin noting a lot of members assisting in quite the significant amount of kills. Just at the end there, the scrap battle this time won by Patman, scoped in with the Bulldog. You asked who's got the dog in them a little bit earlier, Quack. I think all 10 players have the capability to do that right now in this map.
Push us.
Enjoy the games today. If you see me looking at the camera, just know I'm looking directly at you. Dude, that's weird.
3-2 stack.
Yeah, why'd you have to make it weird? You better not be looking at that camera
Back
today.
it on up as well. Monya to be sent on in. Device has to be really careful. Can't get it done. Who other than Jemkin to find the first?
Good luck
quick
today, man.
bulldoze, quick contact, and PRX has no choice but to hang back. Reinforcements have arrived, however. I don't know how much it's really going to provide.
Dude, these mollies, every time someone goes for a plant, they're getting wrecked by a molly.
Give up your life for the lockdown, but PRX will continue to push up, but they're going to have to cool off because of that ult. Patman, though, finds elevation to take the lockdown away, stuns up Amanya. Patman with another kill. It's just Xfera left, but he does have vision. Stars up as well.
Nice shot.
Takes down the first
Dude, he
frag.
peeked before he Astra
Hold.
sucked. That's kind of
Does
cool.
he have the goods? He hops up the stairs. Xfera,
Damn,
no!
nice round
And he
from him.
times
Dude,
it
peeked
just
before he
right.
Astra
A
sucked
Red Bull
because he knew that he'd have to
clutch
try to get
for
one.
RRQ.
That was pretty
Wasn't on
cool.
the boards
Most
just
don't
yet,
do
but
that.
Now he is with a round in tow as well. things look a little bit awkward when Devi loses his life first on towards the site, and you've got a lockdown in play as well. The ult economy at the moment, right? You have the dimensional drift last round, nearly working out for RRQ. This time a lockdown invested. You're thinking, all right, they're starting to really navigate these quite well, but it's the Red Bull clutch from Xfero. Not using the grav well too early as well, finding just the catch first.
Completely unfazed by that one.
Okay, important round that was. Force them down to an eco and gonna outlaw. Only one person, sorry, two people that can get one shot. Where's the ults again?
It's yet again towards the alpha side.
Might be an alt orb if PRX.
Okay, no ults for this round.
But that said, RRQ currently just so much info into A site.
Yeah, Jing as well on the Phoenix, right? No flashes, so it's good timing on the Nebula at least to stave off any rush attempts from RRQ.
Dude, they wanted to hit site, but as soon as they saw the Phoenix, they decided not to.
B side at the moment. You're very happy with that as PRX, right? That's where your outlaw is. That's where the main gun.
Why is something on Jet? I mean, he played Yoru on this map before, but he played it like he was on Jet, so I think they literally just went, you might as well play Jet, mate.
Which if they continue this one, Quack,
might have been a time saver thing, because they could spend the time and make him good on Yoru on this map, like kind of like what they've done on Lotus, but I think when their time's limited and they gotta fix a lot of
just have to play the angle right at this B side.
fix a lot of stuff on their maps, to be honest.
Isn't it a bit next? Oh no, yeah, he does have one.
Oh,
still holding the angle. Hot hand spent though.
The one person fake keeps 4 people here.
But he still finds the one.
Dude.
Almost the second, but it's enough for the blades to come
Oh, there's still 2 people that he can one shot, and he's got ult. Ah, it's
too far.
Yeah, unfortunate. Something tried to.
I think there, when you have knives,
but RRQ denies it.
you're playing for your right click more than he's playing for his left click. Because then it's a 3v5. But
so RRQ are just happy to mark these angles up towards heaven. The swing out from Forsaken does aid them somewhat until the rest of RRQ just pulled down their mouse. Forsaken with 30 HP will be quickly dealt with, and RRQ marches onward to a 4th round win.
Yeah, sort of time right now going in towards a rifle round.
Why did he pop the molly at the end, man? He wrecked his armor.
Right? You don't have the round count. You're starting to lose a lot of control. You're also not getting a lot of forward reads. It feels like we've just seen a lot of standing still at the moment from PRX. A little bit too late before they start to gather some information around the map, right?
Damn, we haven't seen this for a while.
Okay, that's definitely a timeout coming out from Alex.
Yes. Yeah. He's going to tell him to chill.
Press the pause button and, well, bring them back in.
Reset time. In the mental capacity, it feels like.
Always one of these games, always some of these moments where you have a rocky one from the previous map, and you begin to get into this mentality where you want to find kills to bring yourself back in the game, but that's not always how it works.
You're speaking about that, right? Who was doing a lot of the lion's share of kills when we think to map 1 in this series, right? We saw consistency from kind of everyone, right? Taking space, taking names. We even had something trying to still do what he could, you know, on the Brimstone, but it really was Forsaken on Fracture for PRX.
Back to the good old days. There's Alex being angry.
Right, something getting up there as well, but it feels like a lot of these duels that he's taken, he's losing his life first, right? He had 6 first deaths on the previous map of Split. And I know it's early stages come this one, but the fact that he's popped the Blade Storm there and jumped out wide.
What is this?
Open, there's members there already.
I mean, I think the Odin's heavily underrated here. But over towards B,
starved for these moments.
Don't really see it. Unless there's something I don't know about.
Change up for PRX. Yeah, RRQ are going to start to sniff a bunch of this utility out towards the B side of things. Alarm bot for force contact, but PRX are actually...
Dude, look at this guy in spawn. How are they so on top of this? Oh, the timing's nuts. He's out here smoking the site as they peek the corner. That's so unlucky. He still managed to get damage out.
Forsaken with the Odin spam, however, fully blinded. Unfortunately, not able to find anything further. The overdrive, though, and it's the Vi who stops it.
Jeez, this is crazy. Still no plant down, by the way.
And he's still able to hold it out by Halls. Cushy, once again, but not able to get the spike planted. There's a full minute,
I mean, Jing has ult. He should definitely be using into this one.
Gate crash. Grab the spike, maybe get out.
Flashes as
the problem is, if he's too close, he could kill him and then go kill his ult.
Devi is low, so he knows he's trying to play it safe. They know that Jemkin's looking for the spike.
Damn, what a shot that is.
That's the precise moment when Devi swings out at the right time.
I mean, money's still low, basically. Money's low for everyone, though.
So just a bit of a swing to coming out and hitting his shot. That duel looks awkward from something, even though he wins it too, by the way.
It's a bit of a shame for RRQ. It looked like they actually were on top of this push. The A push.
To it, most importantly, too. You know, at the end there in that 2 versus 1, that there is the run it back for Jing, just in case he potentially loses his teammate. Can have a second go.
May have second's gone from Odin to a judge now.
Yeah, destroy a bit of the economy,
and
though, as RRQ,
looks like the new plan since the timeout happened was to go aggro over towards A, 4 people. Dude, this is looking like how Cloud9 like to play their defense.
PRX upwards into main. Still trying to hold the angles in case RRQ continues to peek out, but this will be a lot of control. It's only Forsaken, though, onto the B side, and he's been noted.
Yeah. Needed to see
Dude, sticks back aside with a judge. I mean, they don't know about it. They have no idea there's a judge here.
That's a lot of bodies spotted out from Forsaken, though, stuck in the holes.
Stay alive. You got a judge. He's waiting for the right moment. Nightfall sent over by his team.
Okay, now they know.
Into the smokes.
Still no plant. Dude, what a weird round. Because she's lugged through art in one double aim duel. Forsaken's got out to dodge the ult. Astra ult still kind of a fake. Dude, look at this. Look at the minimap. It's so weird. Oh, bro, this guy's just won the round.
Another kill, and the spike back into B.
It doesn't really matter where they go at the moment, you feel like. Patman Forsaken are confused on what to do.
Where are they going? And, well, back into B. Now you know, but at this point...
Wait, where does Judge go?
How can you really play out the round? You pick up a weapon, but Cushy's already found you from behind. RRQ, masterclass at working the map.
That's phenomenal from Cushy. The fact that he's able to find those 2 kills over in the...
Yeah, I mean, that luck was incredible.
We need to see how
yeah, we're going to see the arc kills here.
Knife out duels, he caught something. And then gone for the re-peek on the second one with the
burst
burst
that second
mode.
goes
That
fast.
is absolutely disgusting. What an individual round to come through from Cushy. And you look at the reads that RRQ are trying to do as well. It feels like a bit of to and fro. Come A, don't come A.
You hate Pearl? I kind of like Pearl, to be honest.
Too. Let's just focus our head. We've got the round back. PRX absolutely shut down back onto the pistols.
I don't know about playing it. I haven't played for a while, but...
phenomenal pickup now onto the Sentinel. He's 1 away from lockdown. Cushy being able to provide such a performance for RRQ.
Bit of a trap here too.
Yeah, PRX.
This is the problem with PRX. It's like, once Alex scores a timeout and gives them a plan, they go for it again and again.
Drop a single member in Jemkin, Forsaken. I mean, he's already got the lockdown. Doesn't matter what kills he gets. You got to try and hold your economy in your mind for RRQ here, but if you lose another member, you can just redrop anyway. So this is a good round for them. The turret, okay.
Come on yet. He's seen him, but took a little bit of time to continue holding mouse 1. Cushy, though, fully aware. Just needs 1 bullet, and that will be that.
6-2. RRQ
They need to relax with the mid-heavy maps like Power Split. Nah, I mean, they need to relax with the maps that have no thought about middle. Like, at least there's some kind of reactions on this map that you can do. And I think the sides are very important.
Big gun round from PRX. Well, maybe they start to derail this train. Yeah, you can just laugh on that situation. That's good. It happens.
PRX aren't laughing, though.
No, absolutely not. See what they've got in store for us on this round. As mentioned, Jing still holding on to the runner back. 6-point ulti. You can refresh that time and time again to have huge
Damn, nice little fast ride on this one. Salvo with the stun across. Smoke cuts off half the sight. This is the stuff that I really like from RRQ, where like they have an ult and everything's like really well thought through. So like their whole plan is to get the Killjoy ult down here. So they got to set around with the Killjoy ult, and then they've just thought out everything to make sure they can get the Killjoy into this area so they can use their ult. This is the stuff that was driving me crazy about like watching Vitality, where they would have an ult and then everyone would just walk around and get picked off. Like these are the kind of rounds that I wanted to see. These are the rounds that I like that a lot of teams can be using way more. It's like, ooh, that's a rough shot. Just like good thought process.
You have to come out because something's sticking the spike to halfway. Jemkin needing to swing, but still
it's nice though. Maybe a couple of missed shots.
Forsaken picking one back up for PRX.
Another battle bathed in blood for both of the teams around that site there, but it is one out at the end by PRX. Despite losing Divide early on, no more smokes available. Just trying to take
Vitality, I have no idea what they're going to do, mate.
And Forsaken.
It's a rough spot to be in for them. I don't know what the internal issues are like, but it looks like a lot's going wrong.
A little bit stuck. No teammates to play on the back of that information. So that lifeline yet again given over towards PRX to see if they can tie things up. But you still got to chip away again against another gun round from RRQ. Still leaning towards this A side, a bit of a split through Art where there's going to be no info from PRX. They're going to have to try and have a focal point towards winning this main fight.
Precisely that. PRX hasn't really played this position, and that's why RRQ, Crazy Guy, has opted to go for this. The Prowler, though, at the right time, the C's as well, and PRX continues to push.
The fact that they get out of there, is this just the leave A? We've seen too many members.
Yeah, looking for contact, but it's also the utility being spent. Out from connector though, Forsaken, a slight angle, but also RQ with the movement to bypass all of it.
Let's see what something's got.
He's got to watch the angles.
The great flash, what the hell?
Can he really connect the shot? Looks for it, and he does! In with the tailwind as well. He does have a shorty, his favorite weapon. Might be stunned up.
Dude, look at that util, man. What are you meant to do? Salvo, stun. Good molly. A great molly. 15 HP.
Such support. It's the angles once again. RRQ, a couple up by Pillar, but Forsaken marks it. The operator being marked down as well, but because she still comes up with another kill. It's a 2v2, and Patman goes in for the swing.
Dude, look
what
at that peak.
Confidence! And it's down to Xfero, undetected so far. And he sleuths forward. Cosmic Divide up. Gravity well as well, and it's in for Patman, but still Divide!
Nice. I mean, they're just winning rounds. They're really, really close, but
they
might be able to get enough here.
For PRX.
We've seen Divide use the operator on the Killjoy a little bit of times, not on this map though, but Kushi bringing that into his hands. He can point and click, he can try and do something. Meanwhile, something, Corpse in the halls too. Great Nova Pulse, great salvos, make him a little bit hot under the collar. But in the 2 versus 1, the fact that that op shot does actually miss means that Xfero has to try and pull that one through. Starting to get closer, a couple of retakes come through from PRX.
Could definitely argue that this round's worth 2 if you look at the money. Like, we've got 4 people that come by next, we've got 5 people that come by next well.
If you're a PRX fan,
this would be a little better, it'd be 3K, but
pressure for the rest of the team, but still.
Oh, 4 members.
Wow, pushing up again. It's going to be contact with the op, and then for the curveball. Look at this.
That was Jing. Only one bullet hit him there. I have no idea.
Noted that Kushi is up through the street, but you don't necessarily need to give him the jewel, right? You see that this is an investment from RRQ. You know that if you win this round, you're resetting them come the last round of the half where what? They might be picking up the Armageddon for Crazy Guy. They're not close to really anything else bar Xfero needing to find 2 picks, 2 ulti points. So this was a much needed round for PRX.
Yeah, if you're PRX, I mean, you're happy to play the next round a little bit
Angel
slower.
Vitality.
This
is the thing with Vitality, it's like
so unexpected, but well crafted.
I don't think the fix is. You got to remember as well, you're not gonna be able to buy out any of the current players if you are gonna change a player. So I don't really know what the fix is.
Yeah, I'm just wondering for RRQ too. Are you happy enough on the attacking side, only finding 6?
Be interesting to see what they do.
You know, they struggled against T1 when they went on towards their defensive side. They looked a bit better, you know, for the game against Nongshim, but then you also remember, well, Nongshim did trail at the half, and there was not a lot from RRQ on defense as well. So I start to put things in perspective, right?
This next round's going to be kind of interesting because
so far,
you would imagine they probably go for that A aggro again and try to get him out.
So you had 2 rounds on defense, and that was it. And then you're split as well. 4 rounds. The lion's share.
Bring back Sender.
Doesn't get good favor today so far on defense, in Pearl's history on defense for RRQ. So I really wonder, are they going to be
I heard FNS as a free agent. We were speaking about that yesterday. They're saying 1 more year, 1 more go at it. Nah, he's done, man. He tried. He got clarity.
Supportive fans out there, though, and if you're looking at the upwards trajectory, 4 defensive rounds is definitely more than 2.
Let's just run it back. Let's just go again. Not with the ultimate, but maybe if Jing finds it, it's 4 again at this A site. And there's going to be a big old duel from RRQ.
Oh boy. Salvos, and he just goes in for it as
Where
well.
are we?
Jing. Support from the Haunt, and he's looking for the wallbang shots. Monyet, though, looking for space, but silence. The
My
judge
God,
will
he's gonna
not be
ult.
able to sound off. Something in with another angle
That's
he held as
sick.
well, and all of a
Dude,
sudden,
it's
just
nuts,
crazy
man.
guy left alone
Ever
with
since that
ult.
timeout,
He doesn't
the amount
find
of
anything. It's Xpharaoh
duels
who
here was
has to
insane.
find more.
And
Dude, they
noted
got
too.
6
Oh,
though.
the trail just
It's a good,
reveals
it's a good
everything,
half for
doesn't it?
Paper X.
Petman
It was looking so
will
rough.
pick up that
Was it
tied
4
up
in a row at the
score.
end, 6-2?
Trying the same thing over and over again.
The
expecting a
fireworks
different
smoke at the
result.
end, celebrate.
Call that one insanity. And it just doesn't work out yet again for RRQ. Shut down. Everybody just knowing that they need to be narrow focused on those crosshairs again for Paper X. You've only really got one angle to watch when you're stampeding up through the main like that. So they will tie things up 6-6 at the half. A great collection of 4 rounds in a row from Paper X. So I think Alex will be, you know, happier now as opposed to the rage moment we got earlier on.
I just want to
I
clarify.
don't feel like
right?
Vitality's
We do
game
see
plans are
him kind of go off
lackluster.
in
Mate, they don't
that,
have game
coaching
plans.
booth. I believe
You're
in
being
the
very
actual
generous telling me
calls
that they have a
and
game plan.
himself, He doesn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to remember how much all of these players and coaches and stuff sacrifice their time.
You're going to watch that split game and tell me they have a game plan?
When they're here, right? It's
They don't know
always
what they're
on their
doing, mate.
mind. They're trying to improve, they're trying to do their best, they're trying to showcase, you know, that they want to be the top team in the world, right? That they want to get these
Limbo with the Prime, thank you
overseas
so much,
plays
man.
happening.
Appreciate
They
that.
wanna
Thank
get to
you,
the
thank you.
Masters, get to the
Appreciate the Prime.
champions. They want to win. And when you lose, it's the worst feeling. So trying to, you know, get the best for your team, your emotions just do get the better of you sometimes, right?
That's when you precisely have to reel them in. It's down to these very crucial moments.
French team,
moments.
see, the French teams
We're
wanted
not talking
Paris
about
too
practice.
much.
We're
That's my
talking about
issue.
the game that
The
you
French
go
teams
out
wanted
there
Paris
and
too
die
much.
for.
So
Putting
they
their
spend a lot
lives
of
on the
money,
line right now
but then
as we
some of the
go
teams
into
don't
the
work too
second
well.
half onto Pearl, RRQ,
You gotta use your money a little bit
looking
smarter
for
than
a
that.
possible second map win because
Like they could have taken
the
a little
upcoming
chunk of that,
ones
just given it to someone that
never
knows what
quite
they're
know what
doing
to
to build the
expect.
team.
Paper X
It
so
would have
far,
worked a
though,
little
with the
better.
momentum being found 4 rounds in a row. Monyet with the pushes out from A main.
Towards pistol round, RRQ from the first one of this map. Paper X, though, leading in Pacific with number 1 pistol collections. Looking to remove a bit of this utility over through Art, but meanwhile, RRQ seeing that they've got A main control.
I think it's hard as well when you're like doing
Elsewhere
trials
on the
and
map,
everyone's
you know,
showing
in
their
the
best
Gemkin,
face.
Well, you might need a reposition. And now Gate Crash out of there.
Info found, and rotations beginning to move across the board, but you do have some slight lurks all across, Forsaken possibly.
Monyet's going to be here quick, though. Remember, on the Neon, can sprint on over quickly.
I mean, they got 3 person to hold side here. Wall to create pressure like they can get towards the back. I need a flash. Need a flash.
But the ghost shots, they're not there. It's Cushy and Xpharaoh off the
Yeah, we
back,
needed that
and
flash a little
Monyet
bit
as well.
earlier. I needed
Paper X
Jing to
wants
send it a
look
bit
for
more
the
to
trades
Patman.
find more space, and
Are we
they
back to
found
Patman
it.
just saving
It's
them in
just
big
Crazy
rounds?
Guy left.
And they saw where those salvos came from, too.
To know exactly where he is. Do they push up, though? Surely not. You've got the turrets, you've got the placements. Just more obstacles for Crazy Guy to contend with until the spike goes down. Crazy Guy trying to find the right moment to isolate the duels. He's hugging the corners, harking the walls.
Nice
but
little double
Forsaken
swing
will
on
be
this.
A little bit more precise.
Big round from this guy.
Doesn't matter that there's information for RRQ that they've got A main control.
Or
If no
two.
one of Paper X is there, well, they're going to
Or
have
2 on
numbers when they look
pistols.
to break in towards the B side, isn't it? The Blaze wall as well that you got to contend against, rather. Allows for the play in towards the halls where you think these trades starting to come out. RRQ swinging together in numbers with Monyet sliding on in, looking to get some great damage, but it's just Paper X, again, at the right position with the right numbers to get the trade, something that they were so fluid with over on Fracture.
Especially back hall, when you consider it's Jing with the flashes, he continuously sends them out, just keeps RRQ at bay. Off to the next
Is
round,
this one
then
fair?
you've got decent buy-ups, 2 Bulldogs, a Marshall,
yeah.
and with the long range that it provides, you're
All
happy to go
into
to
the
B.
corner. Prowler
You're just
goes
trying to
out. The
not
molly
let
would
anyone
flash
step
him out
back.
into the
You're making
open.
sure that you're seeing that
Full
if no
eco
one's
on
home
this
from
one.
RRQ at this
How
side,
close are
well,
they to Jing's
just
ult?
plan
Oh, they can
open and
definitely
defend
get
it.
Jing's ult on
Eventually,
this.
RRQ are gonna
Might
have
want to throw him that spike at
second
one
guess
point.
themselves and they're stacked towards A and throw caution to the wind.
This wouldn't be the worst round for RRQ to do that thing where they all sit together and they salvo themselves.
So little by little,
Because
Paper X will creep
you
in
don't
towards this
want
B
Jing to
side.
get that ult.
There, bits of utility there. Go for the plant. And then let's just see what RRQ have for us. if anything at all, because there is a very real world that they all just go with the spike.
Probably. Well, we've seen the current teams do that, but this is SEA, Komodo. We expect...
The problem is, though, there's a very big difference when you've got Jing here.
Yeah, no, I think when you're playing against the Phoenix, I think the
Oh, and look at something.
molly yourself strat is actually well.
It's SEA. We expect literature. We expect
Knee and a day, thanks so
cinema.
much for the prime, mate. Appreciate the 9
on,
months.
guys.
Thank you for
Come
that.
on.
I don't see 5 kills on a Marshall, though.
Come on. That's the first. Oh, salvos.
Maybe I do.
There's number 2. No, 3. He's too low. Surely, well, it's a
He's dead to the
Marshall.
spike.
Yeah.
You'd rather that than give them an ulti point, so
I'm sad.
there we go.
Yeah, it worked out
Everybody
well in the
down
end.
with the ship. Something
I think a little bit
farewell,
close to result.
8-6, PRX still continuing this lead, still continuing this accumulation of rounds in towards the bonus round of an RRQ. See if they're going to be able to get on the board. And how much for me, I think, is Jemkin going to stay around for any fights to go to the B side as well, right? RRQ really favoring the A side of this map of Pearl with their new double duelist look. What can they be set up for on this Tejo as well from Crazy Guy? Now, coupled with a bunch of this Astra-Star utility as well, they'll gather the control of the A main, but seeing something in return from PaperX.
Yeah, you would take a gander that you expect Jemkin right around the corner. The Russian duelist picks it up.
And finally, there's a bit of a difference, right? It's
Nice
something
shot.
actually winning the duel this time.
Possibly more space.
Yeah,
on the
trying to
side.
spam
Do
out
have
an alarm
Kushi,
bot.
who has been on a hot streak on the other end, though. Taken up by Link, but he gets blocked up by the hot hands.
Yeah, that's gorgeous from Jing, isn't it? One away from the runner back at the moment, and you're looking to potentially establish the plan.
Can't do
All of the
anything.
numbers here for
Oh my
RRQ.
goodness, okay, well,
Just expect
glad I
the
didn't
spike
finish that
corner being
sentence.
planted. Monyet with a
I thought he was
great
going for the
spam.
safe plant. He went for the
However,
plant out in the
PRX
corner.
able to refill space. Forsaken on the flank.
Noted by the turret, though.
Does bring some attention
Okay,
away.
they know
The
there's
rest
someone
of the team
fast behind. Gonna
got
have to go
hold down
fast into the
positions,
side
but
here.
Monyet looking for some
Feels like it's a
spacing
lot
toward back
about
calls. That fast lane just
Divide
provides
being able
so
to get
much
some
cover.
kills.
Jingo with the aim,
Ooh,
and
we
it's
got
Kushi now
one,
with the
and they know
double
where he
one
is.
1-1. Forsaken,
Ah, dude,
he
he's
has
done.
to run
It's just a
through,
full
but he doesn't
defuse.
have the time. Kushi's just
He
sticking
was
it
last
all
seen
the
over
way
towards
into
here. He
the
needed
round,
his
being
team to
picked
stay
up.
alive, but no one's playing over towards
From the end,
long.
though, loses his life too.
Does
so
he
no
need to
one's
commit
surviving
here
for
when no one's
RRQ,
playing
but they
long?
at
I don't know,
least
it's hard.
will win the round, get a little bit closer towards some of
I mean,
their
this run's
ultis
gonna
as
be
well.
nuts, bro. We got everyone that can't buy next apart from one.
Gets a bit reset, doesn't it? That's the problem when you've got the quick rotation from all of the RRQ members. The fact that you're trying to plant a little bit
Yeah,
more
the kills that
open,
got Phoenix
you
out
get
as
shut
well.
down as Patman. There's no time really for that flank to come through from Forsaken. He didn't win any battle in through the street. And not planning for him.
That's the thing about the brawly, scruffy fights, Komodo. I mean, it comes down to attrition. How much do you have left in the tank? And RRQ right now, they're beginning to run a little bit dry.
And in these sort of scenarios as well, it's how much can you just recognize you need to shrug it off and go again, right? Yeah, we should have won the round, we should have won it, but you didn't, so
Just keep going.
just have a level head, recognize that
I respect this.
we did remove all the guns.
I
It
respect
was
that.
the bonus round, so they don't have a lot of cash built up
Yeah,
whatsoever.
because they're all going to be sitting around
probably
light armor.
take
You got a guy that
on this
likes
next
to
round.
primarily buy that outlaw at any
Well, PRX
opportunity.
possibly looking to
They're
go
basically
and
just
extend
accepting the
this gap from
rounds
2
and just
rounds
making
to
sure they
maybe
can
3
get that
rounds.
heavy armor.
They've got the guns, they've got the space right now, something up towards the pillar.
Yeah, just how patient is he going to be?
He's expecting a jump.
I think that this is a good call if they can do enough damage. I would personally buy a little bit more into this. Like, maybe a couple of stingers.
Lone straggler at the moment, an outlaw would be given over as
I think 1-9 loss bonus. They have to get heavy armor. Yeah, maybe like a Bucky stinger on a few of them, not much. It's kind of nice they get the all out of them, but again, I still think they need to do damage because at this point, if you get a clean round, 3k on top of all of this, it's such an uphill battle. It's weird when you have to save and you win the round. Like, it's such a sweet spot where you still have to do damage.
They've done this so many times before, but
And I don't think they're gonna hunt too much, yeah.
Mishaps, perhaps.
Yeah.
Stars
Why
up
all?
now, and
Mate.
yes, Petman is holding
You can't be
up
saying why all.
RRQ
Remember, they
seems
can't see any of this.
invested
Imagine this
in
isn't
one
here
of the
and you're asking
pistols,
why all.
and they're just not really
They could have
pushing
full
any
bought and been on
economic
site.
damage, any flanks that potentially would come, and PaperX are at least not giving it to them. So another avenue where you're probably just going to lose your life to the explosion.
And that affords for Petman to possibly greedily lap up some alt points. That will be 2. Crazy guy for the trade, and a rifle picked up from Monyet.
Yeah, that'll outbalance the numbers just a small
Honestly, the rifle
bit
kind of
for
helps him a little bit here.
One weapon that you can take away from that.
It's an extra 1,000 so that he can drop as well.
Upgrade of shield coming in towards the next round.
It's not too bad.
But importantly, PRX.
Yeah,
right,
PRX
they
kind of
lose
love
the
that though,
previous on the
for
bonus,
sure.
Which generally is going to be the result anyway coming into a bonus round. But they do pick up the next one, so you would assume that they're still going to be okay with it.
They are.
Now
right
is
on
the
track.
rounds to best though, right? You've got a full gun round here.
Okay, Outlaw Pressure makes him buy heavy armor, and this is at 9-7. This is pretty much it.
You've not looked the greatest.
Yeah, they've been playing with their cards.
At least for RRQ, they got to win this one. Heavy force over towards A, instant reaction over towards B, but got 2 bars and holding the line. Jemkin actually hits it this time.
To get a leg up in this round.
Forsaken must be tempted to walk through this, considering what's been going on.
Different approach it will be with Forsaken.
So they didn't know exactly about numbers over towards A, but it's at least just a 1v1 over towards door.
Switching into a retake over at the B site where you've got a trap in the halls from your Killjoy utility. You can buy time with a nice popped Nebula as well. You start to figure out the information around the A main side of things. Nobody's home, so maybe you're pivoting Jemkin a little bit back, or you're pivoting Crazy Guy for the salvos.
You anticipate the Nightfall as well, so completely evading that in full. Cushy not even getting marked by it. Now there's a very slight window of opportunity to sneak up as soon as that smoke dissipates.
Yeah, but this is going to be a wild one, isn't it? RRQ building up with all of this utility for a huge retake.
It comes down to the fights. PRX, every single one holding up by Pillar. Save for something who's up around B-Link, maybe able to do something with the Outlaw. I don't know about that range though. Everything's smoked off right now, and it's the salvos that forces PRX out of position.
Weird.
Around the outskirts of this smoke, though, and it's Forsaken.
No, half Astra Suck was incredible timing.
And Device sounds off as well. Cushy finding the trades, but he's down to 30 HP. It's just something. And he's trying to play for time. Of course, it's a shorty as well. Look at the B-hub, look at the movement, the airstrafes down to Cushy's doom.
He recognizes that
How
he
did he
has
mimic
time
the
on
little
his side.
shorty as well?
To come out
He
from
shot his
Forsaken.
shorty into the air.
Gravity
That's
well
sick.
as well to remove Crazy Guy off a potential defuse.
Big round, man.
You've got the right weapon at the right time, but you're just trying to make sure that he's not trying
Did
to
Mini help them
swing the
with
rug out from under
comps?
you. That was a
No, not really. So I think from what I can gather is
first jewels,
Pearl's a good example actually. So say that they brought him in around DFM GE time. He would have looked at their Pearl here, and he would have gone like say if he's solely looking at defense, he would have looked at all of this and he would have gone, you're playing a Yoru. You're playing the Yoru like a jet, so either I can fix and tell you how to play the Yoru properly on defense, or you just play a jet. It would have literally been like that. And then maybe he gave them how to play Yoru properly on defense, and they were like, oh sure, we'll just stick with the jet, this looks like too much work. From what I can tell. It's more like that kind of stuff.
Exploiting these ranges. They're hiding underneath RSQ's nose.
It's something that I highlighted a little bit earlier.
Because they were
well,
playing
right,
the
where
Yoru
a map
like a jet.
Pearl currently with this new RRQ roster, it's not their favored map, right? It's not a map that they've, been locking in the same agents, opting to pick, opting to see, picked against
So
them.
I think this map is a good example.
Right, we're switching control.
And then
we're switching
maybe
a couple
with the
agents
jet
in
as well,
there,
he might have
right,
been like,
between
here's a
Neon,
couple of
between
more
KO,
setups that you can play, so it's not as readable.
Role feels
I would
like
imagine.
RRQ on Pearl, it's still not looking the greatest. And in this sort of scenario as well, are you going to have to look to just be perma-banning it come best of 3 territory?
Meanwhile, for PRX, this gap just gets wider and wider in towards A main control now.
I like the initiative, at least from the duelists over towards B main. You'll pick up an ulti orb there for Jemkin. Alpha Monyet, you're both one away now from the ults. You'll pick that up with Death as Jemkin, and you know the space now as well, right? Pistols again for the defenders, just playing to the numbers.
Is just an eco, and kind of got to wait for the next round. I mean, the next round's going to be crazy always. Maybe PRX if they can.
Page out of PRX's book hiding inside the smoke. PRX though doing their due diligence.
Let's wait. I was going to say let's wait, man, because I'm looking at that.
Relay bolt into
Holy.
the up for a triple. Maybe the quad until Devi prevents that from happening.
But he's done his damage.
Yeah, and they
hasn't he?
now know where
The fact that
everyone
he gets
is.
away with 3, that's an absolute mockery on what PaperX had for this round.
It's weird. Does Divide want to use ult?
So even though you have the site somewhat smoked off, is it safe
Yeah.
enough to truly get
Maybe
the
give him a
spike
little
planted?
bit too much space, but it looks like a little bit of a bait, yeah.
Forsaken continuing to try to hold further
They
space.
get the plan. How do they want to play this?
Cushy.
Dude, you could have got closer with this ult.
Into a little bit of an open scenario.
This is what it's about. It's about the smoke
Somewhat similar to
diffuse.
before, and look at this, juggling the guns to get them away out of RQ's reach.
He can go for a full spray if Xfera gets a smoke down on the spike.
Device should have
Other
Astra
gun
Suck.
to continue the spray.
And that's what it comes down to. RRQ, even if they try to go in for the body blocks, I don't know how successful it's going to be, but peeking through the sprays.
Ah, dude, he had it on cooldown.
Crazy guy sticking it all the way through. A thrifty round comes up.
Okay, dude, I mean, that's all Monya.
What is it
That
with
is all
RRQ and
Monya
capturing
right here in
thrifties
that
this
smoke.
series so far? It's
Yeah, they just had
always
to
the
enter
case
better.
That the round they need the most is of a thrifty variety. And this is a scenario as well where the first kill goes the way of PaperX. They don't sniff out what's happening in the smoke though, and it absolutely gets the better of them, doesn't it?
They were checking it. But
Yeah, they
of
also
course,
give him a
Monyet,
lot of
it's
space with the
Monyet.
Astra ult
It has
here.
to be Monyet. What a round.
I think some of the
Saves
I
them.
did
some
all
of the
the
Astra
heavy
util here
lifting.
was like,
The fact that you guys win it,
yeah, it
let's
could have
go.
been a lot better.
Let's see if they can tie it up. 2 more.
Dude, that makes
PRX,
this
though, they
whole
will not
map
be
really
slowing
close
down.
now.
Yeah, in fact, turning up
Two people
the
that can't
heat
buy
right
next,
aren't
they now
Straight up
get a
through the
lot
guts
better with
of
their
me,
money.
Through towards the A side with a bit of a split. The blades though. Oh no, something.
What's your
He's
backup
missed
gun?
them all.
Classic?
Well, he's getting the space for the team nonetheless. Looking for possible right clicks with the Nebula propped up against Crazy Guy right now. And his further space as well. Flower being blocked off again.
Bro, Patman.
Patman continuing to push up through.
This guy's
Secret,
impact's insane.
completely
He doesn't frag that
confounding
heavy.
RRQ.
He's like
And
pretty
you
average
are
with his frags in
looking
terms of
as
like the
Jemkin
numbers.
right now.
But the
Talk about a
impact
change
is
of pace from
insane.
PaperX.
It's always those
Very
big important
slow
rounds.
And steady these last couple ones. Turn it up to 11. Oh, right in your face. A little bit overzealous. Don't get me wrong. Pushing in towards
Impact kill
Flowers,
only,
but
yeah.
Patman winning his jewels as well through Secret.
It's just ridiculous how quick PaperX can truly accelerate.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard this repeatedly from multiple teams that it's a PaperX thing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they had such amount of time where they were looking out of Pacific.
Went away
right?
from his ult as
But
well.
they're starting to really find their rhythm. Couple of consolation frags at the end there for Jemkin, just going to remove the guns from PaperX for all intents and purposes. Play with their economy just a little bit. At thrifty rounds, they're not able to double down with another on the back of it. I mean, madness from Patman, by the way, into his teammate's molly, catching him off guard. Yeah.
That was a true and blue.
I think Vitality can change up and make champs.
Guy
Yeah,
too,
their team's
Patman.
good enough.
He's adopted quite nicely.
The
Fits
skills
him like a
there.
glove, and there
They
we
just
have it.
need,
A timeout by Coach
They just need someone to take control.
As well. We'll
So,
see if
someone's
they're
gotta take
able
control
to
of it.
Deliver PaperX an L in this moment, because this is something that they sorely need. If this doesn't happen, we actually might see a possible 3-1, much like how everyone has predicted.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far just yet, but I think my worries are being seen for RRQ in this scenario, right? The defensive side on this map, you know, when they're trying to gather the early A main information, for example, any team is seeing, well, they're putting 3 numbers there, let's just move it over towards a lane towards B, either through a B link split or all through main, because they do hang around a little bit too late. When you consider that Jemkin on this Yoru is also baited generally to rotate a little bit early, or he's playing then more retake towards this B site, it just plays in towards PaperX's hands more often than not in this sort of environment right now. So we really need to see some change up affairs.
Everyone's speaking about orbs at the moment, and RRQ, 2 stars down, you're going to see them go heavy over towards A main, so they want to try to get this orb, and then in reaction, you're probably going to see this orb. I say in reaction, they got no one close to here that they go aggro, but they should probably just know this is a thing anyway, considering that they're 3 away. Like, you're 3 away, like from one orb on 3 people, and they have a tail. Like, you know for sure they're going aggro A just because they can. This is good as well for Forsaken, man. Smoke goes in, it's like the big difference from them taking over towards door. Walks nice and early, knows that they're going to be probably 3 aggro over towards A, so they manage to get the orb, get over towards B, and win the duel out, and have early in for the rotate.
Looking for that frag against Forsaken, who is another Yoru player, but he gets spotted out because there is a flurry of
And it's
utility
Phoenix
up from
ult,
the
though.
back as well.
They still
Slight
took a lot of
spacing now
space.
for RRQ.
Rough for something though if he
This
sticks
is a
here.
big jaw.
They're aware of this fact.
In with the nightfall as well as the dimensional drift. So you do mark Jemkin somewhat. You mainly need to watch out for Halls as well as Spawn. In for it though. Something's traded positions
Dude,
with
something's
the team.
pauses.
RRQ might not be aware. They are thinking to check, but the barrel, it just reveals all.
Dude, look at him as well, man. He plays time now. I feel like he's progressed as a player a lot.
And that just thins down the herd. Jemkin, though, another frag. He's marking down Pillar to the best of his ability, sticking down the spike to halfway now, and the pressure is on. Something looking for the kills. The time continues to beep, and that's when the shorty gets pulled out. But the shots, they've whiffed, and it's Xfero sticking
Oh
it in.
man, just as I complimented you, bro, it's so close. It's so close. Why do I compliment players? That's close, man. Nuts round.
With the shorty missing those shots,
0.03.
on towards the defuse. You've got to feel heartbreak for a situation that you thought RRQ were not going to win. They lose the first duel with a great heads-up change of pace from Forsaken. Jemkin doing what he can with the 4K. He's needed to deliver nearly everything. But Xfero gets the last one. And they know it's not over yet. They know that they have to switch their focus to the next round because they need more in consecutive affair.
Job's not done. They're pushing up A main. Petman's contending for that spot on the other side of the
Okay,
smoke.
one person.
Wait.
Wait.
RRQ just
I was gonna say one
trying
person
to
acts
regain
big.
control.
He decides to
PRX,
not
they
use
might
his
have gone for
util.
the quick
No
double
util
game
at the
down
moment.
Mart, but is it going to be enough? Because Petman has been sussed out. Got a blaze wall. You got the sight.
Weird, they gotta take some
spike.
space, so something needs to send it back a sight.
Okay.
Oh, it's not going to quite work out the way that they wanted it to. Jemkin with the spams. You got the Suns out the back as well. Cushy, another kill. Jing, though, trying to hold down.
Wait, what is this
defensive ability
Astro?
from the back sight.
Do we not just troll this
Unfortunately,
Astro a bit?
only one left now, so it's just full on spam.
Astro wasn't
Spun
great,
How do you like them
but
apples?
it's all good.
Oh. Good round from RRQ needed here. A lighter investment from PRX. Double digits now for RRQ. Talk about the fact that I said they need 2 rounds in a row. They've done just that. Is that enough, though, to give them an idea on what they need to be doing in the early stages? Because here, right, it's a quick one up from PRX. It's recognizing that they've got control of main. They've got control towards their spawn. They can have a multi-pronged retake coming in towards that one.
And that's why aiming control is beginning to be a bit of a pesky issue.
The thing is, though, look at all the defensive rounds they've got, Quack. 4 retake defuses, right? Challenge over towards B, nice and early. Different look, no A main control, but a similar look to
Little
what the
trap
Astros
play.
utilize now, an entrapment towards
That's
B-Long.
nice.
Great
That's a
opening
nice setup.
engagement. Jemkin, Monyet, their job is done. They can fall back.
That's all they needed.
Got
What
that.
a call by Crazy
Like
Guy,
the whole
or just
floor's a
entire
stun,
team as a
basically.
whole.
Double stun, flash,
Just as soon as the
stun
round
as well.
rips off.
Salvos beyond.
A clone towards the back as well, and PRX won't deal with it.
Could you imagine if that clone was real?
Oh my
Gets
God.
pinged, turns around.
Can
Well,
I say GG? I mean, you can say
not the
GG,
case.
but I don't know who you're saying
We'll have to see
GG
what
for.
Forsaken can potentially do here. What gap can he find? You've already seen a change up of Cushy's utility as well, right? Being protected.
But it's just singular movement, singular audible cues, which means RRQ are fully aware.
They're just not phased, right? 5 versus 3. If PRX continue to this B site, well, we've got numbers. We'll just trade you.
So just holding the angles now. Forsaken, though, snuck all the way through the back. If the timing is right, he might be able to find a bit more. Down for the flicks. He gets the first, but fully blinded now. Able to dodge the flash,
Ooh,
but
it's
not able to
unlucky.
re-peek. Xfero just puts up a huge wall, and it's Petman running for his life.
Yeah, he couldn't get in towards the site to help him there,
How
unfortunately.
much money for
And
PRX
Capture,
here?
when their heads are on their shoulders, swiveling all around. Now you got to put a priority on saving this Vandal to the next round.
The .03 rounds. Dude, it's so similar to the
Feels like RRQ
so similar to the
might have found
G2
the right recipe for this defensive
EG,
side
no?
in a book hidden
Same.
deep in that shelf.
Was it the same round?
RRQ watching.
No, that was
this
at
entire
11-11,
map
right? I
with
think where he dashed
intent,
into sight.
Putting up a strong stand. Map
So
3
similar,
might
though.
give them that confidence that they're looking for into map 4. PRX certainly feeling the pressure once again now that the lead has been lost.
And
I
again,
mean,
I just highlight, I love the play that they come up with for B-Long as well, right? Just
expecting PRX to go in for B.
And if they're not there, you've just got.
Well, they're one away
spacing,
from
you know, it's A,
Phoenix,
you've got
or
your mollies
so they're going to be
still
talking
set up
about that.
towards
But
the
again, they
side.
can't take over towards A main.
You've been pretty successful in doing
Unless
that
they
so
feel like
far,
they can
right?
force A
That's what I
main,
love
maybe.
this scene as well.
Now's the
You
time
got
to do it.
both coaches in the booths, and it looks like a true chess match between both masterminds. Alex, though, trying his darndest to possibly steer the ship in the right direction, because the boys haven't yet been able to crack the code around A main.
Yeah, for a little bit now. RRQ, more importantly, I think have just looked better, right? We've seen RRQ not have ideas on this defensive side, and PRX have kind of exploited that time and time again. You know, just commanding that A main control. PRX were real happy enough to give it to them and put more focus in towards the B side of the map now. Well, you're not even seeing RRQ really contend with A main control anymore. They're just doing the smoke only. They're not putting the salvos behind it, right? And they're still coming up with the same look, missing one piece of utility.
It's down to all these tiny little details and margins. Are PRX able to get a good idea?
Okay, they force it.
This sort of scenario as well, right? As PRX, well, are you playing towards
They
more of a
force it.
default or not?
RRQ, you
Right,
know they're
you're
going to
a
go
little
aggro
less
over
equipped,
towards
you
A
know,
again.
the blade
This
sword
time they do it with
is
less
pretty much
numbers, though.
something. You do have Jing one away from the runner back yet again, but I'm seeing, you know, Jemkin with the dimensional drift and a judge in mid doors.
Oh,
Yeah, I
it
mean,
just
that
does
is
its
the
thing.
gun.
The Prowler was there for check as
It's a
well.
good change up from RRQ on this one.
A
Charge over
trigger
towards
quicker.
door as they wanted to go
It's
aggro.
going to be PRX
Yeah, and that's the
really
original plan
lost
done.
that one.
Yeah, and again,
One
this
yet
is the same
surviving
utility
on
over at
7.
BR, the salvos, right? A deeper nebula, you force your opponents to.
There's still an
switch
orb
that
here
one.
for
Yeah, you get the
Jing to
information.
take, or did they take it
The
when they...
alarm
Oh no,
bot
they
there,
took it when they
well,
went
we
aggro.
need to
That's
adjust a
nice.
little bit. Play retake again if
Yeah,
we
it does
need.
feel like RRQ
Dimensional
came out on
drift
top
serves
after the
that way out.
timeout.
The one slight light at the end of the tunnel that I can see for PRX is if Jing finds a run it back into further space being taken up for the
Bit of
team.
pressure over towards here because they left the question mark goes in and they're putting ults into this one. If Jing can get the plant, then it becomes an interesting round.
Waste the time on this cosmic divide.
Does he get
Starts
spammed?
going to plan. Ooh, got him.
Yeah, dude, that's the round.
That's done.
I mean, that's the round.
A perfect skull executed wallbang kill. Secondary plant attempt, and something sticks it. Will it be enough though? PRX has yet to hold a post plant. Something then opting to go around stairs. He does have support from Patman in this area. A seize would be great as well, but it's the Guardian. I don't know how it's going to be. Divide with a possible spam out from, well, a main, but still.
As soon as he comes up on the minimap.
The dimensional drift, it susses out all.
Damn, they got double kills from the info, the Yoru and minimap spray.
That means that they, on this map,
Okay, one chance for
pretty much the first
RRQ
time
to do
since
it.
the very
Dude,
beginning
why is everyone
stages
typing
of the
Vanish?
first half
You
will
guys
reclaim the
sacrifice
lead.
him?
Match point, PRX falling a little bit flat now. Getting taken out by the judge, getting taken by the spams, not able to off-put Cushy's position. Makes it really awkward in the 5 versus 3 when you just try to get a plant, and all the information from that dimensional drift as well, working a treat.
And it's just brilliant calls from RRQ.
We'll pay for that round. You talk about the something rounds on Heaven?
Judge all of a sudden, PRX has no
Yes.
idea.
It gets scary
Unlucky.
now as well, right?
What can
When
I
you consider
say?
The Armageddon is in play for Crazy Guy. If that's put at the right spot, that could be massive. Back
Okay, the call
towards
is for a big
normal
distraction
C
over
for
towards A main
RRQ,
as they fast push
pushing
over
forward
towards
to
Art.
get
They got
on the
ult as well, just gonna be
overdrive.
following this one up.
With the run
That
back,
tail
six with the two, and
ult
they're stuck
is
in the
kinda
Armageddon.
nuts.
In for the relay bolt as well.
Dude, that
and it's
tail ult
RRQ
was
finding advantage.
incredible.
Defy, though, trades it right back up, but there's a lockdown at his feet. He needs to push up. He needs to go in for it. Jing finds that. Some assistance being afforded now as Spike somewhat gets retrieved. Patman declare it back sight.
3 versus 3. Devi alive, so smokes for PRX. Timing for Patman. This could be everything but Crazy Guy on the drone. He was contemplating it.
Dude, this guy, man. Every time they need him, he does some mad impact. Brings him down to 4 HP as well.
How long PRX might be able to push us into overtime. Jing now.
But he knows he's
with the
low.
space.
Gets the classic out.
We've got an op being played by Devi as well. It's a position
This
that
is
surely
so
RRQ doesn't
scary, man.
expect. So they will continue to march
Flash
forward.
Molly.
Offside, past Flowers. Jing marks the angle, has a flash, has a molly as well. How on earth can Cushy possibly play this? He goes into check, almost losing his life, and it's Jing swinging off of contact to push us into
God.
overtime again.
It was so close, dude. It was so close. Again, I feel like Patman is the guy that made the difference here.
A brilliant Armageddon early on as well. I gotta give props towards Crazy Guy for that location. Really trying to assist the team from afar. But in the middle of the 3 versus 3, just trades upon trades, the hot hands try and force him to not push, and you do get the eventual trade there as Jing.
And it's Petman seizing the initiative to sneak up through Flower as well, just to surprise Crazy Guy. Who,
I mean, if that duel goes the other way, that's
more sacrifices.
I mean, if you play by the book, but
everyone's
Petman
jumping in.
do that, so
another overtime.
OT1 here.
I mean, it kind of worked.
Pressure mounting. I hear the kettle whistling. And both teams, both sides are feeling this. We kick things off with RRQ, slow march up beat.
I'm going in.
They're pretty fast in towards this one, aren't they? 4 members again from PRX.
4-person push over towards A, and they are. They're giving themselves the possibilities of a Jing ult.
Forsaken has down, and he's actually got a judge.
We got the judge in overtime. Dude, honestly,
He's just played DDR.
He might have owned this.
Meanwhile, the rest of the team from PRX slowly coming up front from mid.
Oh boy, is that my fault? Oh, it feels like it's my fault.
With the flank now coming through, and it's just Petman able to find one trade.
The good news is most of you have vanished, so you can't be angry in chat because you sacrificed yourselves.
Spearhead a 2v4. The first thing you got to deal with would be Halls. But that's Monyet with a judge.
Chat, you're all typing like it's my fault, but you guys didn't sacrifice. So.
But then the spams out from Pillar. You've got Jemkin all the way towards the back as well. And he uses that elevation to bring this to a 3v1 divide. Not able to find
the judge plan was so nice. He had the perfect situation as well.
They've really afforded themselves some recovery on this map, haven't they? Since the 4 rounds that they got in a row. Before that, they looked a little bit down for the count, coming out with different ideas, losing the last, but back towards the OT, quick towards the B site, establishing a plant with sheer numbers, Cushy delivering the goods as well, making sure that the numbers were found. He's on
Jemkin gets the defense op out.
He's absolutely stepped up in this map.
I mean, since when have you expected Cushy to go in for that lurk? All of a sudden, he brings it out. This time, RRQ on the defense. They've done this good so far. Can they complete the run? PRX. Patience all of a sudden.
How long do you leave something for here as well, right? You're waiting out for the Nebula over at A main before going together as a team.
Might not expect the glass cannon op either.
Did the drone spot 2 members? It's keeping a heavy investment of numbers for RRQ towards the A site. And an operator, remember here for Jemkin too. Something to note of the glass cannon variety. If something walks into the crosshairs, would be the opening duel, but the timing, the path.
Guys, it's gonna get weird.
Yes, the pathing.
You'd imagine Jemkin's good for it.
Problematic for the team.
Yeah.
He's just gonna dry walk into it.
You gotta be aware, but no.
A nice shot.
The dry walk. And the damage is felt.
Look at him go, man. 27-17.
4 smokes as Devi, and you're double dry
An
walking
absolute
into
map.
an operator line at the B site.
No, not like this.
5 versus 3. RRQ setting themselves up for the map
30 seconds
in another overtime fashion.
They had no idea the op was there, but when it was needed most, Jemkin, Cushy,
2v5.
up to the 30 bomb, and this could be the end of Pearl. PRX desperately trying to hold on. Forsaken needing a huge multi-kill, but it's nowhere to be found.
Monyet as well. Man, Jemkin had an absolute map there, though. You gotta give him that.
Themselves forward. Another OT, and they show that
0.03 round, yeah. It's gonna be in everyone's mind.
To go the distance.
You gotta forget, new map coming up.
They don't do it cleanly, do they? But they will not go down without a fight. Another
We're getting banger maps, though. This map before was good.
Win on this map of Pearl as
I
well.
jinxed them. Chat, you guys are very fast to turn on me. We're out here praising the trade, and now it's all my fault. Not even been 24 hours.
In this installment of the map, and now that's 3
you guys switched up real fast.
For the series. It's 2-1 in favor of RRQ, setting themselves up for one more map to then have a
there's a good life lesson in greed right now. You got the big winner going to Toronto, but guys are still getting angry.
The map from yesterday wasn't too much to write off of, but this
Great
one today,
life lesson of greed.
Just going the distance, finding the adaptations mid-game, mid-round. They forced PRX to scratch their heads and think both times in the past 2 maps.
Literally after round number 19 into round number 20, where they get then the 4 rounds in a row. That's the turning point of the map. That's the time where the defenses actually exist.
Truly.
For RRQ.
And what a performance it has been for the entire team. I mean, Crazy Guy with the calls where they suddenly pushed up B. Cushy with the insane performance as well all of a sudden. The player from Indonesia just picked up this year. It certainly has been a wonderful performance, and we are so hungry for more. Let's toss it back over onto our desk.
I echo that statement. We are definitely hungry for more, especially with all of the performances that we've been seeing so far.
It's a close one.
Pearl, as we mentioned, is the swing map, the map that we need to look closely at, especially since both of these teams have
Jemkin's unbelievable right now, yeah. I mean, Jemkin's been unbelievable this year.
RRQ are intending to rewrite that.
Yeah, I feel like this whole Yoru meta really suits him as well.
I mean, one thing I
One of the better
really
Yorus we've got.
highlight for them is their composure. This is a team where we spoke about this the whole time. Map 1, they did not look composed. Now they've come out and closed 2 overtime games. And if I'm PRX, I'm kicking myself. If I'm just a little bit cleaner in those thrifties, you've just won 3-0. But they haven't. RRQ stealing rounds, now stolen 2 maps away from PRX and putting themselves 1 away from victory.
Yeah, this is the parity of a PRX across a large sample size, across a best of 5. They're a team that when they look really composed, when things are flowing very well for them, when they have full momentum, they're impossible to stop. All the decisions are being made so quick, and they're always the correct ones. But when you drag things out a little bit more, when a couple of rounds go astray, a few mistakes start to happen, that's where you get some of these rounds where you really scratch your head for PRX. The round against Monnier on B long, dry walking into the op and just not checking an extra couple of corners. So PRX, this is why they're such an entertaining team, because they can show you perfect Valorant the way that it was intended to be played, and then they can show you some very questionable plays at the same time.
It's why this train is so exciting, right? And of course, on the side of RRQ too, you mentioned the composure. I have to hand it to them. You're absolutely right. There were so many rounds that came so close, like that one round with that diffuse .03. And you saw Xpero actually just accept whatever was going to happen.
He thought he'd lost.
Yeah, he was closing his eyes. He was just like, just please, whatever happens, right? But it's that factor of RRQ that make them so special, and that has also contributed to them making it this far.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great to see from RRQ the switch up from map 1, right?
Yeah.
It looks like a different team, and I mean, I have to say, very, very impressed. We can roll straight into some replays here, and I want to talk a little bit how they start their game, because it's all about the man himself, Jemkin. We see so they've just won the pistol, anti-ecos, and he's going hunting. He's looking to farm these kills so that he's able to get his ult flowing into the next round. This is something RRQ love to do, and then, of course, the bonus round, we can see them send it in, try and get a lot of that space.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift completely streamlines the B push. You get all of this connector information for free. They spot out something, Salvos immediately flush him out, Crazy Guy 1-digs him, you're able to get into the backside of Halls and see absolutely everything. The site's nice and clear, and RRQ are able to get themselves into some very strong positions. PRX try to respond with the Flood on the Phoenix ult. They also had an early ult timing going into this anti-bonus, but unfortunately, it takes absolutely everything from them to be able to try to complete this retake. All of their guns are lost, and it's very hard to get going on the defensive side if it takes this much for you to win a bonus round, and part of that is down to just how hard Cushy was shooting this game.
Yeah, I mean, Cushy was just an absolute demon. Seeing him on the Killjoy, I was so impressed by his timings, the way he was able to lurk. I feel like he actually understood this role very, very well, and mechanically, he was just so insane.
Yeah, he has great first bullet accuracy and positioning. You've seen that from him on agents like the Sova. I think in the current meta, he doesn't look as comfortable on Teo or KO, in my opinion, as he did when he came into RRQ and was playing a lot of Sova in kickoff. But I think actually, I agree, the Killjoy seemed to suit his skill set. Both of these teams did swap over from Vice to Killjoy going into this game of Pearl, but Cushy, he was able to read those rotations very well on attack. I felt like I was watching Prime Meteor the way he was just walking up art and just taking duels while the rest of the team was struggling to get anything going on the other side of the map. He was the one who was really the hero for RRQ in this game.
Yeah, the way the rounds would just pivot around Cushy, right? Especially since, like, as you mentioned, he would lurk and then he would get a few kills and suddenly the round belongs to RRQ. He was that important. And I think for the side of PRX, though, again, this was a very, very close map. And there were some rounds also that were very, very good, well played by PRX.
They just send it. I mean, this is what you get with a Phoenix Fade. You have this comp where you can just fight with everything. You can throw everything at the other team. And if they're not ready for it, you will get folded.
I mean, they love this. This is the PRX style. We see 4 people in a main because they're looking to control it. And of course they are with that Phoenix just layering up this util, looking so good when they're able to execute this. It's a gamble, it's a risk, but PRX love doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they either get an orb and a lot of map control that the other team has to answer, or they're able to find a nice timing where they have everyone fighting. They either leave something on that info line on B long with the op, or they set up the KJ there. Maybe you have a lockdown, you can play a streamlined retake for there. But MVP goes to Cushy. I mean,
no surprise.
Quite honestly, kickoff, a lot of people were saying this guy looks like he might be Rookie of the Year. He started to slow down a little bit more in stage 1, but this was the last person that I expected going into an off-roll to step up this hard for RRQ and in an important series like this.
I mean, there's some things that just fit like a glove. We were talking earlier about Jemkin on Yoru, and it seems as though KJ on Pearl, on Cushy, might be that perfect fit too. Sometimes it's just like it depends on the map and the agent and the player.
Yeah, I really think he could flex more into Sentinel. Like, some players I see, I'm like, yeah, he's just playing the agent to fit everybody else into the team. I really think he's taken this role and he's run with it. He very much understood what the assignment was on this game of Pearl, and he played excellently.
Yeah, I was so impressed by his composure. You know, he is a rookie. They have Patman on the other side, who is also that rookie.
Yeah. And
I mean, I feel like Cushy's been really stepping up in the way he's able to play, and you know, to come alive in these big best of 5s, to really hard carry your team like that. You know, my heart goes out to him. Absolute respect, because he put the team on his back.
And it's so much validation for all of those tier 2 talent that are coming here on the Pacific stage in our lower finals.
Yeah.
One of the, you know, highest pressure matches that we have here, and suddenly it's like they are thriving. We are now going into Icebox, however. How are we feeling more about this match, especially since this is going to be our 4th map? RRQ seem to be very confident in their map pool so far. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, Icebox is a little bit more known, right? We saw both of these teams play yesterday on Icebox, and of course, PRX managing to win, RRQ, of course, losing there. So both these teams have a lot more recent information, and I think PRX will be feeling good. You know, I think they looked a lot better on this map than RRQ did. We do see that difference in comp, you know, Jing on that Omen, so it's essentially a double duelist coming out from PRX, and the way that Omen plays, much more natural fitting to their style, where RRQ, we're seeing that double initiator, Teo KO style that I also think suits them well.
Yeah, PRX, I mean, throwing out the Joman is something, Omen on Icebox, that we've seen a fair bit in the Americas as well. They love it over there, so I think PRX may be taking a little bit of inspiration, as well as the fact that Jing has got the reps on Omen at the moment. It did look pretty good for them yesterday. RRQ have been early adopters of both Icebox and Ascent coming back into the map pool, so I know that they put in the reps. They were very much forecasting that these maps would be very important for stage 1, so I think they're going to be relatively comfortable to take Icebox as the 4th map here. At the same time, though, their game against Gen G might have been a little bit of a knock to the confidence, so I could really see both Icebox and Ascent going either way. I think the last 3 maps of this best of 5, Pearl, Icebox, Ascent, you could kind of toss a coin, really, because you don't have a lot of data that points to the fact that either one of these teams is going to be very confident winner of either of them, and that's why you're seeing such tight games.
Yeah, and I also think it's, of course, it's these 2 teams, right? They
Gotcha.
are so
Hello.
comeback heavy, both sides, right? It can be so fun, especially when you have all of these rounds.
We get a map 5, we might.
Where it gets like, you know, 2v5.
Icebox should be pretty close.
The other team still might win. Hey, it's a 1v5. The other team still might win.
Yeah.
They're
They
just
use,
that kind of
I mean, they have a good
team.
comp now for
those
Icebox.
types of players to be able to pull things like that off. Before we go into a quick break, I believe we do have a VCT Pacific moment to share with everybody. You can get in on this trend. All you have to do is use the hashtag VCT Pacific Moments. And we have one here from @Ploydere, who I believe we met over in Masters Bangkok in Thailand. If
I think PaperX would have won ball if something had won that round. I mean, yeah. It would have won if they didn't
the
get clutched as well. And they would have won if they didn't get eco'd.
That is her.
Yeah, I mean, T1, obviously,
there's loads of rounds. I mean, you're just pinpointing one round because it's the most memorable.
Korea, an absolute staple. Unfortunately, didn't have the result that they would have wanted, but there's still plenty of great teams to cheer for here.
Gotta have been great watching that live, though. As a T1 fan, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, all of the fans, absolutely. They love watching these teams live, as we are seeing right now here.
Jemkin? No, Jemkin's playing insane, man.
Which will continue right after this quick break when we head into
Jemkin looks like a nightmare to play against.
This series
also doesn't really miss when he has an op. Who's IGLing for NRG? Apparently it's Ethan. I don't know if it's been like 100% confirmed, but... I think it's, I mean, this will be Ethan's last go at IGLing, I'll say that much. But if he can't do it with Bonker as coach, then it's probably not going to work. Like ever. I got faith that Bonker will be pretty good at trying to make it look a lot better. It's Som. I think with the amount of mid-rounding Som does, I wouldn't be surprised if Som is IGLing, yeah. Spoken about the Dark Trex thing? Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit. It's, I mean... I think the Trex thing's okay, to be honest. I think you're okay to kind of gloat a little bit. Especially when it's such like a big upset, but I feel like that's why Dirk is kind of lashing out, because he's in a weird position that he's never really been in before, so he's just pretty emotional at the time. Why so much drama recently, dude? It's loads of young people don't have too much life experience, committing their life to something and experiencing like loss for the first time, or like big losses, or failing for the first time. Everyone deals with it differently.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Everything's pretty everything gets pretty heated because it becomes your life, right? You're spending everything, like your whole life becomes about the game basically. Mostly, at least like 80-90%. So everything everything gets pretty heated. So, and then you got social media and people like to speak out about things. Esports has never been like the most professional thing. Just loads of kids as well. "22 is not young, mate. 22 is young, trust me. 22 is still at that age where you think you know it all, but you don't."
Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough. Looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this.
22 still a child, yeah, exactly. When is the next plat chat? It's either Monday or Tuesday. I'm pretty sure I'm not on it. I've got to do some stuff for Riot. Who will advocate for the train? Guys, the train's already made it. No one needs to advocate for the train. The train is parked in front of everyone. They can't miss it. They can't unsee it. They can't miss it. It's in front of them. Hordes of people piling out of the train, on top of the train. We don't need anyone to advocate for the train now. The train is here and all of the doubters know that it's now real, and that's all that matters. The train is too big to ignore, exactly. Patman's utility usage, it looks pretty good from what I'm seeing. I can focus a bit more on it if you want. There's definitely been rounds where it's been very nice. You're watching the stream from mid-air on your flight. Got free Wi-Fi and it's crazy good. Man, when you get Wi-Fi on planes that can actually run streams, that's incredible. I won't be flying to Toronto. I mean, if they ask me, I'll go to Toronto. So it's kind of up to them.
Pacific Stage 1 lower final where the score is now 2-1.
But I'm down to go. It's actually kind of short flight for me. Well, I say short flight. Like 5 hours, but I think that's not too bad.
This could be our final one.
RRQ opting to start on the attacking side. They will be running with the same comp. I love the KO Teo combo and Jet for Chemkin. Monyet's going to have to switch gears though here.
Okay, Teo Omen diff and then a KO Sova.
A very, very different role over on the side of PaperX. Exactly as aggressive as we would expect. They are sticking with that Omen, which, as I said before, is essentially another duelist on this map. It's another tool to keep getting aggressive. I like this comp for PRX. It worked out very well for them against DRX, so they're looking to continue to build on that momentum and start the run back.
Oh yes, start the run back. Is that gonna be it for PaperX? Is this gonna be our final map? Big questions as we head into Icebox with RRQ versus PaperX.
Usage, it's a lot better than it used to be.
And Quack.
Used to be really rough.
The cold depths of Icebox, and yes, we do have
RRQ's comp is way more meta, yeah.
From yesterday. However, like the desk mentioned just before the break, we do have possibly confidence taken up against RRQ, given the loss against Gen G. But that said, you also have the something versus Chemkin saga continuing.
Yeah, coming in.
Okay, RRQ on defense, PaperX on... Nope, RRQ on attack, PaperX on defense. I think it's a 4-2 pistol at the moment, I'm pretty sure. Raid boss on Chemkin, and honestly with how he's playing, I can't be angry at that. Like everyone should be willing to drop him a gun at the moment. Smoke bottom and middle to block the normal turret. So as soon as you see that smoke, you know they're pushing, but I think Monyet kind of messes up a little bit there. I feel like he should be way more on top of a push as soon as he sees that smoke.
Looking for the swing, looking for the picks with the Sheriff. He does get a good chunk of damage, but the spike should still be getting downed pretty soon. Divine with the turret up, checks towards the back. Here's some footsteps. Needs to swing back.
He's done so good.
And he doesn't have time to
he did
reload,
great,
so
though. He did incredible.
Still able to march up front.
He did get one tag too. Onto Chemkin.
No flashes, however, so it comes down to just the swings, just the positions, and with positions, Forsaken collapses onto Chemkin. And then they're going to be a crazy guy trying to hold down from under Rafter, but he's alone.
Okay,
so
very, very nice. I mean, this is a nice pistol in general. I do think that Monyet needs to be more switched on here, though. You see that smoke and you like dropping down, you just got to stick to this. Like, I would maybe tuck left corner for the push on middle. Your team's going here, should never be right corner, still open to the crossfire. Like, I feel like everything Monyet did here is, in my opinion, wrong. Like, none of it really makes sense, but... Like, him holding makes sense, but then position and what he's doing doesn't make any sense.
I mean, see a force in this next round.
Yeah, pistol round, right?
Because, like, your team's got here, so why are you in the angle that can get crossfired instead of here, which you're in charge of your shots, of who shoots. And the fact that you see the smoke here and you're not ready, yeah, it's rough. This is interesting though. Outlaw buy. We haven't been doing this on any of the maps at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4 people that can get one shot as well, so definitely got to keep an eye on Chemkin.
Crazy guy. So you want to see him grab a chunk of damage here against
the mainstream's too low. I can turn up slightly. Should be better now.
Of PaperX.
A lot of trust, but a lot of recognition from the side of PaperX as well, marking the lurk out by mid. So it PRX. Pharaoh's gone. And also, possible outlaw plays. PRX then elect to play far back.
Yeah, very slow and steady, which means...
Yeah, I mean, they're just waiting for a peek. Dude, they're so confident someone's going to peek them from yellow. They're also trying to wait out the smokes.
In this sort of situation, though, for PRX, you know, you don't want to see them just overdo things.
Kojo went too fast. He just wants to inside himself in this corner. Got a little bit unlucky at the angle. Knife goes over towards yellow, doesn't spot anyone, so they insert one as the rotate comes in. Dude, look at this rotate. 5-person rotate just because of one KO knife?
To get a plant down, but is it going to be defendable?
I mean, there were salvos also, but...
Outlaw in play, salvos will come back online when the spike plant's down, top of sight.
I'd say not bad. There's a slight chance still, you know, with the outlaw.
Slight chance is a great chance.
Chip damage with the
kind of depends on this outlaw. We'll keep an eye on the luck as well. Luck only has a classic.
Yet, but just the classic, so let's see what happens.
Oh boy, we're running.
Okay, now they know the outlaw's here though. Yeah, it's lovely.
The outlaw just doesn't do much.
Here comes the classic. Dude, they get info that he's pushing behind because of the turret as well. It's nicely done from Device.
And in the round pipes.
Salvos go out. Oh, they could have got half.
Not able to hold it off for too long.
Everyone's gonna matter, but
salvo refreshed up, but
yeah, this was a good try from RRQ. In terms of it though, PRX survive. They know that two are gonna have relatively low money because of the purchase as well. And they pick up the outlaw, so they should know they're at least gonna have one, probably two, the people that can get one shot here.
Very level head again for PRX, who have just had to go through 2 maps of overtime and lose 2 maps of overtime. You gotta let that not shake you in a best of 5 scenario. You picked Icebox as the choice in this one, right? So you gotta consider Ascent next.
Okay, I like this though. They know that the outlaw's in the other hands now, so they buy heavy armor. Get that stinger out. They're missing a couple of bits of util.
A little bit back and forth with the pistols,
No
but
nade,
right
no
now,
updraft.
pretty good start.
Slow and steady for RRQ towards the safe side of things. As soon as you're noted, top of
Dude,
that
they saw
side,
his gun barrel.
just dead.
Surely not.
An awkward spray come through from that Vandal too.
Well, Devi coming in to refill space as
Whoa,
well.
bro, look at him
But
go.
don't have much in terms of utility.
My
Are
duelist
staving off
Teo.
RRQ except for bullets. Shock dart in as well. And RRQ
Yeah, maybe a little bit over-eager on this one. The Teo wanted to go, everyone else wasn't there really with him. Wall went up, separated him. And they kind of saw him and then he backed off too late and then it's just an easy spam.
Snake Bite already noting on towards something's position. He's stuck. He doesn't tailwind available.
Yeah, wall goes up. Dude, look at that. 3 HP. Wait, how's Patman in spawn? I didn't look at the minimap for a little bit.
They have an idea, but still just stuck towards this A site.
Unless you take a
Bro, I was watching this guy melt from a molly. How's he in spawn? What's going on here?
You can just wait and see when Forsaken wants to use the Recon 2. There's a Nano still at the default that RRQ are going to have to contend with. Patman not tested, which means they know that this is still going to end at the A site.
Then you've got something playing a possible one and done. Outlaw shots not found.
Ooh, Molly melts him a little bit though. Holy, look at that.
Kill back sight. Patman then pushes up, but at this point, he's got to find a 1v3. Not much in terms of utility except for the, well, the wall that might conceal his movements, but it's a 50-50. Which side you're going to show up from? RRQ are just happily tucked in.
Yeah, I mean, nicely handled from RRQ. It's one of those classics. You lock them in over towards A, you got 3 people here, but just because of how the map is, don't really have a crossfire, so their pre-aims normally pretty good.
They knew Patman's flank was gold, they had the damage delivered, they had the advantage on the side itself, but then you just start to look at the 4 versus 3 in towards the site, something pushes out and loses his life. Monyet gets a double too, they're not able to get the trades. Bit of a fumble from PRX.
Icebox, yeah, Icebox is a nightmare, especially with these comps now where, like, if you just look at RRQ's comp, they pretty much got 2 bits of util, which means that they don't have to worry about the right side of the site. So when they're going over towards A, their aim can just be here. And then you look at this and you can push through either side, so if you are here, you're kind of in the crossfire on defense. Which just shouldn't be a thing when you're in theory holding the choke. And I get that they thought the choke would be here, but they gave you too many avenues for this to not be a choke.
Question is he able to find much with it?
Nice shot.
The angle right from underneath. Jet doing Jet things, and he reads it fully.
Where's that Armageddon going to go, though?
That's the great question.
Top of this early. Dude, we got double luck.
Position, but no chance to use it for now.
Killjoy gets one. Do they expect...
Crazy guy sets it off by yellow. And it's going to be RRQ Monyet who's still trying to hold things down. Fortunately, Armageddon not going to be able to do too much out of them, buying time. Devi slowly ringing around the Rosie, around yellow. Spike still going off though, and Monyet just fires off a shot.
Absolutely owned it. Look at him go.
No clue. It needs to tap up.
Dude, he absolutely owned it. A big 1v3 from him.
Stands up, pops off.
Dude, the impact of that as well.
Forcing
down to eco. It's a mad impactful round.
That one, aren't you? All the shots to come out from Monyet working a treat. I'm noting that the flank is potentially going to come on out as well for RRQ, but that's being looked after in the kitchens in the meanwhile too. That's a 1 versus 3 Red Bull clutch to come through from Monyet. How individual were those shots at the end there? Those positions from PRX when they're off put by the Armageddon as well.
Forcing down to eco as well. Big investment on that one. They had the op.
Into this next round as well. Something's probably going to be popping the blades immediately. There's a lockdown for Devi, but do you consider using them? You need to find advantage. You need to find secondary advantage. The Blade Storm's actually just been removed, so any aggression from PRX forced to latibulate back towards the site.
Just because you have it doesn't mean you need to use it. It's still relatively early. RRQ though, it's a lot of space that they've lapped up. Positions noted, shock darts through as well, and that gives something the chance that he was looking for.
Yeah, but if you can find these opening jewels, how many more are you going to be able to back that up with, right? Is something going to be good for another one or not? That gun that you've just dropped, irretrievable.
The fast rotate from him though. Last seen over towards here, fast over towards B, instant decision making.
Towards the Bravo side of the map. Meanwhile, Forsaken has picked up the Hunter's Fury.
Something in position as well. Oh, the swings wasn't great.
50 HP.
Decent damage. We'll see if the Hunter's Fury can finish off the job.
And now there it is.
As well.
Dude, they go double ults on the ecos. Ah, this is a big round, man. They're back to their madness ways. They got to win this. Dude, Patman killed someone else during that. That was crazy. It's a nice shot. Good shock again, dude. Double shock kills already. 5 rounds in.
And PRX will finish the
hey,
thrifty,
rewarded for the double
shots,
ults.
the utility.
2 guns picked up as well.
Anything you can do, I can do better. A thrifty round going the way of PRX.
They had to, man. They had to win this, otherwise this might have been... I mean, I'm not saying the map, but at least the half would have been a nightmare.
I asked the question, right? How much more on the back of that
Yeah, I guess
Storm
triple if you're thinking
the blades themselves,
Shadow as well. Yeah, you're right.
Nada shots out with the Sheriff of Patman, doing enough damage for the shock dart to finish off his intended prey of Monyet too.
Yeah, the Sova util was good here.
The 1 versus 3. Hefty investment of 3 ults there from PRX, but
because the ult was kind of the ult was crazy because he's not even going for the planter, right? He's going for the person that actually was done damage-wise, unless he thought it was a tap and he's moving back. I'm not sure. Okay, somebody gets the op out again. Monyet takes the hit. Dude, Monyet takes the hit even though he's frying him.
Yeah, he's committed to this fight, and he's got it too.
Nice shot.
Great shouldering out from something. Jemkin down in this duelist battle.
You would think it's great recognition.
Dude, he hit.
He did.
Yeah, he
Down
hit
to
that.
20. Cushy though, I mean, just thinking of possibly throwing it to the wind. RRQ, however, have snuck up tube.
Yeah, it's removed the turret so you can sneak past.
What a weird round this is.
Batman.
Has to be aware, doesn't he?
But would he?
Yeah, he's playing the back angle just in case.
In case, but not a single peep yet. Oh, something. Oh, with the Viper's Pit as well, Petman.
Patman's doing good though.
Get
the snake out. A lot of this is probably down to Cushy. I know he's 20 HP, but if he can, okay, well, it's a dumb round.
2 versus 4.
And Patman still trying to make some noise, forcing RQ out in the open. That's the Viper gone. Spike,
nice.
Well, picked back up, but can you really get it planted? Xpharaoh, 30 seconds, and he's trying to sneak one over.
Another, yeah,
Patman's
the guy, man.
Isn't he? What can you do?
Actually the guy.
How do you toy with them? But you really can't.
If you're PRX, you don't hear the spike tapping.
Yeah.
Surely you consider it.
Time's on your side though, right? 10 seconds.
Is this doable?
He's going to eventually have to run.
Yes, it is, as long as he doesn't go for the plant back off.
If anyone looks to sacrifice him.
And no problems here.
Well,
with the huge sprint.
What'd you get for believing?
Bound to bound, picks up that headshot.
He would have had to sprint earlier on and then potentially play in the open where Jing would have even ran on him and then, you know, remove him off the spike plant. You win the round, kill him, you win the round. That duel, most importantly on a crazy guy before the pit, just is able to come into position.
And it just begins with a really prevalent duel between Something and Jemkin. Jemkin was 1 away from the ult, or I mean, from the ult, and that's exactly why Something pushed up front.
It's more importantly the fact that PaperX are taking some space and going for these duels when they've got some favored
okay, well,
they want
knives, it looks like.
Indeed. Still though.
I like this from PaperX though. They know that they're 1 away from. They know they're eco. They know they're 1 away from knives, so they go aggro over towards B to try and make sure that this doesn't happen. Good call from RRQ to maybe they've looked into that. I'm not sure that they do some kind of punish over towards B when one's away in terms of a jet. Some ult for an eco.
Everyone's just hovering around looking for the duels. Some pop flash kills going over, and it's Jemkin with the blades. There it is, the effects being felt from the previous round now coming alive, but Device still looking for the bursts. Jing with assistance out from the back. Just like Big Time was talking about, a pseudo-duelist, and he pushes all the way
imagine they didn't get that trade. Imagine they didn't get that trade. There was like 1 second left on that trade. They both would have been hit by the ult. That got close. It didn't feel that close, but that was incredibly close.
Best around the site, making sure that they just have a party.
Yeah, Jing can get his ult on this one. Not the best map for an Omen ult, but the info can be nice over towards B, especially when kind of lacking that info.
Most importantly, just staved off in the very beginning, right? The Nano Swarm, the Toxic Screen, doing its damage, doing its work to buy a little couple of crucial moments. And then just Devi able to hit his shots at the end as well. The rest of the team knowing that it doesn't matter if the lockdown does go off. It's great recognition just of that game. So with the 4-2 scoreline now, it means that RRQ, sorry, 2-5 scoreline, means that RRQ are going to be deploying a timeout.
PaperX keeping things somewhat light and breezy as well. You hear some cackles of laughter towards the end, suggests that they're in a pretty good headspace for this one, considering the fact that they are kind of facing a possible...
The thing is, Quack, they've had advantages.
Seiken, I mean, he's
he's
flexing onto everything.
And then it's gone into overtime. And what happened in the overtime? They lost the overtime. So they need everything that they can get, especially on this defensive side right now. Of course, Icebox, right, for PaperX, we've not really seen that much from them. 2 games against DRX.
And they've won. What I'm saying is, Komodo, you know, one kind of affects the other, right? When they begin to feel that pressure, sometimes that's why they get that loss in overtime. So the true question is, how thick is their plot armor? How much are they going to be able to do in what could be the final map if RRQ completes it?
This is kind of interesting. On attack, they've pinged the turret as well, so it looks like they know this turret's going to be here. Ball 1 push with a Viper or... Dude, I thought they were going to keep pushing with the Viper on as some kind of like trap play, or essentially you don't think that one's going to be pushing once you have the ult here. Heavy over towards A at the beginning, try to force them into the AWP. Ooh. May you go to TP.
Is in a really precarious position. Thankfully, the cloud comes up. Enough for him to
Just say you gotta get out of there on this. Knife hits 3 back of sight.
Just gonna try and force out the plant.
Some spams, chip damage against Crazy Guy, but the plant still goes through. That's it though. Gotta watch out for this potential lurk from Xfero. Jemkin up.
Oh, in his head.
Fantastic kill. Yes, it's a good stick as well. The Cloudburst comes up in time. Duelist v Duelist, and this time Jemkin deals the death blow. Off to the end, though. It's going to be PaperX now looking for the retake. They've begun to fan out around the site, looking for yellow control. Monyet trying to contend with it, but goes down to Forsaken with the kills. Crazy Guy, Salvo still up, and he lets them go. Cushy watches his teammates back,
Salvo's
and then
here,
puts Forsaken
Salvo's
in
here with devastating.
No chance in hell. RRQ have fight.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, this came down to Jemkin again, just being top of yellow, getting that fast pick. Knife was really good, hit 3, still stuck with the plant as well. Knowing that they can have the neither they can have the smoke up or any kind of damage to stop them from planning.
Great position from Jemkin. Unexpected that he himself got on top of yellow. You got a scenario where it is that 4 versus 3, so the fact that through the snake spike, Monyet finds one as well, really important.
Are we at Colt? You talk about the train? I mean, we pivoted from using Colt to people. I'm pretty sure we've crossed the line to being a Colt, yeah. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that crosses the line. We're throwing people in to the engine.
Buying up the op again, though.
Yeah, and if you're seeing the drone, you're
feels pretty culty.
Make sure that you destroy that drone as Patman, so it's a good change up. But similarly, Jing gets taken down really early on the other side of the map.
But look at this, something's not backing down. Unfortunately, the cloud burst allows for RRQ to slip back.
And he knows that on the back of that, Crazy Guy's picked up the ulti orb. So the adjustment from PaperX now needs to come out where you're contending with removing Crazy Guy from the situation.
Hey, good luck to Patman. He's committed.
By himself here at B.
Well, that's pretty good considering how he's kind of sneaking around, but this time now he's finding himself in a pinned down position. However, he's not pinned down. You're pinned down with him. 2 kills now, possibly a 3rd.
It's incredible timing though.
From yellow, but someone
Monyet has incredible timing.
Sparrow though, still needing to pick up the spike, and Petman recognizes that. Swaps back around. That's a 3rd. A 4th.
Wait, is this guy the smartest player in the world? What is that? He didn't hear him. He was walking the whole way.
To come out from him when PaperX needed it. I thought that when he got the first 2, he was going to snake spite to bail out. But just aware of the fact that someone could have slipped on past the left side.
That's insane, man.
And he manages to find Monyet.
No, you're right. He's actually Batman, dude. What is this?
From Patman.
Let's go.
Everybody's elevated today.
Oh, thankfully he's not putting X anywhere.
That's so sick.
And PaperX will continue extending
this lead. God, that's so good.
Eco from RQ right now.
Hold on.
Okay.
It might be the best replay ever. Dude, what a round though. Like if you're gonna give it, that's the best round you can give it after.
So we'll see what these pistols and the Vandal are going to be able to do from RRQ. Get on the right line.
Ah, man.
Might have his head
That was awesome.
Nevertheless, he's good for 1. Get out of dodge.
And in with the tailwind as well. He finds the second
kill. Nice shot.
Crazy Guy still desperately.
My goodness, he flicks for the guy on the left.
The shot against something. However, PaperX have hovered around the site now. Another player being caught out next to the one-way.
Dude, teams have been struggling against the smoke a little bit.
He's got a Vandal though. Can he find
good shot.
the kills? Gets the first, but Jing with the off angle. Toxic screen up as well. Allows
this was nice. Good comms on the wall here. Wants to make sure that he's locked in.
Yeah, Crazy Guy trying to
doesn't want him to get the spike, get out of there.
Finding the 2 sheriff shots and then the 3rd one, but just ultimately shut on down. So starts to.
Oh man, that replay's really got me, man. That was so good.
I'm starting to feel. I mean, it already was happening, right? You're looking
Oh,
at
that's
your
a great shot, dude.
You start to see a bit of a series on them.
Komodo says we've got a game in our hands, and I would have to believe it as well. There's 2 rounds left in this first half, and PaperX don't show any signs of truly slowing down. No. At least until this op could be potentially eliminated. RQ trying to formulate a plan.
Just a couple of
diversions. Yeah, well, they go your mollies.
So far for them.
had to pop the molly so it didn't get hit by the salvo.
Important situation for RRQ. Get another round on the board quickly in towards the A side. Device still good for 1. Not a double, but Forsaken here as well as something.
Strong, man. This A-hold is strong right now.
Right off the get-go. And RRQ, this whole plan was formulated around getting some A control.
Patman's locked him in again.
It's been all thrown off. Petman up from the back.
When PaperX are challenging you and they've got the numbers ready to shoot, you're going to have a bad day at the office.
Just shows depth again. Another op shot punched through. Petman now pushing up.
Very nice, man. Strongholds.
When did he get here?
Yeah, he's just making sure that he's not pushing.
Where's the engine changes in Master Toronto, but the map pool isn't? No, the map pool changes, mate. Sunset's in.
Watching his sort of rotations and the initiative of when he's going for these flanks, it's generally always when RRQ are getting deep in towards the A site, and he can slot himself in the spawn when the numbers are similar, right? The 3 versus 3s and that sort of thing. When they've got this significant advantage, he will then push up for a proper flank. It's just a really great addition for him and recognition of the role in those scenarios.
And that comes out on top of the previous quad kill round as well. RQ once again back into A site.
Look at the ultimates that you've got to play with though right now, Clark. Hunter's Fury, Lockdown.
Yeah, they got all the good ones.
Close to a pit for Patman 2. Probably not going to get it here. Maybe Monyet being 1 away will be more likely in picking that up, or maybe they want to prioritize getting the lockdown early and then having Monyet plant and pit. There's options here for RRQ, given a bit of space to gallivant around this A site if they want to start to sprint up a little bit.
Yeah, but if you're PRX, you imagine it's RRQ looking for the plant. That's exactly what this double init composition is for. Post-plant plays. PRX, though, with their ultimates, exactly. Just able to possibly deny Spike plant. He spots out the first, and the shock dart in. The lockdown gets ripped off. Something's in position. Oh, he doesn't go
the
for
little
lockdown.
jump up. That was sick, man. Made sure they got this line good with the jump up. Ooh, Patman was the most important jewel as well.
And that's crazy from Patman. Again with the lurk presence. RRQ beginning to think twice. Jemkin continuing to push up, feeling the pressure out from behind.
Bro, 9?
Something then just takes the head off with the Blade Storm.
I love that adaptation from PRX, just knowing that
Patman got so much from the flanker every single time as well. Didn't really get punished for pushing, ever.
Actually have more value than just ult trading. Get some damage in, make it easier for the team who have to have a little bit of time for the rotations towards the A site. Monyet got the pit off the plant, couldn't establish it. I've already talked about the lockdown. You just
the ult was really good.
Go in for the trades with the team, have full confidence in your boys. That's exactly what PRX do there. This is a great halftime score for them, but I do not want to count RRQ out, right? They will change up sides, going to the defensive side, and whilst it hasn't looked the greatest for them, you know, in the
Icebox, no, they got their Icebox pretty good. Ever since they put the, I mean, ever since they put the Info Sentinel here, it's been nice. Then obviously they got the
if they can bring that one back.
Ever since they've got confidence as well.
Go for the overtime record.
What do you want to see again? Cosplay walkout. Well, we've already had walkouts, so new overtime record. Let's get 50-50. Let's just be here all night. Let's get some pizza. Let's have some fun.
She's opting for cosplay though. We'll see what this guy goes for. I mean, right now you want RRQ to go the distance.
Actually, to be fair,
okay.
I mean, look.
I see where you're going.
We can have new overtime records like any other day, right? Let's just get every team having really cool.
Some of the vanished comments are funny, man.
Let's just bring some personality.
Everyone's saying like the last lines.
I'm throwing all
Give me back
personality right
in
out
there.
the window. I want good Valorant.
You know what I would absolutely lose my mind about though? If the 5 players playing, and I don't know if they're allowed to, would all cosplay onto the stage.
Oh my god.
As the agents that they may play.
No, you're gonna feel so uncomfortable. We did have Neff up over from China in a
5-2 with the pistols.
But back into the game, and it is PRX against RRQ. RRQ, like you mentioned before, they are a team that does not go quietly into the night.
Pistols. Now
3 pass and stack on the pistol. People normally only do this on like an eco. This is strong. The smoke goes in though. They should have known that this is the default smoke though, so the reaction is to push through it. And it's going to get weird.
Both angles being separated apart, and it's Crazy Guy who finds a singular frag.
Oh, he did incredible low, good damage.
It's an even exchange.
Yeah, damage extra onto Jemkin.
Good timing to push through middle as well. 3 pass, and you know they ain't holding middle with that one.
It's under orange instead of through the tube, but it looks like Cushy a little bit aware.
Dude, Patman's proven to be pretty smart.
One you're going to watch out for is Jemkin though, up around yellow. And he gets discovered by this drone.
I probably shouldn't have complimented him on the lark because, okay, dude, he's so smart that it counts the cast.
Into the site, Jemkin silenced, not a single peep. Xpharaoh, the only one left, and he's opting to go through kitchen. Petman's still in position, so
can he cook something here, Quack?
Does he have the ingredients?
Sick round, man. Dude, they're just dominating pistols. 6-2.
10-3, PRX. Might just give us a quick map.
Yeah, potentially so. Another pistol round collected from PRX. Extremely proficient in collecting them this series, and maybe so more needed to push us into that 5th and final map for this one in Ascent. A little bit early for that. We'll see what the next bit is going to look like for RRQ if they decide that they need to force into the next round. I mean, there's no, plant that goes down for PRX, but there's no real damage that comes through from RRQ.
Yeah. They're allowed to
dash. Just the pistols. Probably going to see the 11-3 scoreline.
You would hope it would be RQ, though. They've stacked up correctly on A.
Yeah, this could be a cheeky crossfire angle for him.
all in position.
I mean, the stack's right for RRQ.
Trying to send out some bombardinos, but it's gonna be Jing who finds the first one. Divine to push off of the toxic screen as well. Something, trying to get some good spams, but of course with the position so far, RRQ not truly able to find out too much until Cushy.
Yeah, I mean, it got a little close.
Submachine
Got a
guns.
little close. They still get to pick up 2 guns though, or hold on to 2 guns.
Yeah, there was
Bonus is still gonna be nice. Four rifles, 1 pistol probably. Well, they've been doing NA buy, right? They might probably just go
the little things that come
double
on
rifle.
through, but you never really know, right? In the heat of
They
the
really
moment,
shouldn't be
you've
NA
gotta
buying
just
here, by the way.
make sure
With this scoreline,
that your
doesn't need to
confidence is
happen.
up. So we'll see what this buy now will look like for RRQ. Down to a
Only one of them takes the hit. This is not too bad. Something make sure that
like they have to cut
you could probably drop.
corners here to give themselves some advantages.
What's NA buy? Where you like
at least go in for the
you scrap the bonus rounds and you buy all rifles, which basically means you get that swing round earlier. So whoever loses it has to eco.
Sent their way over at the A site. So trying to change it up, trying to get sneaky. Alarm bot noted. Patman's position. Gotta be careful.
Puts the pressure on the A players though. How do they handle it?
You also have Cushy.
My guy's at spawn again, but he holds and waits for the push through bottom and middle. Dude, Patman is really smart,
They
chat.
can possibly rotate, but you do have Monyet.
Yeah, this is gonna
Look
be
how
really
calm he is
awkward
in
for
this
the timing, isn't it?
situation.
But he's gonna go hunting for Patman instead.
Oh, back up from mid, but PRX just continues
Wait,
their
this guy's
steady
sick,
march
man.
into sight. There's only Monyet left, and now he's been spotted. Good kill on
He's a great pickup.
But do you know where Patman is? Do you know about the
He's
Pat
really good
signal
on
in the
Lux as
skies?
well.
Patman oscillating back and forth around the corner.
Oh, what a shot.
Monyet gets the flick until Patman
Dude, what a round again,
just
man. Pistol into
silences
the bonus.
Careful giving
Sick round.
options for a 1 versus 3 though.
Hey,
Quack.
9
1v1
chances.
Strice over. Could get the better of you, but that means it is the bonus round going PRX's way. And that's a 4 versus 5 conversion that they do best as well. They are looking so much more awakened on this map.
my
of
guy's
Icebox
so
at the
calm.
moment. It would take a bit of a beast takeover on RRQ's side to have a comeback come forward here.
Oh, man.
So we just further extend the map potentially with this timeout to come through from RRQ. If it is indeed theirs, you would assume so. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Gonna take,
you would hope it's not a 12-3 passing with 12
Nonetheless,
taking the timeout.
They've brought themselves this far, Komodo. I mean, we started things off
Especially in the best of
not
5
too
when you got
hot.
one map to go.
You had 2
I'm not sure you want to be doing that.
Look at it from the outside, right? PRX map number 1, 13-2. 2 OT wins for RRQ where PRX could have closed them out. And now a smacking on the 4th map, potentially 13-3.
You take those. Also smiles across the board for PRX.
Press my
Well, you
freak
hope so.
sleeping.
You just hope that they
It's
don't
so
falter
easy.
here
My
and
freak's
goes
just
over
sleeping
towards
out
the
here. It
set,
doesn't need to have
where
any
in
input.
a lower final to get back, you know, to get a chance at a trophy, right? For PRX to
Either that or
re-get
he's
a
watching
chance
the
at a
player
trophy.
Patman thinking,
RRQ
man,
for
I'm
the
never
first
coming
time
back here.
to be able to
Look at this guy go.
hold a trophy potentially.
Potentially.
It's just settling in
Still
now,
good
like
for that
Jesus.
Potential
Guy's
rematch.
unbelievable.
Yeah, the Gen G game is going to
But
look
right now,
a little scary.
Neither team can truly let their foot off the gas. RRQ,
Thinking
this
about the
map
new
might have been
team.
like this, but still looking for whatever possible advantage they can find.
And nobody is at home at this B side at the moment. This is the corners cutting that I'm talking about a little bit earlier. Change of pace, flash drive.
Chat, I'm just
You can see
complimenting.
that
Relax.
no one's home.
It's not
No
like I think he's a
turret
bad player. I
watching
think he's
the
a great
normal
player.
cross. So you get an idea that things aren't around the A side. Now it's cemented in stone.
He's
But
been
it's
helping with the
not
anti-strat?
seeing anything.
Okay, he's
Get your
just been up all
rotations
night,
towards
chat.
B, because RRQ need the
Why are you
bodies
not flaming him?
to fight.
Decent buys. Crazy guy close to an alt.
Just
Something
tired.
that would be paramount. You've bought some time. You've noted the positions. You know exactly where PRX are. Can you deliver, though? The angle, unfortunately, not quite.
Forsaken, you can't be droning there.
Forsaken tucks himself in
How
the
are you
safe
alive?
corner for surveying with the drone. Salvos, though, and allows for RRQ to begin their forward march. The screen up, and it lets Forsaken sneak up
Holy.
behind. He's infiltrated
Bro,
their
he's getting
backs.
away with murder, and then he
Jing
does this.
Pushing up as well. Nanoswarm with a flick onto Jimkin. It's just
wrecked
Sparrow
him.
who unfortunately will collapse.
They wrecked them.
The 4th
About
map,
team
and
3.
it ends with a 13-3 scoreline. Ladies and gents, we have got
Dude, either
a truly
RRQ like
full
really
series.
close win or
That's
PRX
just a
just
commanding
smashed them.
victory to come through from PRX, isn't it, on this map? A much better idea, a much better cohesive look for them. And just time and time again, RRQ backwards and forwards with guns and saves. A Thrifty even going in the way of PRX this time in this map. The pistols in the secondary rounds certainly help out when you get 4 out of the eventual 13. But my, oh my, RRQ, the maps that they're winning here by sliver of margins. Now they have to try and bring some momentum back towards their favor in map number 5, Ascent. Who knows how that one's gonna go?
I mean, you're gonna have to dig deep. You're gonna have to bring out everything that you've possibly got. They put up some decent performances, but onto this map, holy cow, Petman truly answered the call.
Yeah, I mean, that 4K that comes through from
What
him,
is
all
this,
the
Ascent?
energetic moments, he's just
RRQ have a very nice
side of B
Ascent.
time and time again. His flanks are looking great for team information as well. He's just certainly, you know, been a key
should be pretty
piece
close,
for
eh?
PRX in its entirety in that whole comeback from the DFM
Man,
stage
if
to now.
PRX win this, I'm
will
so
he be
down
able
for
to get a taste
Sideshow
of getting
having
into a grand
to...
final
Dude, he has to
on the
paint a
older
train.
maps of Valorant to
I should
give us
have specified the
true
rules.
test?
Yeah,
If
you're
they win,
so
I'll
close that you
I'll
can
specify the
nearly
rules to
taste
him.
it, but of course, this is
I'll do a video
the
for Plat Shadow,
VCT
sorry.
Pacific lower finals. This
He's
is
got to
Valorant,
paint a
and
wooden
this is
train for the
where
back of his
every single
for the back
road
of his
leads us
stream.
back down
Dude, I
to
think
Ascent.
I said they
Let's
had to
toss
be
it
there
back
for a
over
year
to
or
Jesse.
something, right? I need to go back and watch what I said.
Back to Ascent
Dude, look at
indeed,
this, though.
because
They
we
actually
are
smashed
going
them
to
in.
a Map 5. The score is tied 2-2 between RRQ and PRX.
He said he would tie himself
Just
to
look
a
at the
train track,
scoreline
yeah, but
there.
we don't
PRX,
actually
they
want
are
to see
on a
that.
roll. I
So
think this is really
we went for a
more
nicer version, man.
how
He
PRX
always goes so
snowball,
extreme. Why
and
does
how
this
they
guy always
steamroll
go so
most
extreme?
teams rather than what RRQ
He
did
said he's going to
wrong.
detonate his
I
house.
don't know. I feel like
And then he's
going
gonna
to
tie himself to a train track.
Stopped them on 2 maps. RRQ barely
Maybe we should
scraped
read
2
into the
wins
signs,
over
man,
the
see if
line
he's
with some
okay.
great
That's
individual
crazy.
performances
Like,
and
he
some-
always goes
I
so
would say,
extreme,
you know, some
dude.
sloppy
I'm like,
rounds
yeah,
for
man, just
PRX.
paint
So
a
it really
wooden
feels like when
wooden
PRX is
train
locking in,
or something.
they're proving they're kind
Paint a
of the
wooden
best-
train
better
for your
team
stream.
of these two.
He's
Ice
talking
Box
about
definitely not
tying
going
himself
the way
to
that
a train
RRQ
track.
would have wanted, and PRX really outclassing them. I think, honestly, the more I'm starting to watch this PRX comp on Icebox, the more I'm liking it.
Yeah, I think it looks great for them. It's so well suited to how they like to play. And I think this is shades of map 1 again. RRQ didn't
Okay.
even start the play. The only rounds they got across the board really
Detonate my house on that was
moments
funny.
that we saw Monya
To
line
Bobo,
up to
thanks
get
so much
those
for the tier
clutches,
1. Appreciate the
but
10 months.
past
Thank you for
They
that.
weren't even really playing this game. I have to say, I'm worried for RRQ heading into map 5.
I think
all the wins out your sails.
I think RRQ need to rework this comp, to be honest. Like, I haven't really liked having Cushy being on the KO most of the times that I've seen it. I wouldn't mind if they could try and play like a Sova comp or something
7
like that.
first
Maybe
kills.
Sparrow on the Viper. You could, you know, get a little bit more value out of some of your players playing different kind of agent comps. You could even throw like Cushy on the Killjoy or something like that.
Okay, be right back.
But that's going to have to be something that they consider for Toronto. For PRX, 7 opening kills for something there. Another Jet masterclass from him. And I honestly, like, it's been an effort by committee for PRX, even on Pearl. Like, almost every map, there has been no one that's really underperforming for PRX. All 5 of them have been on all series.
I think that's the difference in like the level of consistency and experience, I kind of want to say, where for me it seems like all of PRX are on almost all the time, but for RRQ they needed Jemkin to get them across the line map 2, they needed Cushy to get them across the line map 3, and if no one stands up and goes, okay guys, I'll get us this one, then it doesn't really seem to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially since, if they don't have that someone to kind of rally around, they seem to be going around like headless chickens almost, right? For the side of RRQ, you kind of wonder where this game plan was, because again, they seem to be very confident in their map pool going into this. I think Koshi Walk said it himself as well in one of the press conferences that they were excited for this best of 5 because of that very reason, right? But I mean, you know, you have something like something on your team with these amazing up kills, and like how on earth are you gonna win?
I think honestly, like, we'll look at some of the replays here, and I think something a huge difference maker on the Jet. I mean, this first of all though is you see a timeout come out here for RRQ. It actually allows PRX to cook up a pretty nice play here. You see something on the B long info line. This is what I love about this Omen comp. You can get aggressive on A belt. You didn't see it as much as in the last game PRX played on this map from Jing, but you could see Pit over on the A side, and RRQ at this point in the game, they're really trying to turn their fortunes around with the timeout. They're starting to get rolling on the attacking side, but that is the double-edged sword. I see a lot of sentiment out there of like, why is this team not calling a timeout? Or why is X coach not willing to call a timeout here? You've got to remember that that is going to allow the other team to pre-plan around them. When they have a bunch of ults or they have certain things that they can kind of pre-program there, you're no longer playing against what you're expecting. You have to kind of adapt to whatever the thing is that's being thrown at you.
And I also think a big part of why I think that play is so good is because it suits their comp so well, right? So you're able to send Jing forward because he can make use of that, the verticality on that Omen, while something on the other side is able to hold down with the op, which is something he's been so routinely good at. So it gives them the option for aggressiveness and that consistent holding of the line. But we have to take a look at something here. I mean, I think for a lot of teams, you know, I've seen a lot of people say you don't need a duelist on this map, and it's right, you don't. But it's like, if you're going to play a Jet, if you're going to play a duelist, it's for this. It's so you can get this op going, you can dash away when you need to, you can abuse verticality, and when you have one of the best op players in the world in something, why would you not? I mean, this map suits him so well. I think he's the modern day king of Icebox. He loves this map, loves this agent, loves that weapon. You can't have a better combination.
Yeah, I think you see the op usage is almost double for PRX that it is for RRQ right now. Jemkin as a duelist is, you do see him pick it up, but he much prefers the rifle. He seems much more comfortable with that, whereas something is this oppressive opping presence in the server. He's someone that you have to consider in everything that you do. You have to throw waves of initiator util at him. You have to be able to, you know, jiggle those lines, be able to circle jump, have good movement and things like that, and that just slows down your snowball on the attacking side so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like he's always this X factor that the team have, and really lighten up. And this is exactly what PRX want as we head towards map 5. All the momentum is in their favor. I think they'll be annoyed that they haven't closed this series already, to be honest. Just a little bit cleaner on the Thrifties, and they should have already had this. This is their series to lose now, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, especially since, as you mentioned earlier, you have all 5 members of PRX just really coming online in this series. You don't really see anybody dropping the ball. You know, we had Patman with some amazing plays on Icebox. I'm so happy to see us Viper really come online here on the Pacific stage. By the way, some of the most memorable games that I remember from Patman way back home in the PH Challengers were him on Viper. So I think going into this next map, momentum is in favor of PRX right now, but RRQ, I never ever underestimate their comeback.
We play a best of 1 on Ascent to see who is going to take on Gen G in that grand final. RRQ have been early adopters of Ascent since it came out. Right at the start of stage 1, you saw them with this double init Yoru comp. They were quite happy to play it. They looked very nice on it. Over on the side of PRX, I thought that their double init with the KO fade was going to kind of be a hard read into Boom initially, but they've continued to play it, and it's continued to look better and better.
Yeah, I mean, I like what PRX do on this map. You know, they're pretty unique with how they use this fade, and it does definitely give them a different edge. RRQ playing that kind of modern meta comp. But again, I think we're going to see Jemkin move back to his comfort of the Yoru, and hopefully something stay on his comfort of the Jet. So very different approaches to this map, which I love to see on Ascent, by the way.
You're going to allow to get Cushy on the Sova as well. It's his signature agent for me.
That's much better for him.
Yeah, for PRX, honestly, this comp on Ascent is going to be similar to what we saw on Pearl. They love to be very active. You'll see Fade and KO just always getting active on defense, throwing that initiator util out, making plays. It's a very fluid approach to Ascent. They're not going to be sat there static waiting for you to take a site or reacting to whatever you're doing on attack. PRX is always going to be doing something. All you need to do is just go back and look at the VOD of that T1 game. They were getting in T1's face and they were not letting them execute their game plan on attack.
And since we are going into map number 5, another factor comes into play, right? It's about endurance now for these teams. And PRX just have a lot more repetition in cases like this, on finals. They are veterans on that final stage. And for RRQ, it is their first time. They don't get a lot of reps on the BO5, right? Especially with the whole crowd factor cheering for everybody. So this is really a true test for them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time RRQ played a best of 5. I don't even know if they have in the whole partnership era, to be honest. I can't pin one down in my mind. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, this is definitely where the experience of PRX will come into play. As you say, they've all been here, done that so many times, and you know, this isn't a team that's fantastic in best of fives, generally, but they've been here. They understand what it feels like. They know
the trauma is coming back.
They know what a best of 5 feels like. The RRQ guys, this is going to be a little bit of a new experience for them.
Yeah, I think the thing is they put a lot of initial work into Ascent, so I think they're going to fall back on a very strong foundation here.
Ascent, dude, this is actually like a really good test for PRX because
they played it so well.
I do think RRQ's got one of the better Ascents in Pacific.
Running in with the same comp here. We'll just see.
I would probably say like top 3 from what I've seen.
The exact same comp, something.
So,
will he go back to back with huge jet performances? They get to start out on that defensive side. He loves to get this op rolling, but just keep an eye out for PRX just getting active and getting in the face of RRQ early on here.
Yeah, if you're RRQ starting on that attacking side, you have to be careful for that elf. You know he's coming for you, but as you say, Jemkin back onto that Yoru, really his signature role.
Dude, this
Everybody's
is sick.
comfortable here in RRQ, so
wait, that's so good.
It's like everybody is locked in for our final map of the lower finals
That's
here
nuts,
at VCT Pacific Stage 1. We are going into Ascent, and we'll toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
And this is what it all comes down to.
That's really cool.
You can dread it, you can run from it, but destiny arrives all
We need a sideshow on the track.
Everyone is into their signature roles.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, speaking about that, right, we've now got 4 players in the lobby who are playing 5 different agents across all 5 of these maps today.
Damn, that was
with
really
an
cool.
extra caveat for Forsaken playing all 4 roles as well.
Oh, that is a pretty crazy statistic.
Okay, RRQ on attack, PRX on defense. We're at 6-2 pistols. And again, like I said, this is a very, very good test.
Right now pushing out something. He doesn't have a clue, but he will get taken out as well. Jemkin instantly.
Dude, that Omen flash was really nice as well. Man, they just made PRX use so much util here just because of one Omen flash.
They've been severely lacking them.
PRX at one point are going to have to try and do some other pistols because as soon as you see that aggro, you know where there's 4 and you know where there's 1.
Every single shot as they try to push on over from lane. He does get some decent shit damage.
When you're up 6-2 on the pistols, can't really
Crazy guy that he's
be telling them that they need new pistols.
Really late flank position.
At the very least, he's bought time for PRX to set up the retake. But the spams, Monyet, he's killed Patman. Cushy as well, off from Boathouse, and now it's just Jing trying to work his way around the smokes. You still have utility as RRQ as well. Forsaken trying to work his way around the smoke. Hunt over, sneaking around lane. Monyet still alive. But Forsaken will continue to slip through, eliminates Jemkin, turns back around and takes Monyet away. Unfortunately, not a third, and it's just Jing with 13 HP.
Give him a bit of hope for that one.
Tough fight.
Okay, 3-6 in the pistols. It might start getting a little rough PRX here.
Allow them to expire into the spike, find
We're gonna
more
see.
alt points. There it is, but
I definitely think the wall needs to start going over towards middle so they can stack sites.
That he's not able to play the corner and get the kill. The immediate pivot towards the B site where you get through Device utility. Who switch back up towards the Vice. Meanwhile, flip it on over too. Last time we did see Xfero on the Vice on this map. He's gone back towards the Cypher, where as a whole, RRQ had a lot more potency on this map. You know, against Nongshim, against Talon. They did lose towards Team Secret. Felt like they weren't even in the map in that game. But importantly, Quack, the pistol round going RRQ's way.
We've got 3 people that can get one shot.
Something on the Outlaw is going to be real dirty with it. Courtesy of
Yeah, people do bring like the aggro
might not have seen too
play
much,
more against Cyphers. Especially when Cyphers, majority of the, like you have 2 options of a Cypher really if you're defaulting over towards it. It's camera to get early A info or it's this camera to spot mid.
To watch for it. It's going to come down to timing. There's 2 of them here.
Dude, this timing's crazy.
He goes in for the fights and he will be victorious against Patman. Oh, the Outlaw.
Does he double smoke out? As he play it?
The right location.
No dash anymore.
Just the timing on the angle.
Right, you've got players with the haunt around A main, and that informs that you know RQ are somewhere around B.
Yeah, but the really late flank again from Crazy Guy. He's just going to play so passive for the salvos if needed. Oh, catch anyone that comes through tiles for the lurk, which actually this time may actually happen.
Okay, they isolate a gun here though.
Door shut as well, just buys further time. I mean, this flank, this lurk.
It's just going to play with your mind, isn't it? Going later and later into the map.
compounding effects for sure, and he just is so unbelievably patient. Jemkin just blocks off both lanes now. Xfero as well, and that Ghost. And something might have bought up the Outlaw,
very,
but he's
very
not
nice.
able to find too much off of it.
Yeah, and Forsaken's going to have to take the hit.
So we'll see what the buy is going to look like coming in towards the bonus round now. RRQ holding a couple of these rifles on over.
Yeah, kind of hand-gifted them.
Going to be deploying the Judge.
Hello, Jules, mate. How we doing?
Expand his weaponry when it comes towards this map on the Fade as well. See if he's going to be bringing out that Odin a little bit later on too, right? When you got the Odin and the Operator that we'll be waiting to see coming towards something's hands. If you can get that activated nice and early on the defender side, you'll be forcing out a little bit more early utility from RRQ.
Not too early for now, though. It's going to be the Judge instead.
Yeah, it's immediately forcing Jing back as well towards the A side. Whether or not we get some sort of pop.
Okay, they put the wall over towards short, which does mean as time goes on and they don't have info over towards middle, like they pretty much have to always form into a 2-1-2. So we'll see if mid ever gets it exploited as well.
Have, of course, Salvo's drone, dart for Cushy.
Juicy intel. Flash for Jing, but
he's holding it at the moment, expecting that there may very well be an explosive play when you're on a bonus, but gonna think better of it. RRQ
taking their time with it, and this is where as PRX you're also possibly thinking about crazy guy.
Okay, late default over towards middle. You got to recon to see if you can take the TP. They fake the TP, which you hear from B mains. You now think the Yoru's over towards middle, and this little setup over towards B is strong. Cushy though has the drone.
And this is where you're going to have to see delivery.
Guys, you got to drone this.
And something.
Oh boy.
Finds the double. Oh, something with the assistance as well, and it's just Forsaken being able to bring RRQ to a stop. Still though, decent kills, and Xfero will make his way into the site. I'm got Petman hearing all the footsteps.
I'm surprised if I didn't pop them early, to be honest with you. The Thorns. Spike.
Oh. Not too sure about that one, but still have 3v2. Monyet slowly arriving on scene.
Good flash though.
Doing his darndest to hold it from Boathouse.
Oh, that's a good flash. Damn, that was a great flash. I thought the first original flash was good. This Monyet flash was sick, man. Hit both across the line. The lovely 2v3 from them.
When you've got a 2 versus 3 scenario, you're not popping the Thorns to stave off any aggression. You're not arc-rosing early as well as Devi.
Looks like an early timeout.
Eventually getting in towards the side itself as well. You paranoid the back, but you don't actually play on the back of the timing that the paranoia is active for. Good little off angle from Xfero, catching Patman just jumping across, and it's a better paranoia that comes through from Monyet, who is playing the flanking angle, shifting towards it. That's a great bonus conversion to come through from RRQ, immediately called for a timeout as PRX, because that round, the way that that happens from beginning to end, I mean, PRX hold off the aggression that may have come towards the A site. They have a rotation idea to be careful of mid as well. But when push comes to shove, you found the advantage, and it dropped through your fingers.
Slipped right through thanks to the late lurks again.
Yeah, slippery Monyet.
3 rounds. Previously was Crazy Guy, this time was Monyet, and it's definitely something that PRX needs to be fully aware of.
For sure. See what this timeout is going to
Sliggy,
result in for PRX.
thanks so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate that.
This is the nth hour,
I guess it's Sly, right? Thank you so much, Sly.
Lower bracket final game series.
I appreciate that, Sly. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so money's starting to get out of control. They had a timeout, and it looks like they're going to go aggro, or at least set up the Bucky so they can rotate heavier.
Those 2 maps could have got you the victory. Nevertheless, though, new, fresh round on the back of a timeout. Sheriffs and a Bucky for Forsaken. Unfortunate for something.
Device to pick up where he left off.
Not the full flash to come out. Now the information with the hat removed.
At the very least, there's a sheer wall, but
baited.
That's what that clone does.
Yep. Good counter. Always.
Yeah, they got the Omen flash out of them as well.
And then RRQ with mid-round calls over onto A.
Does the Bucky get her in time?
The Bucky.
At the very least, try to hide inside with the movement. Evades the stuns.
Oh, dude, nearly got a second one. He did a lot of damage to that first shot as well, because she down to 61. It's still, I mean, it's still pretty much impossible with the Sheriffs on Heaven.
PaperX on site, but not able to line up the shots. Their site robbed once more. Jing trying to find another headshot, but with that little stack up.
Hey, very, very rough start.
4-0
Big buy round.
currently.
Yeah, so you would assume that the timeout is going to be for this round here, when you got your rifles coming in, when you got that operator to come in for something. You know, it's what I talked about earlier that we were waiting for.
That's a nice shot.
As well. It actually flashed behind Jemkin, so it didn't have its full potency. So just with the kills that come in the back of this timeout as well now, where is that operator going to be poised? Is it going to be in through mid for a bit of a play? You know, time and time again, we do see some flash plays come out, but they're going to be spreading across the map.
Yeah, big change up is the op over towards middle. TP gets set up for bottom of mid. So you clear A main, we go over towards A, and then we TP mid to actually split over towards B. It's a nice strat.
Oh, he didn't see the corner.
Yeah, he didn't check corner. Okay, he checks him now. Oh.
Brings himself out of it, especially the Hunter Sphere as well. Something tries to dodge as much as possible.
Oh, it is own teammate. Damn, something just got to kill there. Fade, ult, fast hit over towards the site. It's a good trade. Next kill's important.
Push out from spawn. Petman now arriving from market, but he needs to kill that much more.
Oh, the 2v3 from main. Yeah, this kind of jeweled out a little bit. AHP, dude, PaperX can't really catch a break.
Removed all of those audio and a couple of the HP marks as well, but just jumping on down in towards it when you technically had
it's a nice strat from sorry, it's a nice strat from RRQ.
Just can't get the advantage. This 3 versus 2 here, the fact that Crazy Guy and Cushy are navigating the angles together, just working their crosshairs across, getting the shots worked. If PaperX slowed down a little bit when the 3 versus 2 was there, could have given themselves a bit of time. Now it's a 5th round for RRQ on this attacking side,
where they have every single advantage possible.
And you would expect this to convert into a 6th as well, unless we see a Thrifty come through for PaperX, get the B main control. Bladestorm there, you could pick up a Steel Garden, but you already see Xfero hanging around.
It won't be easy. Something's gonna have to land as much as possible with his blades, the Prowler, the Flash, just for that Steel Garden. The cage propped up though, and something needs to clear so much. RRQ, meanwhile, are just happy to rush over onto the A side, where Xfero continues to mark down the angle as well. Forsaken spams over RRQ. It's Crazy Guy in the corner.
No way.
Has no earthly clue.
He got all 4. He's locked into a corner.
And it's 6-0.
Yeah, he's got a little bit nuclear there in that anti-eco.
The great round for him. He's got his ult as well.
The pistols very much could have overwhelmed him.
Bro's locked into a corner. He does that.
As well. And something just body shots with the blades, not able to find the kill.
Dude, he gets full HP. He has full HP at the
There's
end.
an opportunity for PaperX to potentially find something. That's going to be a lot of confidence to Crazy Guy there for RRQ. He's not had, you know, the most stellar of kill performances here, but he's trying to call the best game he can for the team coming into this roster.
Yeah, I mean, we said RRQ is like one of the best descents we've seen in Pacific. And when they get snowballing as well, it's a nightmare because, again, they have really good ideas with that ult. Last time we kind of saw them with this ult, normally what they do is they ult top of heaven and then TP under. But we'll see if they do that again. Tell you what though, they probably don't need to. Drone clears all the sight, so they can just take the free site with the Omen ult. Might be able to save the tail for the after plant.
RRQ will plant their flag firmly down.
Dude, they're good on this map.
For a potential flank to come through later from Xfero, but with plant going down,
I'm not even sure they can. So what's going to happen is they're going to go over towards short, they're going to use their Vice ult, but then in reaction, are we just going to tail all one of these areas to make sure that they can't actually take any space? Yeah. So now all we have to do is focus on heaven.
Continuing to try to push up front. It's just Forsaken, however. Can he truly find the kills? He's getting salvoed, but with assistance from Patman, they dive down. Jemkin gets out of dodge, straight back into Wine. PaperX, they have some numbers though.
Command.
Still trying to find
Severa
the
goes
shot.
heaven.
Dodges the shot through.
I mean, you can't see the plant here, right?
From the top of hell, and PaperX have noted his position.
Yeah, it was a good retake in the end. I wonder if,
absolutely needed from
in my opinion, it's the smaller micro thing. I think you should always be ulting heaven and holding door heavy just because of the guns, but you delay enough time. I guess you think there's more over towards short because they're protecting the ult.
If you can call it a bait out the Armageddon, it really buys a little bit of time for
the ult's kind of nice. It leaks over towards heaven a bit. Yeah, that's not too bad.
To make the best out of the pistols. Unfortunately, doesn't work there, but you've already afforded yourself 6 rounds, right? You've got a lot of padding in this half as RRQ. Build up your economy, buys on buys. Go at it again this time.
Okay, got to get 2 in a row though. It's going to be an eco if they lose this for 2.
See what the differences look like from PRX.
Similar setups, but one thing they can always bet for sure is that they have that confidence to continue going for some of these fights. Prowler again to contend with Xfero.
Yeah, it's just going to make
Yeah,
him feel
trying to set up that op over towards here at the same time, taking the AWP. Make sure they're a little closer to AWP.
To smoke out middle so he can get out of dodge. 0 point is going to buy some time. Drone not spotting too much. But this is the mid-rounding for RRQ if they do pivot towards
Okay,
B.
this time they're going to be droning though, right? Surely they learned from earlier.
Does he get the spidey senses tingling though that he either needs to
Yeah,
move
they're at
to
least
watch
expecting
mid
the
or
op
pop
here, so...
the tailwind.
I think he's going to mark for
This is a
B main
drone here.
instead.
Yeah, a bit more of a better angle for him, and with this slower approach from RRQ, the drone's going to give away the info, so he can really call for his team to come and assist, because he probably needs it.
Need to pull it quick enough. Crazy guy still with the late lurks. Forsaken's already cleared out mid though, but something. Does he know that they are that close? It's a clone. It's a haunt as well, and Jemkin just
Dude, the tether stops them from taking any space though. It's a nice TP to get out. Do they have any idea this TP can be here? Great shot. Dude, Patman, was that a right-click flash? Either way, the Omen flash looked pretty good as well. I wonder if RRQ are going to call that they over-rotated here, because they just saw so many.
I mean, how many scenarios do they just want
It's
to
at least
send all the
a
bodies
good amount of
into the
information that
fights
most
this time?
of them saw as well.
Works a bit better than a couple of rounds ago. Cheeky angle, actually, just the sliver scene. The Patman through the smoke.
Yeah,
great
dude, look at the right click.
Great
Man, right click now is incredibly strong.
Give us the hype. We need the hype.
He's locked in. He needs more rounds before he truly hypes up, but
for sure.
8 kills up right now, 6 for Patman.
Always
Q still in the lead.
Always saying the same stuff in B main though, right?
Yeah, same thing. Just that but I think this is good. They're just making sure that they have to use the drone to re-clear over towards B. I think when you got a double TP comp, making sure that they have to use their drone for like main control is really important. Dude, what the hell is this recon? Late recon?
He waited for that Prowler before he put this one down.
Late recon that goes market.
Sneak all the way through into market. Oh, Forsaken. Aware to check with the Prowler, sees as well the flash just to push Jemkin away.
Yeah, dude, they still got a lot out of them though. Prowler on the flash.
You're getting a smoke to get out of dodge, or your eventual plan.
And they spotted the wall
go
on short as well,
towards
so
the
they know
B
the wall's
side,
there.
where you'll have a deep mid smoke potentially. You can disregard that because you've got the whole team with you. Door shut, an avenue of approach. Forsaken holding the info line, a pre-fire spot you would assume.
But too many targets, and unfortunately he meets his doom. Something then immediately turns back around, but the shot has been blocked by the clone.
The clone again keeps owning him.
Further time, RRQ will get the site.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough one for PRX. Neural Theft confirming all the information. There's also the trap wire at the edge of market.
They're up close though, and it's just Xfero inside of main. He can continue to toy with PRX. PRX trying to find the spacing, trying to find the pathing actually into the site. Can they deal with the damage that has been caused? RRQ still holding them off, but Jing not too bad on the damage. Defy with the trades, down to the 1-on-2. Surely you expect inside of Boathouse. He does have the, well, no, not the Arc Rose. Tries to slip over. One side has been smoked off, and it's the double P.
Almost nearly a lineup on this. Dude, 7 on attack is so much.
RRQ right back the rounds.
Yeah, that's some good numbers, but honestly, this is normally how this map goes in this region, to be fair.
Decision to make too, right? When you slip the spike in towards bottom mid, you do consider what is the approach from RRQ. Are they trying
When will the Toronto groups be revealed? I have no idea.
Are they going to be going
I
forward?
don't know when they're going to do that live draw thing.
Ultimately, the idea when you know, your Omen and your other boys do back yourselves up, you go silently in approach. PRX have kind of been
think it would be after
relinquishing this
EMEA,
mid
but I'm
control
not sure
time
it will
and
be.
time again.
We'll see.
So the adjustment for them now is putting the shear there. So forcing out some adjustments from PRX.
And it's just the thorns around tree.
Patman noted close as well towards that dark cover. Has to change his own approach.
Yeah, this is nice from PRX. They do the same thing over towards B. They clear all this information, but we got one playing on site, no one else. You would imagine that Jing is beyond dead. It's so funny because they're like, they've been told that if one's on site, you have to fight together. So then I see Patman just kind of like sending it, but in that situation there, I think he's gonna get out. But maybe it's Jing's fault for playing solo site in the beginning.
You need that operator in play. You
It's hard to play against, man.
2 casualties gone. PaperX have to just concede this one. We've seen pace changes from RRQ.
Oh
when
my
you've
goodness,
got that
dude, it's so
dimensional
loud.
drift.
RRQ are insanely, like, this is what I've been saying the whole time about RRQ, and I feel like this is probably one of the best examples we've had, is they're so good with their ults.
You can hide as
They're so good with their ults.
That's why you really do need, you know, a null command essentially in those sort of scenarios to counter.
Like they won. They won a couple with every time they've had a Euro ult, they've won that one. They had even the Omen ult round was good, where they managed to clear over towards A with the drone.
RRQ now up 8-2 after the timer expires. And again, it's just compounding effects from everything from the first few rounds, right? The butterfly effect from the late lurks, the presence outside of B, which forces PaperX to plant players around these spots. Just buys so much away.
I was going to say, the timeout for PaperX, do you consider dropping your second one in this sort of scenario as well? Because you need to have a really big discussion right now. It's Ascent defenses on a change-up of agents coming into this
map. Did you up
the
the Vanish timeout?
That you've
Damn, dude,
had some
that's a
good
long
successes
time.
on, right? Against T1, maybe you catch them in a bit of an off day for that second map that they picked in the series. Your attacking
Up
side
to
was
5
forced,
minutes.
your
Oh
defensive
my goodness.
side, I mean, they ended it as an 8-4.
That's sick.
Right? In the lead. This time,
It's a committed
all of the
Vanish.
ideas for
Oh, dude,
RRQ
Lexi, I'm down for it.
working much more of a treat. And what have we seen from PaperX, Quack? We've seen B main control upon B main control, getting either the operator on the line or you know, Prowler out from Forsaken, and they hang around. If RRQ are expecting that, they're happy to give it, right? They've got 3 other lanes that they can go through. You can go through mid, go through tree, go through main.
You are going crazy.
I mean,
dude,
so
you need
much
everyone to
consider.
sacrifice here to do this one. I think this one is. I just think RRQ are too good at this map, to be honest.
Looking for 8-2. I mean, this is the first time, the first half.
So I think the positives to take away from PaperX though are good. I think the main positive, if you're a PaperX fan at the moment, is Teo's about to get nerfed, and you don't play Teo on any map. That's incredible, and you have so much less work to do than everyone else. And one of the worst maps, well, actually, they're pretty good at Fraction.
When I thought PaperX was equipped in for this round, they immediately get eliminated. Forsaken down, something with the operator, but not able to flick
had to no hesitate here and just insta go for him.
Do you even consider a save again? A 2 versus 4? You've got no money, you've got not the greatest weapon, there's the Bulldog in play.
Yeah, well, it's round 11. Might as well just kind of throw everything in, but tripped up as well, Jing. He's been spotted. X are beginning to push up. Jing might not expect it. He's crouched down as well, but Jing, decent flick. Flashes over onto the back, but oh, the spam's possible. He has to back off.
PaperX, yeah, they're getting wrecked on this map.
He hears the jumps as
so
well.
In my
That will be another
opinion,
kill.
you
Though,
have to,
now,
with what's going on here, like I just think this is just a hard rule, to be honest, when you're using Vice on defense. I think when you're using Vice on defense on this map, I think, I know that there's a lot of coaches that disagree with this, but I think you should always be using your wall over towards middle. Like, I think you should always have the wall over towards middle so you can 3-person stack sides. I think with the current meta, when you have a Teo, like, side hits are too strong at the moment, so you have to have as many numbers as you can over towards the signs.
RRQ, the money in shambles. Digging deep in towards
I think when you have this and you have to like wait a little bit, or you have to always be wary of middle, I think it's a nightmare.
Regen shield in there as well. I mean, Patman, yeah, you've got a Spectre, but if you're null commanding at the right time, you could still assist your team. 0 point for 2. This will command a little bit of a slower start for the beginning of the round to RRQ.
Forsaken taking his time around B main as well. He just sent a hot out, which was shot down, so still holding on to some Prowlers, but the Armageddon into back of A.
Yeah, no dark cover to put at the front of the side at the moment, but the Molly will hold them at
Yeah, we got the fake A. Dude, this is what I was talking about as well. I said that they were over-rotating earlier, so they add a little fake in a bit later. The calling's nice here. I know they lose this round because the Fade ult's sick, but it's still nice ideas from RRQ.
The late lurk this time completely dismantled, but he will still be able to eliminate Jing for the least. Something to end it off, though. So it's not a 10-2. PaperX able to scratch one right back against RRQ.
Put your hands
I mean,
up.
they would have to have a bit of a
masterclass
on attack here.
Person out there, the 9-3 curse, is it gonna be real? PaperX Gonna have to have the blessings go their way in this one, because so far RRQ have just had the better ideas, the better movement around the map.
Benno with the tier 1, thank you so much,
Supporting
dude.
themselves
Thank
more
you for that.
buys as well, right? With the layering of rounds that they have. I mean, the 6-0 start really sets them up for the remainder of the half. 3 more extra, they drop 3, yeah, sure. But they are in pole position here to get into that grand final. Which player infuriates you more? Go in already, a duelist that never goes in, or Smoke, a controller that never smokes?
100% controller. You need
I mean, yeah, honestly, both of them.
And at least controller, once you're done smoking off, you can push in.
I mean, we do see a lot of duelists be a bit self-sufficient, like a Jet that can get in, or Yori that can get in around the smokes, because you think about the importance in these sort of scenarios, right? How often do we see smoking agents actually die a little bit earlier on, and then the team has to adapt? So sometimes you do get smokes that can't smoke, and you have to adapt. If you lose your duelist, well, the team can slowly go in. So I think more infuriating, probably the duelist.
Regardless of that little disagreement.
For the people out there, though, don't be any of them. Go and entry if you play duelist. Go and smoke if you play controller.
Just do everything right. We'll see if PaperX can do everything right, though. I mean, again, you mentioned how the first time was perfectly set
where are we
up
at?
by
1-0 on
RRQ.
pistols
Now
on
they're
this
on
one.
defense.
6-3 altogether.
This is such an important pistol round. The stats will not matter
PaperX need it.
if
Regardless.
RRQ get the pistol.
If RRQ get the pistol, then
Oh yeah, I mean, if
This
RRQ
could be
get
over.
pistol, it's done.
Well, we'll see. How nervous are PaperX coming in towards this pistol? And they shrug it off going into their attacking side. Slow and steady in the middle. Cleared out by the stealth drone.
the drone doesn't hear the footsteps truly as well. However, PaperX clearing out A little bit, begun to set themselves up around B.
Got a kill trip towards the switch as well in case we have something fast from something.
Oh, and the 3 from RRQ, stable to mark down the site.
3 on site with the recon. They call for a
Yeah, they can't
cancel.
go in at the moment with just the stalling power.
I mean,
of
as
the
we can see on the
cage.
minimap,
Salvos
3 on
They're looking at
site,
trip as well.
1
So you're gonna
rotate.
have to try and
It's
go back at
good.
it again.
But
Yeah.
it does look like
Maybe
they're going to
get a dash
cancel and actually
towards
just
it.
split.
Maybe you have some
Oh
good
boy.
spam. Maybe someone who plays towards CT, if it's smoked off, can still pepper some bullets there.
Oh, but then for PaperX to elect for a B split push instead. Crazy guy, he's found some information.
30 seconds to go.
Dude,
It's gonna
how
end up
do
being
you lose a
RRQ
3 on
for you.
site?
Yeah, exactly, with the trips again as well.
There's the
Up
trip.
around the survival smokes.
find
Jemkin
out.
trying to line up the shots, but something's good for at least one. To buy, though, the trades have to be good, and PaperX just continue to waterfall into the side. But look at Jemkin and how slippery he is. Backed into safety.
They got to get the plant and the salvos. They can push you out of position. That's exactly what they do.
And 13 seconds left. The spike plant is not available. Forsaken has to find the kills. Finally, it goes
Forsaken's
down.
killing
And it's
everyone.
just Crazy guy left. Low HP
Low
as well,
HPs.
but still needs to find the 1v2 in position. He just lets time reset just a bit.
If they play high-low at the moment, they could lose their lives. They are.
Crazy guy. Does he have the shot though? Just ahead onto Petman.
Oh
And
my
Forsaken
God.
with the crouch.
It
The
felt
high-low
so
still
close.
supports PaperX.
That setup as well.
That
If
was
Forsaken gets
close.
headshot,
Okay.
the ghost bullet, does it go
I
through?
mean, it
Finish
would
him
be
off.
mad.
That would have
It
been
would be a mad one.
headset off moment for PaperX. You
Carry
would
7 with the
assume
tier 1. Thank you for the 3
Jemkin
months.
trying to dig deep in
Thank you
there
for
as
that,
well, but my oh my, the stalling power, the reads, the fact that PaperX still go into the B site. There's no time to change it up. There's no lurk to bring value for them in this pistol round. You got to keep a sword face for them too, because they have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, the swarm works, and well, at least it's one round, which might give
Crossfires
them a
on site.
couple
I don't
more
think the smoke
with the
helped them that
guns
much, to be
boarded up.
honest.
Awkward.
It's like a new
Team
smoke
flash
that they
would have
did. Don't think it. I don't know, I would have to look at it, but I don't think it makes the most sense.
all the way towards the back and beginning to peek forward.
It's not too often you see a cool little counterplay on the back of the camera like that. Try and flood on in, catch them off guard. But, hey, you weather it, right? And now we wait and we go again by the looks of PaperX's positions. This time you got a bit of a rotation from Xfero as well. Just the pistols, though.
As much as possible. Back in for the little peeks, though, off of the timing. Jemkin out by logs, however, but spotted out thanks to the C's.
Very well stuck here. He's going to have all the utility
Oh,
go his
fast
way.
and stack is a
Fragment
good
and
nade, though.
Thorns.
The spams just to prevent him from escaping. The salvos though, but then PRX once again with a full arsenal, just happy to look for the fight.
And they get the plant as well. It's
So
close.
that's 2, right? Always should be good for the second after the pistol, but this is
Extra
where
bit
we
of
get
money.
the guns in possession for RRQ, and this is where we really start to see how much effect the first half has on this game, right? They afforded themselves 9-3, 6-round advantage. They can afford a couple of mishaps here and there in this half. They can afford themselves, you know, a chance for PRX to maybe start to make a comeback, but you do have to start to
we're going for the
RRQ,
recon bottom mid.
right?
Sure.
How
Go
long
for
does
the
it take
EG
them to
strat.
recognize what
Recon into
PRX are gonna be
spam.
doing on this attacking side? Are PRX really changing up their approach time and time
This
again?
is nice from PRX. They smoke out here. They do a
Not too
knife
much
deep as well.
currently.
Knife doesn't hit anyone, so they know there's no one
Just
over
a confident
towards
being pushed
Wine.
given the guns, but
I
now
do
you
think
gotta really
at
slow
one point, if
things
they keep
down.
doing this smoke, they should probably get hit by
Odin
this
being
knife,
fired
right?
off
You
as
want to
well.
actually make
PRX
them
now
use Util
aware.
for Wine, but
Slowing things down are going to work a treat for RRQ as well, because that allows them to rotate where they need. That allows the likes of Crazy Guy to have the salvos put at the right time. High cam again to spot some early information. Though currently gate crash for Jemkin towards
clear
the
of
A
B
side
comes
where his
in
locale
at
is
the same
anyway.
time.
So
Re-clear of A
currently
comes
would
in
be
so they can get the
a
rotate
retake
over.
scenario if PRX quickly got into the B site.
But that comes down to Xfero as well as Cushy. Again, right? These signature agents, you've got the trips. And if he's able to anchor down well enough,
Okay, late default on this.
0 point is
Smoke,
calling for a
knife,
rotate
and
with Tree
I over
not
towards
occupied
mid.
in
Make
its
it look like
entirety.
they're
Crazy Guy a little bit
mid
behind,
rounding
but
back
Cushy
over towards
the
A.
spawn side of things. So
Dude,
it
this
does
is kind of
look like with
interesting.
30
Did
seconds to
they
go, it
lean
may
over
very
towards
well
A
be
because they know
a bit of a
they
retake
only have one
scenario.
smoke for this
PRX
site
gonna
XX?
slip through. What a
I think they
lineup for
did.
Patman. The trip being noted as well. Devi slowly sneaking himself forward into the one and done. Watching for the angles though. The door's been broken. Devi, oh, not able to hold. Jemkin, this could be the start of the assault. But
Everyone
Patman
on
has
site. You got
grenades.
nade into.
Something trying to hold as well. Dodges the
I mean,
first
knife
flash.
could be good, huh?
Second one being sent through by the Omen. And it's just Patman trying to receive contact. But RQ proves to be
Damn, bro.
overwhelming.
A nice retake from them. They won a lot of jaws.
Bonus round going the way of RRQ.
There was a
They came
small
into it
thing
with
here,
a
which
better
I
gun, so
think this is
PRX
what
only some
happened.
damage for
Is like
their
they were kind of keeping on
bonus
top of the
round, double
smokes, right?
digits
They know
achieved
they've
for
only got
RRQ.
2 smokes at one point when they want to actually
Just waiting
exec.
to see if
And they
anyone was
smoke
gonna
over
fall
towards
prey
middle.
into
So
the
the fake
trapwire
pressure over
for
towards
Xfero
short.
to
Once you
spray
use
on
the
down,
smoke
but
over
never
towards middle,
eventuated.
pretty much
So that's
suggests that
full
you are
5
going over
versus
towards
5
A because you only have that one
retake, but
smoke.
really Jemkin
And if you're going to
getting
go
a
over
lot of
towards
the
B,
damage in there with
you're
team
going
to
into the
back him up as
crossfire where
well.
you know that someone's not
Trade's
going to
working out
smoke.
Tree.
Whereas A, you're just going to
Holding
smoke off
numbers advantages.
Tree. So I think
They'll
that
get the
this
full
was
proper
kind of
flight
smart from
coming
RRQ.
PRX, backed up
See the
by the
smoke on
nightfall.
middle and they heavy
It's
lean over
hands back
towards
for
A
Jemkin,
because
though,
they're
with that
expecting the
dimensional
smoke
drift.
here in
How
the split.
stellar has RRQ
Whereas
been
like
when that ability
one
is in
smoke here,
play?
one of these is
Especially for
One of these is
potential retake. PRX though. Position, a quick nightfall, but slow down.
Really early to allow something to get up towards the tree super quick, but kind of held at bay at the moment. Xfero at the glass.
Ooh, almost domed. Still with the
Big
damage
Joe.
found, it's going to be PRX breaking their way into the A side. The Odin eliminating Forsaken. Devi back in though, but not able to take out Crazy Guy.
the new spot,
Picking up
man.
the ultimate of the
Odin
Armageddon
on
as well in
short.
this 3
We
versus
saw some
3.
teams use it. It's really
Spike has been
strong.
planted at the very least. What are the positions going to be? Dimensional drift to scout.
Crazy Guy has
Could be
ult as
everything.
well, so they can find out where they are to make sure that ult. Oh, he's these
Another
2 over
smoke.
towards A main.
Armageddon out from A main and PRX out of position. Cushy for the
ate
kills.
that
It's
flash.
a double that
This
ends
is nice
the
from
round.
RRQ. Again, another round where they just make them max out of their
From
ults.
Jemkin as well. Patman completely blinded. No, actually, Jemkin's got his 2. It's a self-blind.
It's a self-blind?
I
Oh,
believe
it's a
that's a
self-blind.
self-blind coming
He's
out.
not wrong.
I mean, in the 3 versus 3, when you've got the Dimensional Drift and the Armageddon coming your way anyway, you cannot
Wait,
sit
what
in
was
towards
this?
the main. Gotta say, all the info, utility, and the fact that Crazy Guy just survives with that
Oh, no,
Odin
it's
there
not.
too.
Okay, yeah, it's a clone.
Ah, he's blinded up by the clone. That's what it is. That's a rough one.
Just that much utility being sent into the wayside.
Okay, this
and
is
it's
it.
11
They
to
go all in
5
for
now,
this.
Komodo. You're running out of chances, and this could be RRQ's very first grand final.
And this is where I talk about the space that they afforded themselves of the first half, right? They can have slip-ups if they want, but if they don't, well, you're just going to keep on carrying on. 12 is the name of the game to hunt
Shot.
on through. That's a quick headshot onto Jing.
Dude, his aim is so crisp.
Another one found. And then for the trips to come back in online, PRX trying to recover.
Need to see individual brilliance, you feel like, for PRX to come through here, but it does feel like the teamwork of RRQ is at its most potent on this map right now. The angle, Monyet to try and find Patman. Damage done, though, will scare him off.
I mean, teamwork, individual brilliance as well, just to check. And PRX just trying to scavenge this round as much as possible. Patman, if he was able to find one, that would have been great, but everything's thrown off balance.
Slowly but surely, up through mid, 45 seconds. Haunt to be broken, head to be removed.
Recognition from RRQ as well, though. They've already put themselves inside a spawn, but something a little bit quicker with the blades takes down Jemkin.
Dude, we still went for the drone. Nice shot, bro. Damn, nice shot, dude. What the hell?
Guy, the IGL leading
Yeah,
from the front.
he's fragging so heavy.
From Monyet earlier, remember?
Well,
There's no chance.
that's pretty much it, chat.
All stacked up inside a spawn. As soon
I
as
will
Patman
say,
reveals himself,
for PRX believers,
series
first of
points.
all, great run.
Tries to get ahead
Like,
of it,
you
but
can't fault the run. The run's incredible.
Yeah,
And I think they're just in a really good spot for Toronto. They get historically one of their best maps back in terms of Sunset. They don't play tail on any map, so they don't have to change too much. They can just add to what they already have.
2 clean ones from PRX.
Everyone else goes back to the drawing board. They pretty much sussed out most of their maps.
Into the mountain.
Like it's not too bad. This was always the destination. Anything else on top was an extra trip.
It's just way too much for PRX to deal with. The weaponry not too great in this round either.
Okay, so 7 chances for RRQ.
Flash over, some space around the middle. Jemkin looking for the peak.
Yeah, stuck at the moment. Will be bailed out by Xferra's cage if he wants to try and get out of there. Weathering through the suppression. They'll just skedaddle on through.
Crazy guy as well, marking tree. PRX though, that's not their true final destination.
No, not at all. They do want to pivot straight towards this B side, though. It might be another retake angle to come through from RRQ, because remember, they have 7 rounds to play with. They can afford to take a couple of losses.
All it takes is one more point for Cushy to get to the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. Null command, though, for Patman. You feel like he has to drop that in towards this round, potentially. Stave off this retake. There it is, as the plant goes down.
Which won't leave him with too much towards the future rounds. Right now, stuck inside of logs. His position pretty much revealed. A 0 point just to hold even further back as well. Another fragment. Some peeks out from spawn now, and they know exactly where Patman is. He will just go guns blazing though.
Is he allowed to get one? That's so funny. Big distraction for the luck as well.
Finds the double necessary. 2 targets left. And unfortunately, this is not over yet. PRX will carry forward.
Yeah, but the investment for them in that round, Quack.
It's gonna. I mean, it's a rough one for them. It's still gonna be insanely hard.
Access to them in the next one. You flip it over, and RRQ. We've got a Hunter's Fury to play with. They're from the shadows. These ultimates can be called ultimate for a reason. They can be round-defining abilities. And as we're talking about right now, it only takes 1 round for RRQ to get into that grand final for a rematch.
Who's timeout? It's RRQ's.
G. Affording a timeout now. PRX needed this timeout. They need the opportunity to talk things through, because you have to remember, they used both of theirs in the first half. After round number 3 and
not
round
messing
number 10.
about.
So the fact that RRQ deploy one here, have a conversation early, is a bit of a blessing for
I've been lacking with the coal shoveling, mate.
Double-edged sword for
This is where this was the only destination. This is where I said we'd get to.
They can pull out something surprising.
The train is battered, man.
We
need repairs.
Completely locked in every step of the way. And I'm not entirely sure that they've got it in them, even as a fan myself.
I mean, we just need to see them be a lot more heads up, a lot more clinical in the early information gathering and what they can bait out, what rotations they can draw early. Finding an isolated duel, little by little, could be monstrous right now. I mean, talk about it as well. Crazy guy currently up on the kills there with 16 with Jemkin.
Okay, we go for the fast strat recon over the back.
Off with a huge explosion up by B. They pushed up.
It's
Jemkin
nice.
gets away with daylight robbery.
Ridiculous.
Hunter's Fury right off the rip as well. PRX trying to dance around
Dude,
it.
how did they dodge that all? There's 3 of them in this choke.
That's your duelist, your opener. Is that 1 of 5 down for the count to seal the deal here? rotations already from RRQ to the correct location as well.
That's all they needed. Not really noting too much across the map neither, so...
Good timing on the drone. Just the fact that you reveal that there's still members of PaperX here.
Can keep the
Keep you on
full
the right
person
location.
strong.
Paranoia ready to rip from Monyet.
Jemkin in position around stairs as well. Crazy guy to stall the push with the salvos. And PaperX has no recourse but to continue pushing. Jing down and out. And the rest of PaperX continue up front. Still though, RRQ have the site completely surrounded. Every position marked thanks to the neural theft. Can they even get the spike down? They try to slow it over with the thorns.
Dude, how did they get on site here?
Plant down.
Can't believe they get through the choke point. There's 4 people here.
Stairs as well as lane. Forsaken trying his best to isolate the angles as much as possible. Takes down the first head. Off to the next one as Petman trades up. And it's just Xpharaoh trying to sneak on over. With discipline, he finds the first, and it's down to the 1v1. Patman needs to come up huge, but he's not able to do it. Xpharaoh has
Nicely played from RRQ. Dude, they're just too good at this map.
Express.
Actually, one of the best on the scent at the moment.
All this every destination, and down
Okay,
to
we got
the
a
final
Gen G
score,
RRQ final.
13-6. 2 overtimes, an incredible first half, and RRQ
the run's come to an end.
Into the grand finals against old
But again, they should be happy,
Gen G.
man.
Commiserations
more than
to
what
PaperX
everyone was
in
expecting.
this one. They had a monstrous effort to get through the group stage when it looks like they were down and out. They start to go.
Strats.
Everyone's favorite meme at the moment, track by track. But at the end, they still made it to Toronto. They'll come in with the 3rd seed. But it is RRQ here that get the glory, that get the victory, that get the opportunity.
Scary
One more
third seed
series
though,
tomorrow,
especially with the
to try
amount of time
and
they
lift
got.
that trophy. This time here, we didn't have a fist bump in the beginning,
Yeah,
Quack.
this will be one of
you
their
know
easiest
that there's
losses, I'm
fist bumps
telling you.
at the end here because it's RRQ, ladies and gentlemen. They get that chance again to the grand final against Gen G tomorrow.
Much love between both teams for sure, but yes, a much coveted opportunity to strike back against Gen G. I mean, how long has this opportunity been eluded for RRQ? 3 years. They brought in Crazy Guy now, and what a map he's called on Ascent.
100%.
We got a best of 5
really
against Gen
excited to see what
G.
it's going to look like tomorrow for these guys in that rematch because they
maybe.
didn't really deliver too much in the
Gen G
previous
just looks too good
series,
at the
remember?
moment.
They gotta be really happy though that they got the victory here, despite the fact that it took 2 slog maps on their overtime.
Hard fought and well-deserved win. It's going to be RRQ facing Gen G tomorrow in the grand finals. Congratulations, guys. Jemkin, this one's for you. Oh, okay. You get the number 7, Mike. All right. 네, RRQ의 잼킨 선수 그리고 이වක් 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Bad seed will pay 2nd seed, yeah. So
아, 정말 치열했던 하루였습니다. 먼저 경기 마친
Billy
기분이
and
어떤지부터 물어보고 싶은데요.
Sentinels, I guess they'll
워낙
play.
이제 프랜차이즈
Or
리그
whoever comes
출범
second
이후로
EMU.
다전제는 처음 치렀는데 걱정은 없었는지 지금 승리한 기분은 어떤지 잼킨 선수에게 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, guys. I mean, how crazy was that series, Jemkin? Your first best of 5s in the Pacific League.
That was actually a crazy game. We lost 2 maps, like 13-3, 13-2. 2 maps we won was overtime. I don't know. Somehow we win them. Like maybe we got lucky, maybe they, maybe I don't know. They got unlucky, but in the end it was a very nice game.
아 진짜 오늘
Marvi with the
경기
tier 1.
미친
Thank you
것
so much,
같다고
man. Appreciate
얘기를
it. 2
하고
months.
두 맵을 내주셨는데
Toronto, yeah,
진짜
dude, Toronto is so good.
대패해가지고
This is gonna be so much fun, man.
남은 3개 이긴 게 너무 좋고
It's such a
어떻게
stacked
그렇게
event.
졌는지 잘 모르겠고
Everyone's looking pretty good, and it's going to be fun in general just because we get the Teo out.
이제 마지막까지 이겨내고
So everyone's going to have their own little read on what they want to play on certain
그래서
maps.
이වක් 감독님도 RRQ 이제
And they can't really copy too much other stuff because they haven't got that much long.
정말 오랫동안 간절히 바랬던 순간일 것 같은데 지금 어떤 심정인지도 여쭤보고 싶네요. 이වක්, it's going to be RRQ's first ever appearance in the Pacific Grand Finals. I know you've been working so hard for so long for this moment. So, you know, how does it feel? Unreal?
Feels like it's time for revenge against Gen G. I think it's been a long time coming. We played really poorly yesterday. Even today at times, we looked really bad. But I'm really proud of the guys in terms of how we brought it back. I was really happy with how the last map went. So I think happy overall with how the mental side was.
먼저 이 젠지에게 복수할 시간이 다가온 것 같다라는 생각이 가장 먼저 든다고 얘기를 하는데 사실 어제 또 조금 삐그덕거린 느낌이 없지 않아 있었지만 그래도 오늘 선수들이 정말 멘탈 관리도 잘 해줬고 그리고 끝까지 너무너무 잘해줘서 특히나 마지막 어센트에서 너무나도 잘해준 것 같아서 참 자랑스럽다고 얘기를 하는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 오늘 첫 번째 맵 프랙처를 승리하지 못했잖아요. 크게 내줬는데 빠르게 멘탈을 다 잡았습니다. 좀 어떤 얘기가 있었는지 여쭤보고 싶네요. I mean, the series went back and forth, but you know, mentality is pretty much important. It's crucial when it comes to the best of fives. And you guys had that huge loss, right, to start with, starting on the back foot. So, you know, what did you tell the guys to make sure that they were able to reset the mentality?
Well, we've prepared since the last week. We prepared. We want to play all five. We're mentally ready to play all five. So just because you lose the first map doesn't mean it's over. So I think we didn't really get to play. We were not shooting back, and I don't know. Brain was a little bit off. We made a lot of mistakes. We looked like a real rookie team first map, but I'm glad that we showed what we are capable of a little bit later on.
워낙 지난주부터 그냥 5개의
Stats,
맵을
stats
모두
are kinda
플레이할
crazy.
각오로 임했기 때문에 멘탈적으로도 좀 준비가 됐었고 그리고
Look
첫
at these
번째
two
맵
go,
내준다고
man.
해서 크게 뭐 승부에 지장이 가는 건 아니다라는 마음가짐으로 임했다고 얘기를 하고요. 첫
Dude,
번째
plus
맵에서는 뭔가 손도 안
34,
풀려서
and you're
총도
playing a
제대로 못 쏜 것
different
같고
role
또
and different
뇌도
agent pretty much every map.
뇌를 일깨울 시간이 더 필요했던 것 같은데 그래도 좀 멘탈적으로 이 다전제에 좀 준비를 많이 했기
How's this guy
때문에
with
오늘
45
승리가
headshot
있었던 것
percentage with
같다고
94 kills?
얘기했습니다. 자 그러면 잼킨 선수 또 펄이 오늘의 첫 번째 승부처가 아니었나 싶은데 펄에서 0.03초 해체로 인해서 스노우볼이 많이 굴러갔고 어쨌든 결과적으로 보면 어센트까지 경기를 끌고 갈 수 있었던 거거든요. 그 0.03초 심정은 어땠는지 궁금합니다. I feel like you know, having Pearl under your belt was pretty much very important when you look across the whole series, what happened today. And I think a lot of the momentum kind of swung your way after that .03 diffuse. So what was it like just watching Xfero diffusing it?
To be honest, I think we said, no time, something like that. We didn't know that, but somehow I diffused to have it before that, and Xfero had time, like 0.3 seconds, so I guess we got a little bit lucky with that.
Were you happy?
Yeah, because we don't need to play qualification.
일단은 진짜 그 해체하는 순간에
Is
시간
the train
없을 것
derailed?
같은데
Dude, they're not
시간 없을 것
trains
같은데라고 얘기를
derailed,
했는데
chat.
뭐
We made
어떻게
it to
된
the
건지
stop.
모르게 갑자기 해체가 완성이 되고 그
That's it. We
라운드를
made it
이겼기
to
때문에
Toronto.
너무 기뻤고
What more do you
많은
want,
것들이
guys?
달려
You gotta be
있던 경기였고
realists.
맵이었기 때문에 진짜 너무 기분이 좋았고 약간 운이 많이 좋았던 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 마지막 맵 어센트 정말 스코어를 많이 벌리면서 시작했는데
4 weeks even
어센트 들어가기
to
직전에
get the call ready.
자신감은 얼마나 있었는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. And also, you know, it all came down to how you guys performed on Ascent. So how confident were you in your Ascent heading into that map, Jemkin?
To be honest, super confident. We know Ascent is a good map, and we prepared. We knew it's going to be Ascent at one point in this best of five, so we came like with a positive mindset that like we know we're stronger team on Ascent.
너무
Yeah,
자신이
I think they're one
있었다고
of the
얘기를
best
하고요. 준비도
Ascent
많이
that I've
했었고
seen.
뭔가 느낌이 좀 어센트가 마지막 맵으로 나올 것 같다, 딥사이더로 나올 것 같다라는 생각이 있어서 정말 많이 준비를 했고
we don't get much of the pick'ems right, but
자신감이
we at
있었기
least
때문에
got
이렇게
where they
자신감
go
있게
out right.
승리를 거머쥘 수 있었다고 얘기를
We had the
하는데요.
RRQ
그럼
wrong in
유업
general, though,
감독님
but
아까 말씀해주신 것처럼
we got
또다시
this right.
결승전에서
That's
젠지를
all that
만나야
matters.
하는데
We'll ignore
확실하게
the rest.
복수를 하고 이기기 위해서는 어떤 점이
They were always
중요할까요?
we were always
as
meant
you
to fall
said,
here.
you know,
That's all
it's
I'm
time to
saying.
get your revenge on your nemesis Genji in the grand finals. What do you
T1,
think the
oh
team
boy, yeah,
needs
we
to
didn't
do
talk
to
about
make
that.
sure that you lift the trophy and also get that win?
I think maybe this time we need to shoot back. Yesterday we didn't do much of that, so hopefully tomorrow we can just come and just really kind of fight with them. They're also a really strong team. I think they're probably definitely they deserve to be in the grand final. So I think it should be a really good match, and yeah, I hope that we can win.
일단 총을 잘 쏘고
Finals tomorrow?
젠지만큼
Yeah, finals
총싸움을
tomorrow.
잘해야겠다. 그게
But later
급선무다라고
today we got the
말씀하시는데요.
two
어제는
qualification
좀 총이 안
games
맞았고
for
그리고 좀 많이
EMEA.
위축돼 있었던 느낌이라면
And
내일은
then
자신감을 가지고
tomorrow
제트
we'll
선수들이
have
잘 쏘는 만큼
final
RRQ도
elim games as well.
총성
Basically get to see
그리고 좋은
who,
에임을 보여줘야 할 것
basically get to
같고
know
사실
who's
제트가
going
너무 잘하는 팀이고
to
충분히
the event
결승전에
after
올라갈 만한
tomorrow.
저력이 있는 팀인 걸 인정하기
that's right.
때문에 그만큼 RRQ도 단단히 준비하고 또 자신감을
Maybe there'll be
갖고
one more
총을
game,
잘
right?
쏴야 될 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 이제 잼킨
EMEA?
선수에게 내일의 각오 물어보도록 할게요. 총 얼마나 잘 쏠 건가요? 오늘처럼 잘 쏠 건가요? 잼킨, are you
Yeah,
gonna
3 out
shoot
of the
back
4.
tomorrow?
Okay, yeah.
I will try my best, but I don't know if I'm happy that we played Genji for like 10th time, like since last year. Always playing against them. I don't know, but I hope I'm gonna shoot back to though.
오케이. 아니 젠지 만나서 작년부터 젠지를 상대한 지 한 10번 된 것 같은데 그때마다 좀 총이 안 맞는 느낌이지만 내일은 정말 총 잘 쏴서 잘 맞출 수 있도록 노력해보겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 잼킨 선수 그리고 이වක් 감독 만나봤습니다.
Well, the
다시 한번
semi-final be
축하드립니다.
on the 16th.
Thank
Okay, well,
you,
we're almost
잼킨
there.
and Iwak. Good luck tomorrow in the grand finals. You guys deserve it.
Thank you.
Okay, chat. Okay.
And that's
Thank you
good
so much
night
for watching.
from
Thank you,
us
thank
on
you.
Sliggy.
Someone give me a
Catch you guys
streamer.
tomorrow in the
We
grand finals
are
on time. It's going to be RRQ.
we are watching EMEA later. Got some big games. We got Heretics against BBL. Winner goes to Toronto. We have Liquid against Fnatic. Same stakes. Winner goes to Toronto. So big games. And then we'll be here, if that's not your time zone, we'll be here for Pacific Final tomorrow to see who gets that first seed. Seed's pretty big in this one. You get 2 extra weeks. You don't have to play Swiss group stage. You secure top 8. And I'm gonna go get some food. So who do you want to raid? Chobra? Sure. Well, Chobra.
I mean, I don't know.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
What did you sacrifice?
It was all RRQ.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here.
PRX had won some very close.
We'll get the train started again for Toronto. Don't worry. For PRX fans, just be happy for where you are. Don't get too greedy.
When it went to map 5, they were the much better team. I think it was a game plan diff, great effort from the coaching staff. But I
Appreciate everyone. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. See you for EMEA in a little bit. Bye, everyone. Bye.
And I could hear this guy screaming his head off. Even when he was dead, he was calling for util. He was calling for smokes.
YouTube chat. Subscribe if you can. I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much, guys. Bye, everyone.
He has really stepped up for RRQ when he was